Hello everyone, welcome to Simplilearn ChatGPT Full Course. AI is changing industry faster than ever, and ChatGPT is at the forefront of this transformation. Companies are using ChatGPT not just to automate tasks, but to improve customer service, create content, and streamline business processes. So in this IT world, ChatGPT is making a big difference. It's changing how customer supports work with smarter chatbots, automating coding tasks, and helping build smarter AI-powered applications. As AI tools become more common, the demand for professionals who can use ChatGPT effectively is growing. So in this course, you will learn how ChatGPT works, explore its real-world uses, and see how it can drive innovation. You will gain skills in NLP and learn how creative, advanced AI models work, preparing you to succeed in the expanding field of AI solution. Before we commence, if you want to enhance your career in AI, here is some quick info for you. Check out Simplilearn's postgraduate program in AI and machine learning with Purdue University and IBM. This program is perfect for aspiring AI enthusiasts and professionals looking to switch careers. Gain expertise in generative AI, prompt engineering, ChatGPT, explainable AI, machine learning algorithm, and more. A year of experience is preferred. Hurry, enroll now. Find the course link from the description box below and the pinned comment.
Meet John, a talented programmer who is looking to start a company that used his personally developed mobile application to connect restaurants and customers for booking and reservations. Even though the app was ready, John had difficulty getting together a team for his startup, needing separate people for sales, marketing, programming, content creation, and customer support. Hiring reliable manpower while being strict with his budget was getting difficult. He reached out to his friend Ryan, who said John could start his company without hiring any new people, thanks to just a single AI-based tool. John couldn't believe it, which led Ryan to introduce ChatGPT, the revolutionary AI chatbot being developed by OpenAI. It is a state-of-the-art natural language processing, or NLP model, that uses a neural network architecture to provide responses. This means that the ChatGPT bot can answer questions without being explicitly told what the answer is using its own intellect, unlike previous AI chatbots. So, how does ChatGPT help John in filling out his team? Regarding sales, ChatGPT can provide full-fledged sales pitches based on the correct prompts. It can provide tips on how to pitch your product to businesses, removing the need for sales training. Completely customized to your requirements and your prompts. If you don't like some things about the response, you can ask for certain changes, and the chatbot will make sure they are done. When it comes to marketing, ChatGPT can provide efficient marketing strategies, which can help new entrepreneurs learn how to market their products to prospective clients. It can provide trending keywords that marketers can use for SEO purposes, while providing ad copies for your website and blog. Speaking of websites, since John can do a lot of the heavy lifting and programming, ChatGPT can help proofread the code and help out when looking for bugs to fix. Apart from basic bug fixing, it can also provide sample code structures for different programming languages, allowing John to focus more on improving core functionality and workflow, rather than fixing basic code errors. Websites and blogs content is very helpful when gathering potential customer leads. The revolutionary bot can provide full-length blog posts with near-perfect fast accuracy in seconds, allowing further customization, like choosing the length of the subject matter to the complexity of language. For John's customer support, the bot can draft complete customer service emails based on the situation, saving time and resources. The tone of the message can be changed to reflect the nature of the message, creating an efficient alternative for call center professionals. John was left speechless seeing this level of versatility from ChatGPT and wanted to implement it right away. However, Ryan made sure John knew about some drawbacks of the chatbot before getting started. Since the bot is trained mostly on data up to 2021, many of the newer events may still need to be discovered by ChatGPT. Even basic stuff like asking about the current date and time is beyond its scope, much like the limited understanding of context despite providing near lifelike solutions to certain problems. Even the accuracy of many responses can be questioned since the AI model is still learning and being developed. There is a section of the public that believes the revolutionary tool can one day replace Google search. But that day seems far-fetched so far because of the variety of issues people keep running into when using ChatGPT. So here's a question for you. Which of the following tasks cannot be carried out by ChatGPT? 1. Provide latest news. 2. Complex mathematical calculations. 3. food recipes? 4. None of the above.
Think about it and leave your answers in the comments section, and we will provide the answer next week. Give the correct answer along with your reasoning and stand a chance to win an Amazon voucher.
However, ChatGPT poses a lot of promise for the future of AI. From full-scaled automated divisions and organizations to serving as the perfect digital assistant, OpenAI is creating a bot for the future aimed at solving the problems of today with the tools of tomorrow. The ability to carry out a myriad of tasks with minimum manpower will boost productivity at organizations in every sector, thanks to the revolutionary ChatGPT. So, how do you think ChatGPT will benefit your daily life? Are you looking forward to using the bot regularly for work or personal life? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
Today we are diving into an exciting topic: how to make money using ChatGPT, an AI-powered tool that can help you generate passive income. If you are eager to start earning effortlessly, keep watching. Are you looking for ways to generate passive income with minimal effort? Thanks to the advancement in artificial intelligence and chatbot, you can now earn money using these technologies. So in this video, we will explore some of the most effective methods to generate passive income with ChatGPT. ChatGPT, known as the world's smartest generative AI, is changing how people make money online. With this incredible free tool, you can start earning with the little skill and no initial investment required. So we are in an exciting new era of artificial intelligence, and now is the perfect time to get involved and seize this opportunity. People are using ChatGPT for YouTube, blogging, freelancing, and many other ways to make money. So now let's dive in and discover how you can leverage ChatGPT to generate various streams of passive income. So there are numerous ways to monetize ChatGPT's capabilities. So in this video, we will explore some few effective strategies, or you can say categories, by giving prompts. So this is my ChatGPT 4. I'm using the premium version, right? So the first category is get businesses idea from ChatGPT. So you can discover how ChatGPT can generate personalized business ideas by understanding your interests, talents, and challenges. So now let's ask ChatGPT for business ideas tailored to a computer science engineer with experience in digital marketing and sales. Okay, or not even computer science engineer, you can ask as a graphic designer or as a sales marketer, anything, right? So I'm giving here prompt: I am a graphic designer with a knack for digital marketing. Okay, so I will write what side hustle can I start to generate? Okay, I will give here $500 income per day with minimal investment, dedicating 6 to 8 hours, or you can write 9 to 10 hours or 1 to 2 hours, 6 to 8 hours daily. Okay, so now let's see what ChatGPT says. So here, given your skills in a graphic designer and digital marketing, here are some side hustle ideas that you can potentially generate $500 per day. See, first is freelance graphic designer. Second is print on demand. Third is social media management, sell digital product online coach consultation, affiliate marketing you can do, content creation for YouTube and social media you can do. So I'm not saying you can earn like in next day itself, but it will take time. But you can take ideas for your business, okay, as per your need, as per your skills. You can just write the prompt and ChatGPT will tell you the answer, or it will give you some ideas. Okay, so once you have some great ideas, so dive deeper with ChatGPT to develop a plan and consider important factors. Okay, you can ask to brief freelance graphic designer or print on demand, social media management, like this. Okay, so our second category is freelancing itself. Okay, so and you can enhance your freelancing career with ChatGPT. So this advanced AI tool ChatGPT help professionals earn extra income by producing high quality content that impresses clients. Like you can write blog or website content, you can translate languages, You can provide email writing services. You can craft compelling headlines and calls to action. You can create social media content. You can write captivating short stories, or you can conduct hashtag research. Okay, so let me give you a small prompt. Okay, so write me a blog on Great Wall of China in 1,000 words. Or you can write in mutual funds, you can write in stocks, whatever you want. Okay, so as you can see, the Great Wall of China, a marvel of ancient engineering. So this is your title. Okay, so the Great Wall of China, this is the historical overview, the architectural marvel, everything it will give you. Okay, so the third category is build software. Okay, so you can use ChatGPT to develop software solution for common problems faced by the online businesses. Okay, create software tools using the codes provided by ChatGPT and sell them to make money. Okay, so first what you can do, you can create your portfolio, online portfolio website. Okay, so there you can mention services as a software developer. Okay, or you build software. Okay, so the first thing is identify common issues in your niche. Okay, so you can use ChatGPT to list the most common problems in e-commerce business phase, such as inventory management, customer support, or cart abandonment. Okay, the second thing is use ChatGPT to generate code and develop software solution. Okay, let me give you an example. So here you can write generate a Python script for an inventory management, right, system for an, okay, spelling mistake, system for an e-commerce store. Okay, so it will generate you a Python script. Okay, see, it's very easy to earn money using ChatGPT. You have to just give a prompt, okay, with your perfect thought. What do you want? What your client wants, right? This is how you have to give the prompt. Okay, so this is Python code for the inventory management, right? See, its feature, its usage, everything is here. You have to just give your prompt. And the third thing is, in this build software category, and the third thing is market your software to the target audience. Like you can use ChatGPT to create a marketing strategy, including promotional content, social media posts, and email campaigns. Right. So here I will write one prompt for this. So write a marketing plan to promote an inventory management software for small e-commerce business or businesses, right? So as here you can see market plan for promoting inventory management software for e-commerce business. Okay, see, market is the target audience, small e-commerce owners with annual revenue, this competitor analysis you can do. So this is your marketing plan, how you can market your product or your service. Okay, so I repeat, so by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT's capabilities, you can create valuable software tools and successfully market them to your target audience, and you can earn a hefty of money. Okay, so our next category is email marketing with ChatGPT. How you can do cold emailing, how you can do a perfect email to your client, so he or she can impress with your services or your mail. Okay, so you can boost your affiliate marketing efforts with ChatGPT email expertise. Okay, so the first step is choose an affiliate program that aligns with your niche. The second is build an email list of potential customer. Okay, the third thing is use ChatGPT to craft engaging email that drive conversion. Okay, so I will give you example. See, I am a digital marketer looking to promote a new project management software. So can you write a compelling email that will attract potential customers and persuade them to make a purchase? Okay. See, first subject, transform your project with a cutting edge project management software. So dear this, I hope this email found you well. I'm thrilled to announce see key features of particular, see benefits, and don't just take our word for it. Here is what our satisfied clients. See, these are the testimonials you can write. Okay. And the fun fact is, if you don't like this email, you can ask for the next email. Okay. I want something different. It will give you again with a different concept, okay, with a different thought, right? The next thing is you can leverage ChatGPT for blogging success, right? So already I have wrote one blog. Okay, again let's dive into it. So ChatGPT can elevate your blogging journey by assisting in content generation, editing, proofreading, and SEO optimization. The first thing is you can generate ideas from ChatGPT, outlines and draft. The second thing is enhance readability and reduce errors. The third thing is optimize for search engines with keyword suggested and SEO tips. The fourth thing is engage with your audience through personalized content. Okay, so just let me give you example. Write a blog post on the US economy, okay, and optimize it. See, understanding the current state of the US economy and in-depth analysis. You can write anything. Okay, this is just an example, right? So the next thing is affiliate marketing with ChatGPT. So what you can do, you can just select a medium to build your audience. Ask ChatGPT to help you decide whether to focus on articles, audio content like podcasts, or videos based on your strength and target audience. So let me give you an example. So you can write, what are the pros and cons of using articles, audio content and video for affiliate marketing. Okay, so which medium would be best for promoting tech products? You can ask this. See, so it will give you the pros and cons for the articles, okay, then audio content like podcast, then the video. So now you can, after reading this, now you can decide what do you want, what are your skills, right? And the second thing is you can use ChatGPT to craft engaging content that promotes your affiliate products. Let's suppose you chose video, so you can target video skills, okay? Or let's suppose you chose articles, so you can write a small prompt like create a compelling article outline for promoting an affiliate product like a fitness tracker or a bottle or a watch, anything. And the third thing is implement a consistent affiliate marketing strategies. Like use ChatGPT to develop comprehensive marketing strategy that includes content schedules, promoting tactics, and tracking metrics. Like you can write, help me create a consistent, I will write here, help me create a consistent affiliate marketing strategy, including a content calendar and promotional tactics for social media. Okay, so it will give you marketing strategies. See, for the select product, content creation, build a website or blog, email writing, content creator. Week 1 you can do this, week 2 you can do, and you can ask for the like day wise also, no issues. So by following these steps and utilizing ChatGPT capabilities, you can like effectively build your audience, create engaging promotional content, and implement a successful affiliate marketing strategy. Okay, so now let's suppose you have a YouTube channel. So what you can do, you can ask ChatGPT to generate video ideas and script, making content creation easier. Okay, you have to just write, I want to create a video on what is machine learning. So give me, so write a script for me in 1,000 words. Okay, so it will write into 1,000. See, you can see opening scene, background music starts softly, text on the screen, this. So it makes content creation easier, ChatGPT, right? So you can use AI powered platform like Pictory.ai, InVideo.io to convert your script into professional video. So even we have multiple GPTs here. Okay, see, for writing you can use these GPTs. Okay, I guess these GPTs are free only with the premium version. I don't know about the 3.5 which is free. Okay, so for the productivity you can use Canva. Okay, you can use the diagram thing, and you can generate the images. See, video GPT by Weed, it's very easy. Let me show you something. Okay, see, generate text to video maker. Let's try this. Okay, start a chat, create a video on what is machine learning. Target audience is college students, and I am aiming for the engagement. So you can just fill these details. So later on it will give you the script and the video itself. Okay, so this is how you can use ChatGPT to earn money. ChatGPT can help you express your ideas creatively, making your video, articles, anything relatable to it. Okay, so these prompts and strategies illustrate how versatile ChatGPT is in helping you to make money across various fields. Okay, and to earn money using ChatGPT is very simple. It will take time, but it is very simple. Okay, it is less time consuming, right? So with this we have come to end of this video. If you have any question or any doubt, please ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible. Imagine this, you are using a calculator app on your phone and it gives you an answer to be a complex math problem faster than you can blink. Pretty standard, right? But what if instead of just crunching numbers, that app could actually think through the problem, breaking it down like a human would, considering the best approach, and even explaining why it made certain decisions? Sound futuristic, doesn't it? Well, we are not too far from that reality. Today we are diving into OpenAI's latest project, codenamed Strawberry, a new AI model that pushing the boundaries of reasoning and problem solving. So in this video, we will break down what makes Strawberry special, how it works, and why it could change the game for AI systems moving forward. So first off, what exactly is Strawberry? According to recent report, OpenAI is preparing to release this new AI model in the next 2 weeks or in the couple of weeks. And it's set to improve on things like reasoning and problem solving. Previously known as Q or Q star, this model is designed to be much better at thinking through problems compared to what we have seen from previous versions. What makes Strawberry different from what we have used before? So now let's take a look. One of the coolest things about Strawberry is that it uses something called system 2 thinking. This idea came from the famous psychologist Daniel Kahneman, and it refers to a more careful and slow way of thinking. Like when you really focus on solving a tricky problem, instead of answering question instantly, Strawberry takes about 10 to 20 seconds to process its thought. This extra time helps it to avoid mistakes and gives more accurate answers. But the model doesn't just think slowly. It's got some really cool abilities that makes it stand out. Let's talk about those. Strawberry is built to handle advanced reasoning and solve mathematical problems. These are areas where AI systems struggles. But Strawberry is designed to be a lot better at breaking down complex problems step by step. And here is something interesting. It might even be added to future versions of ChatGPT, possibly as a model name called Orion or GPT-5. If that happens, it could mean ChatGPT will become more smarter and more reliable in solving tough problems. Now, here is where it gets really fascinating. There is some research that might help us understand how Strawberry improves its thinking. Let's check it out. You might have heard about something called STAR, which stands for Self-Taught Reasoner. This is a method where an AI can actually teach itself to think better. Here is how it works. STAR starts with a few examples where the AI is shown how to solve problems step by step. Then the AI tries solving their problem on its own, getting better as it goes. It keeps improving by looking at its mistakes and learning from them. This could be what's happening with Strawberry. It's using similar method to teach itself how to reason better and solve complex problems. But the AI doesn't just think better. It's also learning how to break down the problems in a very human-like way. So now let's explore that next. Strawberry uses something called chain of thought reasoning. Basically, when faced with a complex problem, it breaks it down into smaller, manageable steps. Kind of like how we do when we are solving a puzzle. Instead of just jumping on to an answer, it takes its time to go through each step, making the solution more understandable and accurate. So this is especially useful in math, where Strawberry is expected to be really strong. With all its potential, what does the future hold for AI models like Strawberry? So now let's wrap this thing with a look at what's next. So now what's next for OpenAI? Well, Strawberry is just the beginning. There is talk about a future model called Orion, which could be the next big version after GPT-4 or GPT-4o. It may even use that Strawberry learners to get better at solving problems. But here is the thing. Training these advanced models is expensive. Training GPT-4, for example, cost over 100 million, even though OpenAI CEO Sam Altman said the era of just making bigger models is coming to an end. It's clear that the models like Strawberry are focused on becoming smarter and more efficient. So what does all of this mean for the future of AI and how we use it? Strawberry could represent a huge leap in AI's ability to reason and solve complex problems. So with its focus on slower, more deliberate thinking and its potential connection to the STAR method, it's paving the way for smarter, more reliable AI system. And this is just the start. As we move forward, models like Orion, the possibilities are endless. And that's a wrap on OpenAI exciting new model Strawberry. It's clear that this AI could bring major advancement in reasoning and problem solving. And we can't to see how it all unfolds. What are thoughts on your Strawberry? Do let us know in the comment section below.
Today we will dive into the latest AI advancements, comparing ChatGPT 4 and the newly launched ChatGPT 4o. ChatGPT 4o offers a 30% improvement in factual accuracy and excels in creative tasks. We will reveal the top upgrades and how they can transform your AI experience. Get ready for an in-depth look at these powerful tools and find out which one is the game changer you have been waiting for. So let's explore the future of AI together. So first we'll start with the official documentation, and those who want to jump straight to the comparison of ChatGPT 4.0 and 4 can directly jump to it with the timestamp mentioned in the description box. So let's start with documentation. So guys, here we have searched about the ChatGPT 4.0 documentation, and this is the official page of OpenAI, and here you can find out that they have put on advancements and the model capabilities that ChatGPT 4 possesses. You could see here they have posted the videos that two GPT-4os are interacting and singing. You can play and watch these videos. So how they have advanced this ChatGPT 4o compared to ChatGPT 4. And you could see as they are asking for the interview preparation with their vision capabilities. So similarly, you can check out all the other videos that they have posted, and moving downwards, we can see that they have posted explorations of capabilities. You could select the sample that could be visual narratives or poster creation for the movie or character design. So you could check out how ChatGPT 4 and 4o are different. And as we move down, here they have mentioned the model evaluations between ChatGPT 4o and ChatGPT 4 Turbo. Here we have the text evaluation, audio ASR performance, audio translation performance, and they have posted the bar graphs and the charts with all the other AI tools compared. And then we have the language tokenization and what improvements they have made in that. That is, they have used Gujarati language, Telugu, Tamil, Marathi, Hindi, and they have achieved the fewer tokens in these models. Now we move downwards, we can see that the model safety and limitations, they have added some more safety features, and the model availability, that is ChatGPT 4o is available for both the free version and the paid version. So this was all about the official documentation of ChatGPT 4o. So let's get started with the comparison analysis of ChatGPT 4o and 4. So guys, I have opened ChatGPT 4 here, and in the other window, we'll open ChatGPT 4o, and we'll provide the same prompts to both ChatGPT 4 and 4o, and we'll see what responses they provide to us and in what time frame. We'll compare the time frame also, and how they conceptualize or provide the fractional prompts to responses. So starting with number one, so the number one category we will be choosing is factual inquiries. So we will ask both of them, and we'll ask them that tell me something interesting about Marie Curie. And provide to ChatGPT 4 also. So let's press enter and see which one of those will provide us a good response. So you could see that ChatGPT 4 has provided us the response in a paragraph, and if we read this, so the tone is okay, like it is telling to a third person. And if we move to ChatGPT 4o, you could see here that it has categorized the points here, that these are the main points that you could use as an interesting points about Marie Curie. So I would say ChatGPT 4o has an edge here, and I won't think like there was a time difference, and I can say that we can't have any difference in the time taken by both the models. So now I'll move to next category, that is complex scientific and technical prompts. So here we'll ask both the models about how quantum computers work and compare their advantages to classical computers. So let's ask them that explain how quantum computers and compare their advantages to classical computers. We'll copy the same prompt and paste it to ChatGPT 4 also. So let's press enter. And till then, I will tell you guys that from here you can use the different model also, that you have used GPT 4o here. It's showing you After generating the response, I will show you guys how you can switch to the models also. Here you can copy it and here you can read it loud. And in the settings also, you can check out what voices you need as an assistant here. So moving back, we can see that ChatGPT 4 is still responding and generating the response while ChatGPT 4o has already done it. We can surely say that ChatGPT 4o has an edge with the time frame thing, as it generated the response much faster than ChatGPT 4. And if we compare what the responses they have provided, and ChatGPT 4o has mentioned how quantum computers work, advantages of quantum computers, comparison with classical computers, and after that challenges that quantum computers are facing. And if we see what ChatGPT 4 has provided, you could see that how quantum computers work, and after that the advantages of quantum computers and the comparison with classical computers. So you could see that with the less time frame, ChatGPT 4 has provided more subtopics and the more points that he has covered, whereas ChatGPT 4 has provided the least information, but he has provided the okay information that we are sufficiently acquired with the prompt. But definitely I will give an edge to ChatGPT 4 here. So here I was telling you about the change model thing. So you can click here and check out ChatGPT 4 and ChatGPT 4. If you click here ChatGPT 4, it will generate the response again with GPT 4 model, as we have selected the ChatGPT 4 model here, but neglecting that, he will generate with the ChatGPT 4 model. So here after generating the response, if you click on 1/2, so these arrows, you can find out this response has been generated by GPT 4 model and this response has been generated by GPT 4 model. And you can have this comparison in the same window also, but I am using different windows, so we'll compare it in one another only. So now moving to the next section, that is creative writing. So now we'll ask both these models to write a short poem about a moonlit night in a forest. So let's ask them that write a short poem about a moonlit night in a forest. So let's copy the same prompt and paste it in GPT 4 and let's wait for the response. As you guys can see that GPT 4o has already generated the response and here GPT 4 has also generated. And before comparing both these responses, I want you guys to notice something, that this new version of OpenAI, that is GPT, they have moved the profile section from bottom left to top right. And there are many more advancements. If you see here, this is the history section and the memory feature. And you could find many other features that could be managed memory in the profile sections only. So if you go into personalized category, here we have the memory section. So moving back to the prompt response, so here we have the GPT 4 model, and if we read this poem, in the forest deep where shadows play, the moon casts light in a silver array, whispers of leaves in a gentle breeze, dance with the night in serene silent ease. And if we compare this, so GPT 4 has provided really a short poem, whereas GPT 4o has provided us the 4 paras. And if I tell you about the tone, so GPT 4o has an edge here, as it has provided a really crafted good poem than GPT 4. So now we'll compare these models on the basis of text analysis skills, or before that we'll compare them on complex mathematical and logical queries. So we'll ask them to solve a quadratic equation and we'll provide them the equation. Solve the equation. That would be 3x square minus 12x plus 9 equal to 0, and explain each step. So let's see which model does its job better. So you could see the writing speed also, like how this cursor is moving. I would definitely say that ChatGPT 4o has a good speed here, and it has generated the response, and GPT-4 has also generated the response. So I would say that GPT-4o has taken 6 steps to solve this and provided a detailed information how you can solve the quadratic equation, and whereas GPT-4 has shown us the 3 steps and he has integrated other steps in step 1 only, that is factorize the quadratic equation. So if you are a beginner, you could definitely switch to ChatGPT 4o to understand these quadratic equations or mathematical equations. So giving another point to ChatGPT 4o here. Now we'll move to another category, that is data analysis questions. So now we'll provide a data set to both of them. So this will be the data, samples, sales data. So here we will ask both the models to create a bar chart between sales and region. You would see that both the models are analyzing, and here we are. ChatGPT 4o has provided us the response, and the main thing that I want to showcase here is that ChatGPT 4o has now interactive images or bar graphs or the visual representations here. If you click to static chart, they have an option here. So now this bar chart is not static, and you could just have the plain 2D design. And if we click on this again, you could see that you could find the actual figure what has been showcased in the bar graph. And similarly, here you could change the dataset color. That is, you can change the color of the bar graphs or the bars in the graph. And moreover, you have the download section here also and the expand section. If you expand it, you could see that here you can generate the response and chat with GPT-4 model and have the output here. So we will get back to the window, and here you can see that ChatGPT-4 has provided us the basic response as it was doing previously also. So here's the bar chart and no interactive design and no download option. Moreover, no other expanding options also. So let's move to the next category, and that would be our last category. So now we'll ask both the models about solving philosophical and ethical problems. So now we'll ask them, do animals have moral rights? So justify your answer. We'll copy paste the same prompt to GPT-4 model and ask both of them to generate the response. So you could see that both has generated the responses, and if we compare them, so ChatGPT 4 has provided the number 1 point, that is argument for moral rights of animals, and then the second point, that is argument against moral rights of animals. And if we move to GPT 4o section, he has also provided the main topics, but he has provided the subtopics and highlighted what are the main key points for both, that is moral rights and against moral rights. So I would definitely say that ChatGPT 4o has improved factual accuracy and response discipline. Like, he has a framework to provide the response, whereas ChatGPT 4 just provide the response in a basic manner. And one more category we'll see here, that is, we'll ask him to create an image of 2 robots fighting or facing each other or in a face off. So let's copy the same prompt to GPT-4o model also. So here's the response. You can see that ChatGPT-4o has generated an image with two robots in a dramatic face-off in a futuristic arena. And whereas that GPT-4 has also generated two futuristic robots in a dramatic face-off. And I would definitely say that GPT-4 has done a good job here. His image is much better than GPT-4o. So if I tell you about the conclusion, so choosing between ChatGPT-4 and ChatGPT-4o depends largely on your specific needs. If your work requires detailed analysis and you often engage in complex discussions, then ChatGPT-4o might be the better choice with its deep understanding and retention capabilities. However, if you need quick turnaround times and are managing multiple tasks or collaboration, speed and efficiency will likely serve you better. So both tools have their merits and can significantly enhance your content creation process and other data analysis processes. So as these technologies evolve, staying informed about updates will help you continue making the best use of Gen AI in your work.
Today we have an exciting and insightful comparison lined up for you as we dive into the world of AI language models. So in this video, we will be exploring two of the most advanced and talked about AI models, Claude 3 and GPT-4. As artificial intelligence continues to evolve, these models have become pivotal in various applications, from content creation and customer service to complex problem solving and beyond. So Claude 3, known for its innovative approach and unique feature. Claude 3 Opus is the latest iteration in the Claude series, while ChatGPT 4, developed by OpenAI, has been making waves with its powerful capabilities and impressive performance. So we will be examining their natural language understanding, generation quality, and how they handle their different tasks. So additionally, we will discuss their strength and weakness, giving you a clear picture of what each model excels at and where they might fall short. So whether you are an AI enthusiast, a developer looking to integrate AI into your projects, or simply curious about the latest advancement in technology, so this video is for you. So by end of this comparison, you will be having comprehensive understanding of how Claude 3 and GPT-4 differ and which one might be the best fit for you and for your specific needs. So sit back, relax, and join us as we explore the fascinating world of AI language models. So this is OpenAI platform. So here you can read about ChatGPT APIs, about the ChatGPT APIs. Okay. So this is the original documentation of the ChatGPT 4. And here you can see the Anthropic. So Claude is developed by Anthropic company. So Claude is a family. So here you can see, so this Claude family have 3 version, Claude 3.5 Opus, Claude 3.5 Sonnet, and 3.5 Haiku. Okay, and this is coming soon, as you can see. Okay, so here you can learn about all the families of Claude 3. Like we in ChatGPT, we have ChatGPT 3.5, ChatGPT 4, ChatGPT 4o. Okay, and ChatGPT 4o is a premium version. So here also Opus and Haiku is a premium version. Okay, so these you can learn about the APIs of these three. I repeat. So here you can learn about the APIs of the particular Opus family. Okay, so now let's jump into this. So here what we are doing, we are just comparing Claude 3.5 Sonnet to ChatGPT 4. Okay, so here you can see ChatGPT 4o, GPT-4 and GPT 3.5. Okay, so what here I will do, I will give some prompts to ChatGPT 4 and the same prompt to Claude 3.5 Sonnet. Okay, so now, so after that we will check which model is giving the information fast, or you can say who is breaking down the information in a good proper manner. Okay, so there are 4 to 5 categories I selected. Okay, in this first category is factual inquiries, then complex scientific and technical prompts, and creative writing. Then we'll ask some mathematical and complex logical queries, or we can ask some data analysis question and some generating imaging questions like this. Okay, so after that we will give some prompt and check which model is giving the fast and the accurate answer. Okay, so here the first category is the factual inquiries. So here I will write share some interesting facts about the Great Wall of China. Okay, so here as you can see, here are some interesting facts about the Great Wall of China, like this. Okay, so and the last it is saying ki, would you like me to elaborate on any of these points or share more facts? Okay, so you can ask the particular point to be more elaborate. So same, we will copy here, copy this and paste it here. Okay, then enter. Okay, so here you can see ChatGPT is giving long answer as compared to the Claude 3. Okay, just see first what ChatGPT does. ChatGPT explains what is Great Wall. I repeat, what is Great Wall of China? Okay, so Great Wall of China is the most iconic landmarks in the world, rich and historical significance, and this. And after that, it wrote, here are some interesting facts about the monumental structure. So in this Claude, you can check, it is directly giving some interesting facts. Okay, so here I can see, okay, I can vote for the ChatGPT basically. Okay, now let's move to our second category, which is complex scientific and the technical prompts. Okay, so here first I will write here, describe the process of nuclear fusion and its potential benefits over nuclear fusion. Okay, press enter. Okay, so even I don't know the process of nuclear fusion. Okay, just I write because I want to make the prompt more complex, so that's why I write the nuclear fusion and all. Okay, so same we will copy here. Okay, so now if we will see, okay, first is it telling the process, then benefits of nuclear fission. Okay, it's writing more. Okay, maybe the process is like long, I don't know. And here it is giving some drawbacks. Okay, first benefits, then drawbacks. Okay, now after that the summary part. Okay, so here as you can see, okay, what Claude 3 gave is like, I believe there may be small error in your question. You asked about the benefits of nuclear fusion over nuclear fission. Okay, which is the same process. I think you meant to ask about the benefits of nuclear fusion over nuclear fission. So I will explain nuclear fission and compare it to nuclear fission. Oh, nice. Here, what ChatGPT does, it automatically took that process. Okay, it is also telling the same thing. Nice. Then nuclear fusion, the process, then benefit. Okay. So Claude 3 gave only the benefit, but the ChatGPT gave the drawbacks as well, which is a good thing. Okay, and in ChatGPT that process is not properly displayed, but in Claude 3 the properly is displayed by the step by step. Okay, which is again a good thing. So now let's jump into our next prompt or category, you can say, which is a creative writing. So here I will write, compose a short story about a time traveler visiting ancient Egypt. Okay, I will copy this for the ChatGPT as well. Okay, Egypt. Okay, the same I will paste it here. So Claude 3 is giving, here is a short story about a time traveler visiting ancient Egypt. So the timekeeper's gambit. Okay, Dr. Amelia Frost adjusted her chronometer as a swirling vortex dispersed around her. Means Claude 3 is using, you can say, heavy English. And okay, it's a good story. I get the sand of time. First of all, ChatGPT gave the title as the sand of time. So in the year 2492, time travel had just breached the bounds of the theoretical science and moved on to the practical. Okay, nice. We're still writing. Okay, and the small story dressed in the simple line and robes. Okay, I think here also I like the story of ChatGPT 4 as compared to Claude, because it's hard to read and understand. You can say see some of the words gesticulating and these. Okay, and here ChatGPT is using easy words. Okay, so now let's move to the our next category, which is complex mathematical and logical queries. So here I will write prove the Pythagorean theorem and explain each step. Okay, so let me copy this and paste it here as well. Okay, so first ChatGPT will tell what is Pythagoras theorem. Okay, the fundamental relation in Euclidean geometry among the three sides of right triangle. It is state that this. Then the proof rearrangement method. Okay, first it will construct the right triangle, then 4 copies of the triangle arrange into a square, then this, then this, then this. Okay, so here what it does. Certainly, I will prove the Pythagorean theorem and explain each step of the Pythagorean theorem. Okay, it's also good. ABC. Okay. A square plus B square is equal to C square. Okay. So here Claude 3 is giving more perfect answer as compared to ChatGPT, because I can't understand why is arranging into a square and internal square formation. So here, see, simply explain. Let us say label opposite triangle A, B, C. Okay, simple. And I think ChatGPT is making it more complex, okay, rather than Claude 3. So here I can give vote to Claude 3. Okay, so now we will do some category data analysis. So first I will upload some data. Okay, then here I will write determine the most profitable quarter for ABC company and forecast potential sales for the next year based on historical data. Okay, from this data. Okay, first I will copy this. See, to determine the product. Okay, first I will do it here also. Okay, upload from computer. Okay, so first we will check. To find the most profitable quarter, I will calculate the average sales for each quarter across all the years. Okay, if you guys want to see the data, let me open for you. Okay, so this is the data. Okay, this is the ABC company sales data. Okay, so this data also I have generated from the same, right? Okay, so forecast. Okay, So now it's calculating. So we will see whether our answers are same or not. Okay, so here you can see the most profitable quarter for ABC company is Q4 as per the Claude 3. Okay, now we will check the most profitable quarter for the ABC company is quarter 4. Okay, for the same with an average sales of figures of $194,000. Here it is showing $192,000 in sale. Okay, we'll check later. So looking forward to the full company next year, assuming the continuation of current trend, approximately $3,655,000. Okay, here we will check. It is giving us, okay, based on history, we can forecast potential sales for 2024. Okay, it's giving the different facts. So even I don't know which is the right facts or not. Okay, but as you can see, the most profitable quarter for the ABC company based on the average sales data is Q4. Okay, the figures are different maybe, but the profitable quarter for the ABC company is the same, Q4. So now moving forward, let's do next category, like solving philosophical and ethical problems. Okay, so I will write, is it ever ethical to lie? Discuss with examples. Okay, here I will write the same. Okay, so it is saying the question whether it is ethical to lie is a complex one that has been debated by philosophers, ethicists, and culture theorists for the centuries. Okay, so it's giving you some few examples to consider. Okay, but about Claude 3, the ethics of lying is a complex and nuanced topic that philosopher has debated for a century. So means they are giving me the same answers, but in a different format. Okay, they are taking different examples. Okay, first Claude 3 is explaining first and then taking example. But here, as you can see in ChatGPT 4, it taking the particular situation and giving it the example, protecting someone from harm, privacy concern. Example. Third example is preventing unnecessary distress. Fourth example is this. Fifth example is negotiation and strategy. After that discussion, this is the conclusion. So I can see ChatGPT is giving me more, structured way. I can see. So I can give the vote to ChatGPT 4 here. Okay. So now let's generate some images. So I will write here create. So this is our next category, generating images. Create a visual representation of a futuristic city with sustainable or with flying cars. Okay, so first I will copy it and I will paste it here. Okay, GPT-4 is generating image. Okay, so here you can see, I apologize, but I'm not able to create, generate, edit, manipulate or product images. I can, okay. So here you can see maybe Claude 3.5 Sonnet won't generate image. Maybe you have to subscribe. Okay, so here as you can see, you can create a visual representation of a futuristic city with flying cars. So here as you can see, again Claude 3 have a drawback. It can't generate the images, but ChatGPT 4 can generate images. Okay, and even you can download this image. Yeah, so now last category, whether can give me explain the code from the example, from the photo. Here explain the code from the picture. Okay, So here you can see the code of the image, simple Java program designed to determine if a number entered by the user is even or odd, right? Exactly, you can see the picture, even or odd program. Okay, so here you can see it is explaining line by line here, GPT-4. And okay, the answer is right, but explaining method is wrong. Not exactly wrong, but it's difficult to understand. Again, the program page, enter a number, okay, blah 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 this. But ChatGPT is giving a proper line by line explanation. Okay, I can say in my perception, the ChatGPT 4 is far better than ChatGPT 3.5 Sonnet. But in future, we will compare pro version with pro version. Means Claude Haiku versus ChatGPT 4.0 or maybe 5.0 in upcoming years.
AI will pretty much touch everything we do. It's more likely to be correct and grounded in reality. Talk to the AI about how to do better. It's a very deep philosophical conversation. Yeah. It's a bit above my pay grade.
I'm going to say something, and it's going to sound completely opposite of what people feel. You probably recall over the course of the last 10 years, 15 years, almost everybody who sits on a stage like this would tell you it is vital that your children learn computer science. Everybody should learn how to program. And in fact, it's almost exactly the opposite. It is our job to create computing technology such that nobody has to program. And that the programming language is human. Everybody in the world is now a programmer. This is the miracle.
Artificial intelligence or AI, from its humble beginnings in 1950s, AI has evolved from the simple problem solving and symbolic reasoning to the advanced machine learning and deep learning techniques that power some of the most innovative applications we see today. So AI is not just a buzzword. It is a revolutionary force reshaping industries, enhancing daily life, and creating unmatched opportunities across various sectors. AI is changing numerous fields. In healthcare, it aids in early disease diagnosis and personalized treatment plans. In finance, it transforms money management with the robo-advisors and fraud detection system. The automotive industry is seeing the rise of autonomous vehicles that navigate traffic and recognize obstacles, while retail and e-commerce benefit from personalized shopping experience and optimized supply chain management. So one of the most exciting developments in the AI is the rise of advanced AI tools like ChatGPT 4.0, Google Gemini, and generative AI models. So these tools represent the pinnacle of conversational AI, capable of understanding and generating human-like text with remarkable accuracy. ChatGPT 4.0 can assist in writing, brainstorming ideas, and even tutoring, make it a valuable resource for students, professionals, and creatives. Similarly, Google Gemini takes AI integration to the next level, enhancing search capabilities, providing insightful responses, and integrating seamlessly into our digital lives. Generative AI is a subset of AI, is also making views by creating new content from scratch. Tools like DALL-E, which generates images from textual description, and GPT-3, which can write coherent and creative text, are just the beginnings. So these technologies are changing fields like art, design, and content creation, enabling the generation of unique and personal outputs that were previously unimaginable. So beyond specific industries, AI applications extend to everyday's life. Voice-activated assistants like Siri and Alexa and smart home devices learn our preferences and adjust our environments accordingly. So AI is embedded in the technology we use daily, making our lives more convenient, connected, and efficient. So join us as we explore the future of AI, examining the breakthroughs, the challenges, and the endless possibilities that lies ahead. So whether you are a tech enthusiast, a professional in the field, or simply curious about what's next, so this video will provide you with a comprehensive look at how AI is shaping our world and what we can expect in the years to come. So before we move forward, as we know, ChatGPT, Gemini, generative AI tools is an AI-based. And if you want to learn how these cool AI develop and want to create your own. So without any further ado, let's get started. So how AI will impact the future? The first is enhanced business automation. AI is transforming business automation with 55% of organizations adopting AI technology, chatbots, and digital assistant handle customer interaction and basic employee inquiries, speeding up decision making. The second thing is job disruption. Automation may displace job, with a one-third to takes potentially automated, while roles like securities are at risk. Demand for machine learning specialists is rising. AI is more likely to augment skilled and creative positions, emphasizing the need for upskilling. Data privacy issues. Training AI models requires large dataset, raising privacy concern. The FTC is investigating OpenAI for potential violation, and the Biden-Harris administration introduced an AI bill of rights to promote data transparency. The fourth one is increased regulation. AI impact on intellectual property and ethical concern is leading to increased regulation. Lawsuits and government guidelines on responsible AI use could reshape the industry. Climate change concern. AI optimize supply chains and reduce emission, but the energy needed for the AI models may increase carbon emission, potentially negating environmental benefits. So understanding these impacts help us to prepare for AI's future challenges and opportunities. So now let's see what industries will AI impact the most. The first one is manufacturing. AI enhances manufacturing with robotic arm and predictive sensors, improving tasks like assembly and equipment and maintenance. The second is healthcare. AI changes healthcare by quickly identifying diseases, streamlining drug discovery, and monitoring patients through virtual nursing assistant. The third one, finance. AI helps bank and financial institutions detect fraud, conduct audits, and assess loan applications, while traders use AI for risk assessment and smart investment decisions. The fourth one, education. AI personalizes education by digitizing textbook, detecting plagiarism, and analyzing student emotions to tailor learning experience. The fifth one, customer service. AI-powered chatbots and virtual assistant provide data-driven insights, enhancing customer service interaction. So these industries are experiencing significant changes due to AI, driving innovation and efficiency across various sectors. So now let's move forward and see some risks and dangers of AI. So AI offers many benefits but also poses significant risk. The first one, job loss. From 2023 to 2028, 44% of worker skills will be disrupted. Without upskilling, AI could lead to higher unemployment and fewer opportunities for marginalized groups. The second one is human biases. AI often reflects the biases of its trainers, such as facial recognition favoring lighter skin tones. Unchecked biases can perpetuate social inequalities. The third one, deepfakes and misinformation. Deepfakes blur reality, spreading misinformation with dangerous consequences. They can be used for political propaganda, financial fraud, and compromising reputation. The fourth one, data privacy. AI training on public data risks breaches that expose a personal information. A 2024 Cisco survey found 48% of businesses use non-public information in AI tools, with 69% concerned about intellectual property and legal rights. Breaches could expose millions of consumers' data. The fifth one, automated weapons. AI in automated weapons fails to distinguish between soldier and civilian, posing severe threats. Misuse could lead endanger large population. Understanding these risks is crucial for responsible AI development and the use. So as we explore the future of AI, it's clear that impact will be profound and far-reaching. AI will change industries, enhance efficiency, and drive innovation. However, it also brings significant challenges, including job displacement, biases, privacy concern, misinformation, and the ethical implementation of automated weapons. So to harness AI potential responsibly, we must invest in upskilling our workforce, address biases in AI system, protect data, privacy, and develop regulations that ensure ethical AI use.
Welcome to our comprehensive tutorial on creating a fully functional e-commerce application using React, Tailwind CSS, and Redux with the help of ChatGPT. In this tutorial, we are going to leverage the powerful capabilities of ChatGPT to assist us in building modern, responsive, and feature-rich e-commerce application. You will learn how to set up your development environment. We will start by setting up the essential tools and libraries required for our project, including React, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and React Router. We are also going to design the application layout using Tailwind CSS. We will create a visually appealing, user-friendly layout that includes the header, navigation bar, product listings, shopping cart, and checkout pages. We are also going to implement the state management with Redux. We will use Redux for managing global state, ensuring our application is scalable and maintainable. You will learn how to set up slices for handling user authentication, product data, and the shopping cart. We will also create reusable components. And throughout this tutorial, we will build a variety of reusable components such as product cards, form inputs, buttons, and models to enhance the modularity and reusability of our code. For fetching and managing data, we are going to use React Query so that we are going to fetch data from a backend API and manage the server state efficiently. We will also learn to handle loading states, caching, and synchronization with React Query. With that said, guys, watch this video till the end if you want to learn how to make an e-commerce application using ChatGPT. So guys, this is a website which we are going to create with the help of ChatGPT. So you can see all over here, we have the navigation bar which includes home, about, products, cart. Okay. So suppose I want to add this product. Okay. This is a lamp and say I want to add in this quantity, say 3. And if I click it up, you can see there's a notification which is coming up and it's saying item has been added to the cart. Now we can also go and check the cart, but before proceeding for checkout, you need to also log in. So suppose I have not created any account. So let us create an account. So say this is a mail ID and say let us take some demo mail ID and here is some password and you can say email is already taken. So let us give some random mail. Suppose name @123 and say the password is 1234. Okay. Now let's log in. So it's saying email must be a valid email. So I have also put like we can say checkpoints where if the proper validation of the input field is also given. So name @name123@gmail.com. Now I hope so it is going to work. So email or username has already been taken. So let us change our username. So username name123 and let us try to register. So you can see all the input validation has been done. So let us give some big. Okay. Now you can see it has completely logged in. Okay. So you can save the password. Now let us go to our repeat. So you can say I'm trying to log in all over here and it's been logged in. Okay. So now you can see if you click on our products, you are going to see the products part. Like there's a chair, there is a glass table, king bed size, and all these are the cards of the product. So basically these images have been taken from a link. Okay, I will mention you the link and you can do it. And inside this, you can also search the given product. Suppose, say, I want a grade lamp or say chick chair. Okay. If I type this and if I try to search it, you can see this is coming up. You can also select the company. Suppose if I just see all over here. So the company name is Luxora. Okay. So you can type all over there in the checkbox. Okay. So where the search button is coming up and you can say all these companies are there and with the help of that you can search it. You can also do the sorting from A to Z, Z to A, high to low. Okay. So this is all we are going to build using React.js, Tailwind CSS, Redux, and also use some state management. And with the help of Tailwind CSS, we are going to create a fully responsive website. Now let's get started. So guys, let us open our ChatGPT and write a prompt. So guys, the first prompt that I want to create is that, say, I am creating a tutorial, or you can say I'm creating a website using React.js, and it's an e-commerce website. So with the help of or by using Vite, okay, Tailwind CSS and Redux. Now, the next thing what I have to tell the GPT that can you help me outline the agenda of this project, like including the main features and functionality. Okay. So this is the first thing, and you can see all over here. So it says like install and configure Vite, integrate Tailwind CSS, okay, set up Redux. Then for the UI UX design, it's saying responsive layout, okay. Then you have to do theme and styling, define a consistent theme, okay. Now for authentication and user management, you have to do user registration and login, okay. For product management, like product listing, product details, and product search. So we have seen these functionalities that we have implemented in our website. And also you can see there's a shopping cart and checkout option. You have to add to the cart, cart management, and checkout process. For the order management, you can also track the history. And we are not going to target these two things, okay? These are some of the additional features. But till here, we are going to complete it, okay? So not to complicate too much, just to give you a brief outline how you can make a website using ChatGPT and Tailwind CSS and other tools and dependencies. So like we have got the brief idea regarding the main features and functionalities. So we have responsive design, user authentication, product catalog, shopping cart, checkout process, order management, admin panel, wish list, reviews and rating, notification, and performance optimization. Now let us write the next part. So here I'm going to type my next prompt, that will be, can you help me explain the folder structure, or can you help me with the folder structure of this React e-commerce app? And also let me know the purpose of each folder. So let us type this prompt, and we are getting some brief idea like how our things would be there. So it says, like you can see the folder structure. First, we have to create a folder called e-commerce app, okay? And then, so guys, for this, I will have an assets folder, okay? Then we are going to create a components folder. Inside the components, there are going to be various components, okay? So let us start with that, and let us first set up our development environment. So guys, I'm using VS Code as our text editor, and in that, let us see that you have first all the dependencies installed, like Node especially. With the help of Node, we are going to install the package for creating a React app. So guys, you can also type all over here that how to set up my development environment. And if you type this command, you can see, so there are certain prerequisites it's going to tell, like Node and NPM, code editor, visual code. So like you have to create a certain thing like this, NPM create Vite, latest, my e-commerce app, then template, and then you can go in this app. So since I've already created an e-commerce app, so what I'm going to do, inside this, I'm going to create this, and let us copy this all over here. So you can see assets I have already created, and let us go to the terminal, click on view, and here's a terminal. And here, let's type this. Click on yes. So all the necessary dependencies is going to install. So you can see all over here, like what I have to choose. It says pre-React, LIT, Celebrity, Solids or other. So you can just select all over here that I want to use a React version. Okay. Just click on this and let us keep the JavaScript part all over here. And you can see this has already been created. Now the second would be go to our e-commerce app. So this is your folder. Navigate to this. And next type npm install. And finally click on okay. It's installing the node modules. We are going to wait for some time. So guys, as I have asked GPT all over here, give me the folder structure for our components. So you can see all over here, it has given cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, and it has given error element, feature products. Then for filtering, it has given for filter.js, form checkbox, form input, okay, form range, form select, header, hero, loading, navbar, navlinks, order list, pagination container, product container, then product grid is there, product list is there, then section title. And you can also learn about the process, or what do you say, the purpose for each component, okay, all over here. Now, like product grid, what it does. So you can ask GPT the same question with a prompt like, what is the purpose of this given component? So you can see it is going to tell you all over here. So guys, use it excessively wherever you feel doubt. And it has also given the code all over here. Okay. Now, before that, since I've told you, we'll be using Tailwind CSS. So now let us type the command to set up our Tailwind CSS. So type, I want to set up the Tailwind CSS in my project. Help, give me the, you can type. Okay. So if you type this, so it is going to see that first you have to install the Tailwind CSS and its dependencies. So guys, for the same purpose, just copy this all over here, come to your folder. So now click it all over here, that npm install the post CSS auto prefixer. So it is going to start the downloading part of it. Okay. The next process is, in the step 2, you have to initialize the Tailwind CSS. So copy this and go all over here and let us initialize our Tailwind CSS. Pretty fine. What is the next step, guys? In the next process, we have to configure our Tailwind CSS. So you can see all over here, there is going to be a file called tailwindconfig.js and you can configure it all over here. So let us go in our file and you can see tailwindconfig.js would be there. So, okay. So now we have done this. Now let us see what is the third thing. In the step 4, it is saying add the Tailwind directive to your CSS file. Okay, so there's going to be a file. Okay, first you have to create a CSS file for your Tailwind styles. Okay, and in that you have to add these directives. Okay, so guys, this is our index.css file, and we can also add the directives all over here. Just click on everything and delete it, and just add the required directives. Okay, so I have added this part. Now let us move to the next part. So in your app.css, you have to import it. Okay. So whenever you are going to open our app.js file, so here we have app.jsx. So you can see we are importing this, okay, all over here. And in our main.jsx file, you can see our index.css is imported. So basically this file is already been imported all over here, okay, which is basically going to apply the Tailwind CSS directives that we are going to use while building our components. Now let us build our components one by one, okay. So you have seen all over here that our folder structure was something like this, okay. So we have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filter, form checkbox, and form input, form range, header. So let me create all these folder for you. So we'll go all over here. Now click on the new folder and say components. Pretty fine. Now here we have to create all the files. So guys, you can see all over here, I have created all the components in the meantime. So I have cart items, cart item list, cart totals, checkout forms, complex pagination container, error element, featured products, filters, form checkbox, form input, and many more. So the same thing which ChatGPT has given me, I have created all these things. Okay, these are the basic things. And while also creating a website, I would also recommend you to understand like how these components which are reusable throughout the process have been used. Okay. Now let us ask ChatGPT to populate this. Okay. Now this thing has been done. Now let us ask for pages, like what pages I want to make in our website. So if I navigate to our website, we can see we have a home page, we have about page, we have a products page, we have a cart, checkout, and orders. So let us ask GPT the same. I want to create pages for about, home, cart, checkout, error, okay, orders, then we have the home layout, login, register, single product page, okay. So like these things you have to identify, or the best thing you can do it, you can take the screenshot of this, okay. So take like everything, you can just take a picture, okay, snap it up and send it to ChatGPT. It is also going to recognize it, and let me show you this, okay. So say I'm going to snip it up. So say I want to create these pages, and you can just take an image and just paste it up. So you can see the image is going to get pasted, and you can type a prompt something like this, that I want to create pages like this, which includes home, cart, checkout, orders, home layout, login, register, single product page. And you can also ask GPT to give a Tailwind CSS for these things. So GPT is going to answer you for the same. But as a developer, you can take this help, but don't rely over it too much. You have to also do a little bit of modification by yourself. So this thing I have written, and let us click it. So first it is telling you to install the React Router DOM. Okay. So now you have to install this. So copy this. Okay. So you can see in your package.json file. So this will be our package.json all over here. And you can see all over here that we have dependencies all installed, which is React Router DOM. So you can see all over here, its version is 6.24.1. Now, the most important part, like while using this project, so what dependencies I have used all over here. So I'm going to give a brief idea regarding this. So guys, for building this project, you are going to require these dependencies. Like you need to have a Redux toolkit, you need to have Tank, you need to have React Query Dev Tools, okay? You need to have an Axios, you need to have a DJS, React DOM, React icons we'll be using. You need to use React Redux for state management, React Router DOM, React Toastify. Then there are certain deep dependencies. As you can see, Tailwind's typography we have to use, because what kind of text we are going to put it up on our web page. So this is going to handle it. Then we are going to use types React DOM, then Vite plugin, okay, this we have it. Daisy UI, okay, ESLint, then we have ESLint plugin React hooks, Then we are going to use Post CSS, Tailwind CSS, and Weed. So what you can do next, you can copy all these things. Okay, so since I've already copied, now let us go to our GPT and say, give me the command to install these dependencies. So you can see all over here, it has given me all these commands. I'm just going to go our text editor. So here's our terminal, and just type this, and you can see all over here, it is going to start the process of installing all these packages. Similarly, you have to install all the dev dependencies. Now, the best thing is that what are the dependencies required? I will share you in the given video, and you can install it. And also for the dev dependencies, similarly, you have to do it. Just copy it and go all over here and paste it. And you can see all the dev dependencies are going to be added in your package.json file. Okay, since we have used it, now these were the given components and these were some of the pages. Okay, now let us create the pages that we have discussed before. And also guys, you can see assets all over here. You have to transfer this all over here. Okay, now I'm going to do this, but before that, let's create the pages section. So create a new folder called pages all over here, and inside the pages you can see all over here that for pages we have told all about here that they are going to be home layout, they are going to be error.jsx, they are going to be a checkout and about.jsx. Okay, all over here, and in similarly just create this. Now for each of the given page, you can check all over here that it is giving an idea about it, that you can have to ensure something like this, and also you can ask GPT to explain you what we are going to use it. Okay, so see here all the headers, you're going to add the links like about, cart, checkout, orders, login, register. So which is basically there on our navigation panel. And similarly for applying the CSS, just ask GPT to make it something like this, provide a proper spacing, and also you can take a screenshot of this and send it to GPT. So it is going to analyze it and give you the required code for this. Okay, but the most important part is you need to identify what folder structure that you have to use it. And don't worry guys, I will share the required doc file in the description where you can check what are the components that we have made, and similarly you can take the help of GPT and build this project. So guys, I have created all the required pages, and you can see all over here that we have about, cart, checkout, error for handling the errors. Okay, home layout, index.js, landing, login, orders, product management, error for handling the errors throughout like 404 page. Then we have the landing page, we have the login, orders, products, register, then we have the single product.jsx. So these are the required pages that we need to build in order to replicate the website. Okay. So if you have any problem like what this given page does, just ask the GPT and it's going to give you the required answer. Now, this was building our project structure for the second part. Now let us move to the third part. Now guys, the next thing which I want to do all over here is that I want to create a utility folder which is kind of reusable throughout the application. And it has these functionalities, a custom fetch, okay, which means a pre-configured Axios basically, which is going to have an Axios instance for making standardized API calls, and also to the backend server. Then we have the format price functionality, in which we are going to use the utility function to format the numerical prices that we are using while buying the given product, and also in a USD currency format. Okay, so it's basically a dollar format. Okay, and then generate amount options. Then also we need to create a utility function to generate the list of quantity options for a selected dropdown. Okay, so these were all the features that I've shown you all over here. So when you go from this, suppose say on this given product, and if you select this, say add to the bag, say I want 7 of them, and when you go to your given cart, so you can see all over here the format, pricing, and all the utility and all the utility functions used all over here are given. So you can see GPT has given, so it has given custom fetch, format, price, generate amount, option.js. You can create 3 of them, but I will not complicate this. Instead of this, since the application is pretty simple, I will put all of these things under one folder. So guys, as you can see all over here, I have created a folder called utils folder with a name called index.jsx. And inside this, I'm going to add all the 3 functionalities which I have told you. Now, and this was the project structure that we need to build in order to make an application like that. Now, what you can do, guys, now you can see the functionality of this all over here. Okay. Now, since you will not get an access to this website, what you can also do, you can create a demo website like this, or you can take a picture of this and send to GPT. It is going to give you the required idea like how you can proceed to build the project. So it is very, very helpful, but at the end of the day, you need to know about React a little bit so that you can modify the application based on the given instances. So guys, inside our My eCommerce app, you can see our project structure is set up. So inside the SRC, we have the assets. So I have pasted these images. Okay. So if you click on this, so it is going to show you these kind of images. So I'll share you the link for the assets. You can use this to create this website. For the same, you have components, and all the components like cart items totals, checkout forms, form checkbox, hero, loading, nav links is all being mentioned. So this is for all the components that we'll be needing to build this website. For the required pages, we have about, cart, checkout, error, home layout, landing, login, orders, product, registers, and single product. Okay, so these are the required pages. And one, we have the utility folder all over here that we have created called index.jsx for handling these custom functionalities. Now, this was the basic idea regarding the project structure. Now, what you can do, guys, since you have got an idea like what components we'll be using, so ask GPT, okay, now build each of the components by using this prompt. Say, now help me, I want to make the, give me the code, or you can ask something like this, give me the code for cart component and with the required Tailwind CSS configuration, the Tailwind CSS snippets, or you can say with the Tailwind CSS code. Now, if you type this all over here, so it is going to give you a demo idea. Okay, suppose you have this cart JSX and cart item.jsx. So you can see all over here, it has started using these CSS, which is basically a Tailwind CSS. And I know it on the first time, you are not going to get exactly the same you wanted. So on it, what you can do, guys, that you can take a picture like what the output is coming and send it to GPT and ask it to, you have to ask for each of the components. Similarly, ask for the pages. Okay, so ask like something like this. So based on the project structure, based on the pages. So guys, as you can see all over here. So guys, it has started giving the codes for the respective pages, as you can see all over here. And with the respective Tailwind CSS, you can definitely modify it based on your choices and also what you feel like is more responsive and user-friendly. For getting an in-depth idea regarding Tailwind CSS, you can navigate to its official document. And it will be very, very helpful that you can also take a help and ask GPT the same thing. So after you have populated these pages with the respective codes and components, okay, that we have shared all over here, next thing, what you can do all over here, that just type all over here that this command, or you can ask GPT how to run my application give me the command. You can type this and it is going to give you the command, but I know the command, that is npm run dev, or this is the given command that will be very helpful for running your application. So at each stage, suppose you are building one component, so keep running this and keep seeing like what changes you are applying on a real time. So building an application using React or any front-end application is a hit and trial. So based on the modifications that you require, so you have to consistently interact with GPT and make an application out of it. But this was an overview of our given thing. So just type this all over here. So just type this and your application is going to start on a given port. So this is your port 5174. So if you navigate all over here, so your application will be open. So let me show you, like suppose the port which I'm using all over here. So it is 5173. Okay. So this will be your application, and in this way you can make an application with the help of ChatGPT. So I've given you the basic idea, and I will also share the given documents for the components pages so that you could have a brief idea, and you can ask the GPT to give the required Tailwind CSS for the same. I will also share the assets. You can use it, or you can download the assets from various other websites where they have like free pick, where you can make the images for the given products, like you can say lamp, coffee table, ComfyWet, which are easily available, and you can start designing all these things. So guys, the best thing about GPT-4o that you can also share the image. So with the help of this, you can definitely build an application.
Imagine you are juggling multiple tasks at work, meeting deadlines, keeping track of team responsibilities, and remembering client preferences. Now picture having a virtual assistant that not only remembers important dates but also nudges you about them right when you need it. This is the magic of ChatGPT's memory feature. For example, you are leading a marketing campaign due on June 30th. By simply telling ChatGPT, remember my marketing campaign deadline is on June 30th, it's got your back. Now ChatGPT can remind you about this deadline in future chats, help you plan steps to meet this deadline, or update it if things change. ChatGPT acts almost like a co-worker who's on top of the details, allowing you to focus on the bigger picture. This feature transforms how you manage tasks, making sure you are always a step ahead. So guys, let's see. So memory in ChatGPT allows the AI to keep track of information shared in past conversations. And this capability enhances the way ChatGPT interacts with users by using previously mentioned details to provide more tailored and relevant responses. Think of it as having a digital assistant that remembers your preferences and past discussions to make each conversation smoother and more personalized. I will show you guys from where you can turn this memory feature on. You just have to go to your username, click on that, then go to settings, and then click on personalization. Here's the memory feature. You just have to turn it on, and you can go to manage to check it has stored any memory regarding you or not, and you can clear the ChatGPT's memory also. So it's up to you whether you want to keep the memory or you want to delete it, or what memory you want him to keep or what memory you want it to delete. So this feature is handled by you only, and you could see that this memory feature is accessible for the ChatGPT 4 Plus users and the enterprise users. And they have a description here that ChatGPT will become more helpful as you chat, picking up on details and preferences is tailor its responses to you. And you can click here learn more and get a hands-on where it will show. As this is the official website for OpenAI, and they have memory and new controls for ChatGPT. And here you could see that this is the managed memory section that I showed you. This is the managed memory section, as currently I don't have any memory stored in the ChatGPT. They have some memory stored, that is has a 2-year-old daughter named Lena. Daughter Lena loves jellyfish. So these are the kinds of memories that has been stored, and you could see they have mentioned how memory works. So as you with ChatGPT, you can ask it to remember something specific or let it pick up, and these details can be used in the further chats. I will provide you some examples, and I will show you some prompts that how could you use this memory feature and how this will help you in prioritizing your task, or if you are dedicated to your fitness journey or you are like working on any project. So how could this feature help you? So let's move and see. You are in control. So what they're doing here is, I think they will be showing how you can use the memory and delete the memory accordingly. And viewing and managing memory, that's in the manage section you can view. And there's a temporary chat section that if you want to conversate without storing the memory. So I will show you guys where this option is. So when you click on ChatGPT 4, there's a temporary chat section. If you just turn it on, like you could see here that it won't store any history, no model training, and the memory is off here. If you click on continue, so you would start conversation in the ChatGPT with the temporary chat section, and he won't store any memory regarding this conversation. So we will close this temporary chat, as we will be using the memory section here, and you could use the custom instructions also that ChatGPT, and that would be more helpful. So the custom instructions, they are here. You could just use customize ChatGPT and you could provide some custom instructions, but they are generic. So what we want is, we want the memory to be stored, and the ChatGPT should use the memory for further chats. So you could see that. So they've also mentioned evolving our privacy and safety standards here. And then they have shown that team and enterprise customers can work more efficiently as they have got this feature. So for enterprise and team users, memory can be useful when using ChatGPT for work, and ChatGPT can remember your tone, voice, and format preferences, like how you want. So you could use ChatGPT to remember your tone, voice, and format preferences, and he can write in your own tone, like how you write, how you use some keywords, how your English is, like how fluent, and what's your tone. ChatGPT can deduce it from its memory and use that and provide the same output as you want. So this is about the ChatGPT memory thing. So GPTs will also have memory. They have mentioned it. So I will show you guys what are GPTs. So here's the Explore GPT section, and there are many that are provided by OpenAI only. Like these are featured ones. These are trending ones, that is image generator, logo generator, and you can create your own GPT also. That's here. Here's the create section, and these are by ChatGPT, by OpenAI team only. Data analyst, DALL-E, port modes, creative writing. So they will also have the feature of storing memory. So let's see an example, like they have provided it. Like the Books GPT helps you find your next read. With memory enabled, it remembers your preferences such as favorite genres or top books and tailors recommendations accordingly without needing repeated inputs. So it will make your task easier, as you don't have to input all the prompts. They will have their memory. They will just refine it, retune it, get the memory, get your genres, your preferences, and they will suggest you. So now moving on, we will have some, or we will discuss some applications where you could use it. So let's start with the applications. So if you are managing some project or a project manager, you could use the ChatGPT memory feature. Like you can keep track of ongoing projects, deadlines, and responsibilities. Or if you are a student and you are learning something, so the ChatGPT can remember the user's learning goals, that I want to learn some language and dedicate it to these weeks. So provide me a roadmap, and the daily when you will be learning with ChatGPT, he will remind you that today is this day and you should accomplish all these codes or the tasks that are provided to learn that language. So similarly, if you have personalized recommendations for that application also, that could be recall preferences in books, movies, or restaurants to offer customized recommendations. And in your health and fitness journey also, you could ask him to track fitness goals, dietary restrictions, and exercise preferences to provide tailored advice. So let's see an example prompt for memory storage. So let's see the example for project management. Let's start it. So we will ask him to remember that my project deadline for the marketing campaign and we can name it like any marketing campaign, Rise Up marketing campaign named Rise Up. Okay, is June 30th. Okay, so you could see here that he is updating the memory updated. So project deadline for the market campaign named Rise Up is June 30th. You can go to settings, personalization, and the manage memory. You could see here that it has stored this memory that project deadline for the marketing campaign named Rise Up is June 30th. So similarly, he remembers the things and will help you that this deadline is on June 30th and how you will be proceeding with your chats. He will help you to like meet the deadline. so you won't miss the deadline, and he will guide you with all the outputs. And if we see another prompt, that could be if you are interested in learning something, so you can ask him that keep that in mind, and if we discuss something, provide those output also. That you could ask him that I am interested in learning about renewable energy, that I am interested in learning about renewable energy, so keep that in mind. For our discussions. You could see that he's updating the memory. When you will see or write these prompts now, that keep that in mind or remember, so he will store that in the memory, and he will guide you accordingly. So you have written there that keep that in mind, like this is spell mistake, but he has updated the memory. So these kind of prompts allow ChatGPT to store relevant details, which it can recall in future conversations to make the interaction more personalized and context aware. So let's focus on the application of project management using ChatGPT's memory feature. So we'll write some of the prompts and we'll see how he will guide us for the project management. So we'll start here and ask him that remember that the next review meeting for the Rise Up project is scheduled for May 20th at 3 p.m. So we have provided this information to him, and he will store this into the memory. As you could see that he is updating the memory updated. You could go back, click on settings, personalization, and check whether it has done that or not. And if you want to clear that, you could do that. And if you want a specific memory to be cleared, you could delete from here, or you could just ask him by writing the prompt that I mentioned you to keep the track of review meeting for the Rise Up project. You can delete that memory. That meeting is rescheduled or that meeting is cancelled. So he will delete that memory. So you could use that feature also. And similarly, you could see that it has provided us the output that quoted your next review meeting for the Rise Up project is scheduled for May 20th at 3 p.m. If there's anything you would like to prepare or discussion before then, just let me know. So you could start the conversation here, or we will ask him some other prompts that keep in mind that Sarah is the lead designer on this project, and make sure to include her in relevant updates. So we'll provide this prompt also to ChatGPT to store in memory that keep in mind. So these kind of prompts that keep in mind, this will allow ChatGPT to store that into the memory, that Sarah is the lead designer on this project. That is, we will mention the project only on the Rise Up project, and make sure to include her in relevant updates. Okay, and after this you could ask him that you need some reports, so can you draft me reports. You could just provide him the XLSX file or Excel file, or what prompt you can write here is I need to submit the budget report for the sustainability initiative by the end of next month for this project. So keep that in mind, and the deadline for this budget report will be like it's May 20th. You could prepare it before May 19th. So he will help you with that. So I will write the prompt so you guys can understand how it will, that I need to submit the budget report for the sustainability initiative and for this project only, for this project, and that too at the deadline was May 20th, so and that too at May 15th. So that's up to you, like what you want to tell him to remember. So ask him that we should discuss this in the upcoming chats. And you can also ask him that I will provide you the Excel file, and after that we can start preparing the report, or just let me remember these things. So you could see that it has provided that understood, you need to submit the budget report for the sustainability initiative for the Rise Up project by May 15. So we can discuss this in our upcoming chats to make sure you are fully prepared. If there's any specifics you want to start with, let me know. Okay, so here we will start with the budget report only. So let's start with budget report and have a roadmap to complete it till the deadline. So let's see what it will respond. So you could see that it has started generating the response that you have the deadline on May 15th. So first is gather the data, then structure the report, draft the content, review and revise, finalize the report, submission preparation, and submit the report. So the number one is gather data. We have the XLX file, so you could provide it here. And as this is the hypothetical example, so really I don't have the file. What I am telling you is, if you have the file, just provide to him and he will start structuring the report and what you want to show in the report. Like if you want to create the dashboard, or you want to create the graphs, or you want to analyze the data, he will do that for you. Just ask him that these are the functions and these are the dashboards, or these are the graphs I need. So he will start drafting that. So this is how the memory is used, and how you can store it, and how you can use it for any purpose. So similarly, we can use another example that could be, we'll create a new chat for that, that I want some recipes or healthy recipes as I have started working out, and remember I am allergic to peanuts. Okay, so this is the point, that what recipes he will provide, he should keep in mind that I am allergic to peanuts, so he won't include peanuts in that. So you could see that it has provided the response and it has updated the memory here. So that's great to hear that you're focusing on fitness on hand. And the first recipe is quinoa and black bean salad, and then we have chicken and avocado wraps, veggie stir fry with tofu. So similarly, you could keep your journey accordingly, that now he knows that you are allergic to peanuts. If you want any recipe without being the specific to healthy thing, so he will keep that in mind and won't include peanuts in your recipes. So this is how you could use the memory feature, and the team and enterprise customers can work more efficiently with this ChatGPT feature, and you can learn your style and preferences and build upon past interactions. ChatGPT will help you provide all the outcomes. And you also knew that it has memory section for the GPTs also. So I think we have covered all the things for this new feature, that is ChatGPT memory. And if you want, you could go to settings, personalization. If you want, you can turn off the memory. If you don't want ChatGPT to store the memory, just click turn off. Click on the section turn off. And if you want anything to delete it, you can delete it from here, or you could just type the prompt that what I have told you about the allergy to peanuts. Just delete that prompt or delete that memory, as now I am fit for the peanuts. So getting back, and the thing that we have the temporary chat section also that won't store any memory. So this is the section that is temporary chat. If you have conversation here, it won't be storing any memory for you, and you could just go on and write all the prompts here.
We'll start with the ChatGPT to automate our Excel, and we have some Excel files. I will upload them in the link with the GitHub, so you can freely download them, and you can also try this project with those files. And here we are with the ChatGPT. So now we are on the ChatGPT website, and here you can see that there's a try ChatGPT option, and when we click it, we will be redirecting to the ChatGPT, the chat box. And before that, I will show you the home page. It's showing us the samples, what we can do with the ChatGPT, the methods, And there's the collect demonstration data and train a supervised policy, like how it's trained, how OpenAI has trained the ChatGPT and its limitations. They have mentioned all the things here, iterative deployment, and moving on. Now we'll log in to our ChatGPT. I will log in with my Google account. Tell us about you, and this is my name, and he's asking my phone number. So I will get this blurred so you guys won't be seeing my phone number, okay? He's asking for the code. I'm waiting for the code. After entering the OTP, you would be directed to this page, that is ChatGPT, and this is the feed box where you can write any query in the simple natural language, that would be English, and the ChatGPT would answer your questions. And if we talk about ChatGPT, a little bit information about ChatGPT, that it's an AI powered chatbot that has been developed by OpenAI, and the chatbot understands natural language and responds in a human like manner. It is based on GPT 3.5, which is a language model, and the chatbot was unveiled as a prototype on November 30, 2022. While announcing the chatbot, OpenAI wrote on its announcement page that we have trained a model called ChatGPT which interacts in a conversational way. The dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow-up questions, admit its mistake, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. So now we will talk about the ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is an AI-powered chatbot that has been developed by the artificial intelligence, and it's been researched by the company OpenAI. And the chatbot understands natural language and responds in a human-like manner. It is based on GPT 3.5, which is a language model. The chatbot was unveiled as a prototype on November 30, 2022. While announcing the chatbot, OpenAI wrote on its announcement page that we have trained a model called ChatGPT, which interacts in a conversational way. The dialogue format makes it possible for ChatGPT to answer follow up questions, admit its mistake, challenge incorrect premises, and reject inappropriate requests. So, this is ChatGPT, and it's been wowing all the developers around the globe. So now we'll start with automating Excel with the help of ChatGPT and with the help of Python language. So first, we will create a folder and see the Excel files with which we will use Python, and with the help of ChatGPT, we will automate them. So first we'll create a folder for our project, and we'll create in Python projects and name it as automate Excel using ChatGPT. And inside this, we will open the command prompt, and now we'll open any ideally, so that we'll write a request to ChatGPT and he'll answer us with the suitable code, and that code will copy paste into our IDE and run it. If it gives any error, we will copy paste the error same to the ChatGPT, and as I know, he answers them. So here we will open our IDE, and for that we are writing a command that is code space period, and that will open our IDE, that is Visual Studio Code. Now we have open our IDE, and first we'll create a file here, or first we'll see our Excel files on which we will do the automation. And for that, we'll get back to our folder, and here we have the number folder in which we have two files, that is CSV files, phone number and phone number 2, and other we have the sales folder, and in that we have the data of the sales of the year 2022. So we'll use these files, sales and the number. So we'll cut them and get to a folder, and inside the number file, we'll start with sales. First we'll do the automation with the sales files. So we'll open the sales folder, and inside that we'll create a file that would be the py file, and the first automation we would be doing is concatenating all the files in a single Excel file. We have the files from January to December, that is the sales files. So we'll concatenate them and ask the ChatGPT to write the code to concatenate all these. So for that, we'll name the file as concatenate only. Nate underscore data dot py. So now we'll give the command to the ChatGPT. So here is a ChatGPT, and here we will write a command for it that would be, I have 12 Excel files and I want to concatenate them, and we'll also mention the name, named January. The spelling of January is this only, but we'll check with the file January, and then we have February, and moving on, so on, we have till December. So we have all these 12 files, and now we will command him to use Python to concatenate the data inside the 12 Excel files into one file. So this is a command, and it's in the simplest natural language, that is the English language. So we'll just press enter. Okay, it shows us that an error occurred if the issue is. So for this thing, we'll just copy the OpenAI link and paste it here and open it. As the ChatGPT is seeing a huge traffic, sometimes it shows these errors. So he's verifying us whether we are a robot or not. So we will agree with the ChatGPT and answer its questions here. It's asking again. Okay, now we are clear with the ChatGPT, and we'll paste our command here and press enter. And here you can see that it has started answering our question that you can use the pandas library in Python to read in the data from each of the Excel files and use the concat function to combine the data from all the files into one data frame. Here's an example of how you would do this. Okay, he's going in a very right manner, and he has imported pandas and then created a data frame, and using the for loop, he is going through all the months, reading the Excel file and appending. Okay, done. And result, he has concatenated, but he has not created the Excel file where we can see all the data, and he has also not printed it. So what we want, so first we'll see what does this code do. as I have seen. So it will concatenate, but it has not created the Excel file in which we can see all the data. So we have copied the code, we'll paste it here, save it and run it. And most important thing, you have to import the pandas library. And if you have not installed it, please install it in the command prompt with the command pip install pandas, or you can use it in the terminal. Okay, it has not found the January.xls. Okay, so JNUARY, the correct spelling. We will see what error it expects. We'll save this and run once again. So we'll just copy the error and write it back to ChatGPT and see how does it respond. Okay, is seeing is indicating that the pandas library is unable to find the Excel file you are trying to read in. Based on the error message, look like the files are not located in the same directory as the Python script. Okay, we'll see that, but we have the Python script and the library in the same folder. Yeah, concatenate.py, and we'll check once again here. It's data.py. Yeah, they are in the same folder. Then why we have this error? Okay, though. So the error is we have opened our ideally in the automated Excel using ChatGPT folder, and currently we are in sales folder. So it is not recognizing the directory. So what we'll do, we'll copy all these files, copy these sales files and paste it here. Now we'll run the code that ChatGPT provided us. Okay, yeah, it has run successfully. It's good successfully. Okay, we'll try once again. We'll kill the terminal, save it, and run it again. Now we'll see. Yeah, it has executed successfully. But the thing is, it has not converted it into a single Excel file. For that, we'll write you forgot to create the concatenated file, as we also haven't mentioned in our command specifically. So we have to be specific with our commands also. Let's see. Yeah, after concatenating the data frame to export to a Excel file, we can just write this command. And index equal to false. Yeah, okay, and he's giving all the explanations, so you can just read them. You're correct. I apologize for the oversight. To create a new Excel file that contains the concatenated data, you can use the to underscore Excel method of the data frame. Here is an example of how you could do this. Okay, you create a new Excel file named concatenated underscore data.xl sx, the same directory as your Python script, and it will contain the concatenated data form from all of the original Excel file. You could also use the to underscore CSV method to save the data frame in CSV format. Yeah, we can do that also. Okay, we'll make the XLSX file and just beneath it, okay, yeah, ठीक है. C part 2 okay. We don't need any path. We'll just do it here only. Here result dot to Excel. Data dot XLSX. So we'll save this and run it. And it's showing that it has executed successfully. And yeah, outside the sales folder, we'll close it. You can see that it has created the concatenated underscore data dot XLSX. So for that, we'll move here. Yeah, it has created it here. We'll open it. And first I will show you what these files contain. So every file have the entry of around 1000. Every file has 1000 entries. So the concatenated file should have around 12,000. So this is the concatenated underscore data. And if we go beneath, yeah, we can see 2000. And it's 12, yeah, it says it has concatenated all the data. So yeah, ChatGPT responded, and we have to precise with the commands what we are writing in English, as it has not mentioned to convert it into Excel file. Now when we have written it again, it has done that. Now moving on, we will do the second automation, and for that we'll move back to our ideally, and the next automation we would be doing would be that we will be using the sum and the average function to all the files, that is from January to December files, and we'll use sum and average function. I will show you where we'll use. So it's concatenated data. So we'll open the August file, and here you can see the quantity in the H column. So we'll average down the quantity. So what is the average per customer? And in the J column we have the total cost. So we'll add all the cost in all the files. This is the August file. From January to December, we will do in column H the average for the quantities, and column J will do the sum of the total amount per customer, and we'll get it printed at the last column. That would be, we have the 1000 entries. It's going till H1001, so we would get it printed on H1002, and the sum we would get it printed on J1002. Okay, so moving on, we'll close these files. We will get back to a ChatGPT and give him a command that I have 12 Excel files, and we'll tell him that we have named them January, then we have February, then we have till December, and now we want you to use Python to apply the sum formula, and the average formula. So the sum formula would be applied from J2 to J1001. Let's see. Okay, we have closed the file. Yeah, but I remember some formula from J2 to J1001. Okay, and the average function. And now we want him to use the average formula from H2 to H1001. Okay, and that would be in all the Excel files. And we want him to write the results in the cells, and that would be J1002 and H1002 respectively. So we have to be precise with the commands, and we have an error here. That is done, and yeah, it's all done. I'll just give this command to ChatGPT and see how it answers. Use the pandas library in Python to read, okay, and perform the sum and average calculations. Good, and then write the results back to the same file. Here is an example of how you could do this. Yeah, we are writing in the same file. Okay, we are importing pandas pd and running a loop for all the months. We have read all the Excel files one by one, and we are taking the cell 111 and allocation, okay, and doing the sum and doing the mean of the H column. Yeah, it's good. Excel. Yeah, I think it would do a job. So we'll copy this and create a new file and name it as sum.py. And inside this, we will paste the code that our GPT has provided us, and we'll run this, and it has executed successfully. Okay, no. We got an error. That is at 5. Okay, okay. It has made the mistake. Yeah, got it. Okay, we'll just see what query we wrote. I have 12 Excel files named January, February to December, and use Python to apply the sum formula from J2 to J1001 and the average formula from H2 to H1001 in all the files, and write the results. Okay, done. We would be a little specific in the cells J1002 and okay. Yeah, we'll once again submit it if we didn't get. Okay, yeah, now he has used the open by Excel library. That's good. Yeah, that would be working for us. Let's see what he will provide to us. Yeah. Sheet active and okay. Okay. Yeah. Think it can serve the purpose, but first we'll run it. So he is giving us the explanation for what he has written this code. That is, this code will apply the sum formula to the range J2 to J1001 and the average formula to the range H2 to H1001 in all the Excel files. The results will be written in J1002 and H1002 respectively. It is important to note that this code will overwrite the original file so that it's recommended to make a backup. Okay, we don't need that. And we have backup in the sales folder also. So you can also use the read underscore excel and to underscore excel function from panel to read and okay. So we'll try this code. It is not return to import OS. And guys, you have to install all these libraries. OpenPyXL, I have already installed them. You can search on the browser that OpenPyXL installation Python, and it would be directed to pypi.com. That's the official website for the particular libraries, and there you can see the command that would be the pip install and the particular command for the module name. It is showing that it has run successfully, so we'll just see if it has done its job or not. And in the April file, we have in the H column, that is the average of the H column, that was the items, and in the J column we have the total sum of the amount of the customers. Yeah, the query has run successfully. ChatGPT has provided us with the perfect code. Hats off to the ChatGPT. And moving on, now we'll do some other automations. And now what we can do, uh, we have other files, that is phone number and phone number 2, and what it contains, it contains the phone numbers. So what we could do is we could add the +91 extension, that is the country code for India. We will ask ChatGPT to add the country code +91 to both the files. So I'll close these files, and first we'll copy them and paste in our root directory so we don't get any error. And we'll change the slide name. Instead of hyphen, we will add the underscore. Okay. Now we'll move back to ChatGPT and write a command. And these files are CSV files, not XLSX file. Yeah, these are CSV files. Both the files are CSV files. Other files are XLSX files. Okay, so for that, we'll write the command to ChatGPT that I have two files with .csv extension, and they are named phone underscore number, and the second was named phone underscore number underscore 2. Okay, so we have told the ChatGPT that we have two files, and now we'll tell him to use Python to add the country code, add the country code +91 as string prefix, and that would be adding as a string prefix, else it would only show 91, it won't show plus. So we'll see if ChatGPT understand that or not. As string prefix in both the CSV files with column name that was phone. Okay, now we'll just press enter and wait for our ChatGPT to answer this query, and we'll see how it responds. You can use the pandas library to read as well, okay, and the prefix to the phone numbers and the modified data package is all okay. Hey, then I could do this, okay. Phone number and okay, both the files. Now we are reading else and the phone directory. It's heading as type string. Okay, it has understood that. And to CSV, and this code will fit in both the files. Yeah, I think this will work. We have copied the code. This code will read in both CSV files and the plus +9 string to the phone numbers and write the modified data back to the CSV files. It's important to note that this will overwrite the original file, so it's required to make a backup of the original files. Okay. You could also use the apply function to add the prefix to the phone number in the column. Okay. So, okay, yeah. We can do this also with the lambda function. And that's good. This will also do a job. First, we'll see this and we will create a file for this automation and name it as countrycode.py. Okay, and we'll paste the code here and run it for you guys. It's showing that it has executed successfully. Yeah, it has executed successfully. So we'll just go back to our files and see whether they got +91 as a prefix or not. Okay, the numbers. Okay, the files got only 91 as the column. It's still in the number format. It hasn't converted into string format. We'll see the second code also. Like, yeah, it has converted x into string. Okay, lambda x. Okay, we'll see whether it's working or not. Like, it has worked. And the issue is we have changed the files permission denied. Okay, we have opened a file. We'll close it. Don't save. Save this and run it again. Now it shows it has executed successfully. We'll open the files. And now if we see, it is showing, yeah, now it has added 291s. Yeah. So no issues. The thing is, first we have to transform it into the string format, and then we can add +91 as a string to that string. So ChatGPT misses with the slightest implementation of the code. Now moving on, we'll see this command later. If you want to see how we can add +91, I will tell you how to write that code. Okay, so now moving on, we will do another automation, and you would be glad to know that ChatGPT improves the existing code. Like in the first automation, it has concatenated, but it hasn't converted the concatenated file. Like, it hasn't created that file. It had created the file when we have written to it that you forgot to create that file. So ChatGPT, it modulates the existing code also. And moving on, now in any, okay, well, open the concatenated underscore data .xlsx, and inside this, okay, we have the product line. So what we'll do is we will change the name of the electronic accessories to electronic equipments and home and lifestyle to lifestyle. Now we'll automate this process. and we can do this automation in all the files also from January to December. So we'll do that only. Okay, now here we will command is okay. Now we'll command the ChatGPT that using Python iterate through all the Excel files in the directory. So we are asking him to iterate through all the Excel files in the directory, and we'll ask him to replace what was the electronic accessories. Electronic accessories. See the spelling. Electronic accessories. Okay. Yeah. Electronic accessories with electronic equipments. And we'll also ask him equipments. So is there any mistake? Okay, we'll do equipment only. And home and lifestyle we have chosen, yeah. And home and lifestyle, and we'll change it with only lifestyle. Okay, so using Python we are iterating through all the Excel files and changing these. That would be in each Excel file, so we have to be specific with a written language. And now we'll save the modified workbook in we'll create another folder, and in that we'll save the files. Okay, save the modified file in the output folder, and if the folder is not created, we'll ask him to create it. Okay, then create one folder and add it in. Okay, I don't know why I'm saving this. So I have written the command. I will press enter so that ChatGPT can process it and give us the code for that. So it's showing us, sorry, that was showing us. You can use the OS library to iterate through all the Excel files in a directory, the pandas library to read in the files and make the changes, and to save the modified files. Okay, here's an example of how you could do this. Now here we have imported OS pandas as PD, and it has written the code. We'll copy that. This code will iterate through all the Excel files in the current directory, replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment, and home and lifestyle with lifestyle in the data frame, and then save the modified files in the output folder. If the if the output folder doesn't exist, the script will create it. You would also use replace function to replace the values in the column. Okay. This will iterate through all the cells in each row of the Excel sheet and replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment, and home and lifestyle with lifestyle if the cell value is equal to the respective string. Okay, we have copied a code, and now we will create a file, and Name it as iterate.py. We'll paste the code here and run it for you guys. The code has been executed successfully. Now we'll see. We'll open all the files. Not all, but yeah, we'll open some. That was the previous one, electronic accessories. Okay, so it hasn't changed in this. Okay, we will open another file and see if we code the changes in that or not. That also states the electronic accessories, so it hasn't done its job. So we'll move back to GPT and use this code if it functions, else we'll write back to the chat GPT. Showing okay. Just a second, I will read the code. Okay, we are using the replace and find in excellent. Okay, so for here we have to import the OS done load underscore workbook, and for that we'll import this. And run it and close these files. Okay, now we'll see if we quote our solution or not. No, it's showing electronic accessories and home and lifestyle. So ChatGPT doesn't got the code to change them. So we'll ask him another time and with a different language this time. Also, I don't think it has created the output folder. It has, oh, sorry. I'm really sorry. What I have done is my mistake. Those were the original files. And we have the product line here. And we have electronic accessories here. And that should be equipments. Okay, we have electronic accessories and lifestyle. Let me see my command. Okay, I have asked him to change electronic accessories with electronic equipment and home and lifestyle with lifestyle. So it has changed only lifestyle. We'll see. Okay. Okay. The E here is small. We'll update that in the code. You can write this back to ChatGPT also. But yeah, first we'll do this. And what are I showing? Node has executed successfully. Okay. In the output folder, we have the December accessories. That's it, the capital E. Okay, 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 okay. So this code is giving us error. We'll see the last code. We'll copy that and try to use this. And close the terminal and run it again. It has executed successfully. Now we'll see the file whether it has changes or not. It has not. Now we'll ask the ChatGPT, what have you done, brother? Using Python, iterate through all the Excel files in the directory and replace electronic accessories with electronic equipment and home and lifestyle with lifestyle. Okay, in each Excel file, save the modifies file in the output and if the okay. Okay, we'll ask the same thing once again to him. And with this electronic accessories, oh sorry, and save the modified file, the output folder, and get a folder. It doesn't exist. Okay. Okay. This is the same code as the above one. Okay, we'll see once again. Just close these files. Has executed successfully. Now we'll open it. And now we can see that it has changed to electronic equipment. Electronic equipment. Yeah, now it has executed successfully. Maybe there would be an error with us while copying it, as we have also created the output folder, but we forgot to see in that folder. Maybe that could be the error from our side. Now we are done with the changing of the column names, the cell names. That was electronic accessories to electronic equipments and home and lifestyle to lifestyle. Now we'll do the next automation. For that, first we'll open an Excel file. This was in the output folder. We'll get back to our main directory and open the file July. And here we will filter the Excel file for gender. That is, we'll select gender as female and with the unique values in column city. And we'll extract the data from column A to Q. That would be the whole data. And for each unique city value, we'll create a new Excel file for each city. and that will contain data only for that city and for females only. And after that, we'll save this file in a folder named city. So we'll give this command to ChatGPT. And here you can also specify the module you want ChatGPT to use for the particular command. Here we will be commanding the ChatGPT to use the pandas module. And for that, we'll write the command, not command, in the natural language. We'll give this command to the ChatGPT. And for that, we'll write using Python and pandas. Filter the, okay, we will just pick a single Excel file, or we can pick the concatenated file, that is concatenated underscore data. Filter the concatenated underscore data dot excel sx Excel file, and that would be for gender female, and by the unique values in column city. We first will give the command by the unique values in the column city. And after that, we want to extract the data from column A to Q, that is the whole sheet. Extract the data from the column A to Q, and for each unique city value. For each unique city value. Now we will extract the data, and now we'll create a new Excel file. So for that also we'll give the command to ChatGPT, and we'll write create a new Excel file, and that would be for each city. Okay, so we'll write create a new Excel file for each city containing data only for that city and for females. Okay, and save this file in the city folder, and if it's not been there, ChatGPT can create the folder for that also. Okay, city folder, and naming the each file with the city name. Okay, naming each file after the corresponding city. Okay, now if the city folder, that is we have written the small city. Okay, if the city folder doesn't exist, then create it before saving the files. Okay, now we have given this command to the ChatGPT, and it has responded us with, you can use the pandas library as we have already mentioned to use that. to read in the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx file and filter the data for gender female, group the data by the unique values in the city column, and extract the data from the specified columns for each group. And here is an example. So we have put the code. We'll wait till ChatGPT continues. And we can see that the ChatGPT has completed, and we will copy this code. City open female. I don't just see related gender equal to female. City, we'll make the directory for city, and for city group in female data dot group by okay city. And you could also use the asn method to filter the data frame for female gender. Okay, first we'll see this, and for that we will create filter.py and run the code. It has been executed successfully. So now we'll see that the city folder has been created or not. I'm not able to see the city folder. Okay, it's been created. So we'll see. Okay, it's been created. And it's still empty. So we'll give time. Okay, and we got an error. Okay, okay, we'll pass this error to ChatGPT first, and after that we'll see what's wrong with this. On your so the error message you're saying is indicating that the column names specified in the list are not present in the data frame. It's likely that the actual column names in the data frame are different than the ones you specified in the list. Okay, you just see the list, that is concatenated data. Go back and see that is A2. Okay, it's still R. Okay, we made a little mistake here. So we'll just change our command. Yeah, this is it. And instead of Q, now we'll write R and save and submit. Now we'll see what it would generate for us. We'll close this. Okay, this one will run the content fields in the Excel files. Filter the data for females. Group the data by the unique values in the city column. Great. And extract the data from the column A to R for each unique city name, and then create a new Excel file for each city containing data only for that city and for females. Files will be saved in the city folder, naming each file after the corresponding city. Okay, it's done. Now we'll copy this code and paste it here and see whether this code works for us or not. So it's been executed successfully. Now we have moved to the city. Okay, it's executing. So I'll give time to the code. Let it do it. So yeah, it's been executed successfully. Okay, so there were 3 cities. That was Mandalay, Nai Pai To, and Yangon. And if I show you the data, you could see there are 3 cities, and it has created the Excel files with the name of the cities only, the unique cities, and it has extracted the data for the gender female. Now we'll see those files. Close this. And back in the city folder, could see the Mandalay city, and the data is just for the females. So this automation works well with ChatGPT. Now moving on, we will do one more automation, and that would be to use Python to identify what is the count of each payment mode. So for that, I will just get you aware of the payment modes in our sheet, and we'll do this automation on the concatenated data sheet only. So this is the payment column and you can see the mode of payments, that is e-wallet, cash, credit card, and these are repeating. So we'll use Python to identify what is the count of each payment mode from column n, sorry, and that is from this sheet only. And then we'll create a new sheet and name it as count.xlsx and write the count against each payment method. So we'll give this command to our ChatGPT and ask him to write the code for our automation. So we are writing use Python to identify what is the count of each payment method from column, and the column was n, from column n, and that was an concatenated underscore data dot xlsx sheet, and create a new sheet named count.xlsx and write the count against each payment method. Okay. Now we have given this command to our ChatGPT, and we'll see what it offers to us. You can use the pandas library to read. Okay, that's the same value counts function to get the count of each payment method. Okay, and you can use the toXL method to the data frame to write the count to a new sheet. Okay, that's good. And he has imported the pandas library and created the df variable in which he has read the concatenated file and used counts function with the payment method and column equal to payment method. Okay, the column name is payment, not payment method. I think it would generate an error for us. So Python of each one method from column n, and we will specify column m n that is named payment, as it has used payment method here. You can see that it has used the column name as payment method. So we'll specify this. We have to be very specific with our commands. for these automations. For simple tasks, you can use simple language, like complex sentences, or you have to mention every detail. But for these automations, you have to use them. Now our ChatGPT is working with this, and most probably he will deliver us with the perfect code. I hope so. Okay, it has read and the value count, and it has exported. What reset. You would also use the group by function to group the data by the payment method and use the size function where the one of each payment method. Okay. Okay. We'll see this. And here we will create a file as count.py, and in this file we'll paste the code delivered us by the ChatGPT. We have executed it. It's being executed. We'll wait for that. It's been executed successfully. So we have moved back to our folder, and we have to look for file count file. Yeah, count file. Okay. Is this the no? It's the okay. Yeah, it's showing us the mode of payments, that is e-wallet, cash, credit card, and the number of usage. Yeah, 448,003. 12. Yeah, it's 12,000. That was the whole entry of the concatenated underscore data dot xlsx. So we have done with this automation, and now we'll do one last automation. And first we'll close all these files. Okay, and moving back to our ChatGPT, and now we'll rename all the 12 Excel files, that was January, February to December, and we'll add the word car sales just before the month name. We will just add the prefix before the month name, and for that we'll give the command to the ChatGPT in the natural language, and here only we'll change it in the main directory only, as we have the copy of all these files. So for this, we'll write the command use Python to rename all the 12 Excel files named January, February until December. Okay, and that is present in my directory. And what we have to do is we have to add the word, we'll add car sales. Okay, car sales in front of each file name. Okay, so what it will do is car sales underscore January, car sales underscore February, and so on. So we'll wait for the ChatGPT. You can use the OS library to iterate through all the Excel files in a directory, and then use the os.rename function, okay, to rename the files. Here is an example of how you could do this. Go to OS, and we have the months. Okay. This code will iterate through all the Excel files in the current directory and add car sales in front of each file name. And those files would be those only, the months. And good. It's using the glow module. And you could also use the glow module. Okay, that's the second code. It's the easy one, okay? But we'll go with OS first. And get back to our ideally and name the file as rename.py. And here we'll paste the code and run it. It's been executed. We'll move back. Yeah, you could see that car sales have been added to all the files. And with that, we have done with our automations. And if you want, you can also submit your code to ChatGPT and ask it to add comments to your code so that it could explain you what that line does or what that function does. It would explain very tediously. And if you want, you can also try ChatGPT to automate many office tasks. You can automate PowerPoint for that and do many more tasks with ChatGPT.
Did you know that 93% of online experiences begin with a search engine? That's a massive audience you are missing out on if your website isn't ranking high on search result pages, that is SERPs. But SEO can feel challenging, filled with complex algorithms and ever-changing practices. Enter ChatGPT, the AI assistant that's like having a secret SEO weapon in your arsenal. By using its language processing power, you can put it into work and watch your SEO results explode. With the help of it, you can generate keyword ideas that drive targeted traffic. You can craft compelling content that keep visitors attracted. And you can also optimize your meta descriptions and titles for maximum clicks. So in this video, we will understand how using ChatGPT, you can boost your SEO strategy backed by actionable insights and metrics that matter. So in this tutorial, we will cover finding a title, generating the content, how to modify the content according to you. Then we will understand SEO prompts for statistics and FAQs. After that, we will understand plagiarism check, meta title and descriptions, and in the end, ChatGPT for summary. Alright, so now before using the ChatGPT's abilities to enhance SEO in your system, we need to install an extension. That extension is known as AIPRM. So the AIPRM extension is a powerful tool designed to enhance ChatGPT capabilities, especially for SEO and digital marketing. This extension integrates with ChatGPT, enables it to perform advanced tasks that improve your online presence. With AIPRM, you can optimize your content for search engines, ensuring higher rankings and better visibility. So let's first understand how to add this extension to your Chrome browser. So this is our Chrome browser. Here we'll go and we'll type AIPRM extension. Click on enter. So this is the first link basically. We'll click on it. And this is AIPRM for ChatGPT. Don't get confused with any other extension. This looks like this. And now we'll click on add to Chrome. And then add extension. And that's it. Now let's just click on allow. And it is integrated, I believe. Yes. So as you can see, it is also showing a quick start tutorial. Select a prompt template, enter the word phrase or more, send message. So we'll click on get. If you want to view tutorials, you can click on this. Otherwise, you can get started with AIPRM. So as you can see, the whole layout, the whole interface is changed. There are a lot of things over here. Let me explain to you guys what all these things are. Alright, so there are various options under public and on, from which you can filter prompts by topic, as you can see, or activity. And then prompts can be sorted by top videos trending, as you can see. And there are actually 4892 prompts available, and you can see the first 12 on this page, as you
can see. And some examples of prompts here is like you can say Yoast SEO optimized content writer, human written 100% unique SEO optimized article. So these are the examples of prompt. Now, first of all, we'll ask ChatGPT to write a blog post for us on, let's say, fitness. All right. So we'll ask ChatGPT fitness in everyday lifestyle. All right. Let's click on this. So we haven't used any prompt till yet. So let's just first put this input and let's see what ChatGPT gives us. All right. So as you can see, this is the topic name, importance of everyday fitness, simple strategies to incorporate fitness. Then we can see subtopics are also there. All right. And here's the conclusion. All right. So this is basically our blog post. So now let's say we want to optimize this blog post and we want to do SEO on this one itself. So let's first just copy this. We'll copy this and paste in our document. All right, so this is our document and we have pasted this. All right, now let's go back over here and let's say we want to write it in a more familiar or you can say friendly tone, and in a more explanatory tone you can also use. So let's just write this. Don't worry about the spelling, guys. ChatGPT take care of this. All right, so let's see what are the changes in both of these blog posts. Let's just wait to finish it. And here's the conclusion. So this is the second blog post. So let's understand the difference in between these two first. We'll first check out for this one. Start small, begin with manageable changes. All right. As you can see, here it is begin with manageable changes, take the stairs instead of elevator, walk or bike to nearby destinations or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can add up over time. All right, let's just see what is written over here in the second blog post. In the second blog post, it is written begin with manageable changes that fit seamlessly into your daily routine. For example, or for instance, choose to take the stairs instead of elevator, walk or bike to nearby destination instead of driving or stand and stretch during work breaks. These small efforts can accumulate over time and contribute to your overall fitness. So if we want to take the second one, which is a few changes, it is more bit explanatory compared to the first one. We can just copy paste this one as well. So you can write a second prompt as well, in which if you want to write in a friendly tone or in a formal tone, you can write like that. All you have to do is to just write the prompt in ChatGPT. Let's just copy paste it. We'll replace it with the second one. All right, so now we are back in ChatGPT. So now basically we have the blog post content. Basically we have the content of it. Now we want to polish it. We want to select the best title out of it and many more things. So for that, let's just make use of prompts. Instead of writing all these prompts by yourself, you can make use of the prompts that comes with AI PRM ChatGPT prompts. All right. So let's just say we want to write about the title. We want to select a perfect title for this blog post. So what we can do is we'll go over here and first of all we'll select in topics. We'll go and we'll select copywriting because we want to write about the SEO optimized title. We want the best title. We'll select copywriting, confirm. All right, now after this you can just go for prompts, but whichever you like. I'm gonna go for this one, blog post title generator. As you can see, also if you didn't get what you wanted, then you can go for the search engine over here. You can just type, let's just say if you want to if you're writing a script basically and you want a perfect title for it, then you can write a script generator or something like that over here. automatically whichever prompt that are relevant to it will come. All right. So we have selected this one, blog post title generator, because we have to create a title for our blog post. We'll click on this, and now all we have to do is to write the name of our blog post. The name of our blog post is, we'll select everyday lifestyle, fitness in everyday lifestyle. Let's just select this one. All right. Now, as you can see, you can select the titles to write. It is 5. Let's just select 10. All right. Now, the language you can select English, and many more languages are there. We'll keep it in English itself. Tone, emotional, or default. Let's just be default itself. Poetic, default itself. We'll keep it like this. All right. Now, click on this. Let's just see. So according to ChatGPT APRM prompt, these are the 10 best titles that we can implement in our blog post. Now what we want to do is select one best title out of it. Alright, so these are 10. We have to select one out of it. So for that, we'll go to Google Keyword Planner. So this is Google Keyword Planner. We'll click on this, find your campaign and keywords. We'll click on this, visit Keyword Planner. Now you guys might be thinking, what is Google Keyword Planner? So let me explain to you guys. So this Google Keyword Planner is a free tool that helps you find keywords for your online content. It shows you how often people search for certain words and phrases and how much competition there is to rank for those keywords. This way you can choose the best keywords to target in your ads or blog post or website to attract more visitors and potential customers. So it will give you the numbers basically which are mostly ranking and having the competition. Alright, so we'll click on discover new keywords and let's select where it is. We'll select the first 10. Go to Google Keyword Planner and now here we will paste it. So all 10 of them are pasted. Now what we'll do is we'll click on get results. So after clicking on get results, as you can see, so this is average monthly searches, this is competition. We want the maximum monthly searches, fitness, healthy lifestyle, and low in competition. So according to your preference, you can select from here, and whichsoever, this is 100k to 1 million, and many more topics you can select from here which has low competition. So as you can see, this treadmill has more average view, 100k to 1 million, but the competition is also high, so we should keep the competition low as well. So we should keep in mind, so we can select our best title from it, so whichever suits. All right, after selecting the best title, we can go to our, what we call this, blog post, to change the title. So this is the new title. Let's keep it like this. All right, so now our title is done. Now let's go back to ChatGPT, and here is a ChatGPT, and now let's go to its layout. Now here we want to write the content regarding that title. So what we'll do is basically we'll go over here and we'll select SEO, and once we have selected it, we'll select this prompt, human written 100% used SEO optimized article. Now based on that title that we have generated, we'll write a complete content on it. We'll use the help of this prompt. So as you can see, GPT 3.5 Turbo, GPT-4, GPT-4o. We'll select this and paste our title. So this is our title, transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. So now this prompt will generate the content based on this title. All right. Now let's see. So as you can see, transform your life, how everyday fitness can boost your health. This is the content outline, the article outline, you can say. So this is the introduction. What is everyday fitness? Then physical fitness benefits, and it keeps on writing. I believe it'll be a long article or blog. So you don't have to write too many prompts for this. You can just do this and the whole thing will take care of it on. As you can see, FAQs are also being generated by this prompt. Otherwise, we would have wrote another prompt for the FAQ. And many things are there that should be in there in the article or blog. So yeah, now we can select our article or blog, we can say. So we have the title. We don't want the outline, let's say. We'll take it from here, from the introduction. It's a long article, I believe. As you can see, this last question is not completed, but you can click on continue generating and it will complete that. We don't want the last question. I think 3 questions or 4 questions are sufficient for us. So now as we have copied it, first of all, we need to make sure that our content is unique. It is not plagiarized, because we can't publish or use the plagiarized content. So we have to be sure that we are using the unique content. For that, we'll have to go to this site known as Dupli Checker. We'll click on this first link, and now as you can see here, we can copy and paste it. We can just exclude this last question as I told you. All right, now our content, our article is pasted. Now we will check the plagiarism. All right, first of all, we'll have to tell them that we are not a robot, and then we have to click on check plagiarism. All right, so it is showing maximum 1000 words allowed per search. All right, so let's just do one thing. We'll do it, because if you want to do 1000 words, you'll have to go for their pro version or the premium version. So we now have to use some part of it, not the complete part. It's actually a long article. So from the role we'll take. As you can see, number of words is 505 and result found 0, 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. All right, so plagiarism is 3%. I think that can be, we can neglect it. And now let's check for the rest of this one. All right. All right, here we'll copy and paste it. Check plagiarism. As you can see, number of words 671, 0% plagiarism, 12% unique. So I don't think it will be a problem. So it is good to go, I believe. And now we just copy and paste it. So let's take it from here till here. All right, so this is our content now. So our content was not plagiarized, but let's just say if it is plagiarized and is not unique, so what should we do? Then we can simply put a prompt in ChatGPT that make it non-plagiarized or make it unique or rephrase it. But let's say that plagiarized checker, the duplicate checker, mentions the particular lines of where there is plagiarism. So you can select that line, put into ChatGPT, and ask them to rephrase or make it plagiarism free. By doing this, you can make the complete content plagiarism free. It is very easy. Or else you can use a prompt from AIPRM. As I told you, all you have to do is to just type plagiarism free content writer and a particular prompt will come. You can just put your content in that prompt and the rest ChatGPT will take care of. All right. Now to boost your SEO strategy, you must focus on EEAT, that is expertise, authoritiveness, and trustworthiness, and keep that human element strong. Use ChatGPT to improve your content with interesting verified facts and relevant examples. Create a FAQ section to answer common questions and look for any missing information to fill in. These steps will help you make high quality content that connects with your audience and ranks better in search engines. So for that, we'll write a prompt to ChatGPT to include the what we call FAQs and the statistics. If you want to make use of statistics and FAQs and include it in our content, so how should we do that? Let's just understand it. Let's come to our ChatGPT again. Now here what we'll do is we'll write a simple prompt saying no. First we'll go to the new topic. Now here, because otherwise it will keep on writing in that prompt itself. Alright, we'll write please add to what we call stats, or you can write statistics, and one analogy and a FAQ section with answers to this content draft to increase engagement. Alright, now you want to if you want to paste a particular section of your content, you can also do that, or else you can paste the entire content. It's as per your choice. So let me just paste a particular section. Let's just paste this one, and all right, let's see. All right, so as you can see, statistics. Studies show that engaging in just 30 minutes of moderate physical activity each day can reduce the risk of chronic disease like heart disease. So these are the statistics and these are the analogies, and this is the FAQ section that you can include in your content or a particular section of the content. Usually these statistics are included in the introduction part to make it more interesting, so you can make use of it and do that. Alright, moving forward, let's understand the ChatGPT prompts for meta titles and descriptions. So crafting meta titles and descriptions is essential for drawing readers' attention. So it is necessary that we should use that. Alright, so now we'll be writing a particular prompt for it. For that, for the content part, I'll be leaving the space content here and create a meta description and title for this content. Here this means this one. All right, including the keyword. Now here we'll mention the keyword. All right, so whatever is the focus keyword or the primary keyword you want to include it in. All right, and make it easy to read and add a CTA. So let's just paste our content over here. So where is our content? This is our content, and let's just use this one again. You have to use the entire content, but I'm just showing you, so you can use this one itself. It will be more than enough. You don't have to worry about it. And the focus keyword is healthy lifestyle. All right, so this is it. Now all we have to do is to wait, we've done something wrong. Here we'll paste the healthy lifestyle. And as we can see, title: transform your health with everyday fitness. This is meta description: discover how incorporating everyday fitness into your routine can transform your health. This is meta description. This is CTA: ready to transform your life? Start incorporating everyday fitness into your routine today. So you can make use of it using this prompt. And yes, now let's understand the ChatGPT prompt for writing summaries. So now, like, writing blog summaries and posting them on LinkedIn and Twitter helps you reach a wider audience. By sharing engaging snippets, you can attract more visitors to your blog, increasing traffic to your website. This practice also establishes you as an expert in your field, building your brand and reputation. So social media platforms facilitate interaction through likes, shares, and comments, boosting engagement with your content. So posting a blog summary in your social media like Twitter, LinkedIn, etc., will be helpful for you. So now let's just write a particular prompt in ChatGPT for creating that blog summary for us. All right. So let's make use of it. We'll write, please create 100-word summary of this of this post optimized for Twitter. So as ChatGPT already have your content, so you don't have to worry about repasting it. So let's just see. Alright, as we can see, looking to improve your health without spending hours at gym, everyday fitness is the key. Incorporate physical activity into your daily routine for profound effects on your physical and mental well-being. Just 30 minutes of daily activity can reduce chronic disease risk by 30% and boost mental health. So yeah, it has included all the things that we wanted from our content or blog to this. And it also has mentioned the hashtags: hashtag lifestyle, hashtag everyday fitness, hashtag wellness. You can easily post this on Twitter and drive traffic from there. And you can also post this on other social media handles as well.
Think about this. You're about to create something amazing, an AI that can think, learn, and grow in ways we only dreamed of. And here's the best part. You don't need to be an AI expert to make it happen. What if you could use LangChain, a tool that connects most advanced language models to real-time data, allowing you to build AI applications that are both smart and flexible? It sounds like something out of science fiction, but with LangChain, it's real. As large language models quickly become the backbone of many applications, LangChain has emerged as a game-changing tool, transforming the way we use these powerful technologies. Today, we are diving into LangChain, the ultimate framework that makes AI development easier for everyone. Whether you want to understand user questions with one LLM, create human-like responses with another, or pull in data insights, LangChain makes it all happen. But LangChain is more than just making AI easy to use. It's about getting these models to work together seamlessly. LangChain simplifies what could be a complex process into a simple, powerful system. From smart chatbots to enhancing data for machine learning, the possibilities with LangChain are endless. So why has LangChain become one of the fastest growing open source projects ever? And how you can use LangChain to get ahead in the world of AI. So without any further ado, let's get started. So let's first start by understanding what is LangChain. LangChain is an open source framework designed to help developers build AI-powered applications using large language models or LLMs, just like GPT-4. But what really sets LangChain apart is its ability to link these powerful models with external data sources and other components. So this allows you to create sophisticated natural language processing NLP applications that can do much more than just understand and generate text. They can interact with live data, databases, and other software tools. Now you might be asking, is LangChain a Python library? Yes, it is. LangChain is available as a Python library, which means you can easily integrate into your existing Python projects. But it doesn't stop there. LangChain is also available in JavaScript and TypeScript, making it accessible to a wide range of developers. Whether you're working on a web app or backend system or a standalone tool, LangChain fits right in. So why should we use LangChain? So why is LangChain such a big deal? Developing AI applications typically requires using multiple tools and writing a lot of complex code. You need to manage data retrieval, processing, integration with language models, and many more. This can be time-consuming and complicated, especially if you're not deeply familiar with AI. LangChain simplifies the entire process, allowing you to develop and deploy and even manage AI applications more easily and efficiently. Let's break down this with an example. Imagine you're building a chatbot that needs to provide real-time weather updates. Without LangChain, you would need to manually connect your AI to a weather API, fetch data, process it, and then format the response. But with LangChain, the process becomes much more straightforward. You can focus on what matters the most, building the features and functionalities of your application, while LangChain handles the complex integrations behind the scenes. So let's discuss the key features of LangChain. LangChain is packed with features that make it incredibly powerful and flexible. Let's take a closer look at some of the key components. At first, we have model interaction. LangChain allows you to interact with any language model seamlessly. It manages the inputs and outputs to these data models, ensuring that you can integrate them into your application without a hitch. For example, if you want to use GPT-4 to generate responses to customer inquiries, LangChain makes it easy to plug that model into your workflow. Next, we have data connection and retrieval. One of the LangChain's strengths is its ability to connect to external data sources. So whether you need to pull data from a database or web API or even a file system, LangChain simplifies this process. You can retrieve, transform, and use data from almost any source, making your AI applications more robust and versatile. Next, we have chains. LangChain introduces the concept of chains, where you can link multiple models and components together to perform complex tasks. For example, you might have a chain where one component retrieves data and another processes it, and a third generates a human-like response. This chaining ability allows you to build workflows that would otherwise require extensive coding. Next, we have agents. Agents are like the decision makers in LangChain. They can create commands deciding the best course of action based on the input they receive. For example, an agent Claude determines which language model to use based on the type of query it's handling, making your application smarter and more adaptive. Then we have memory. LangChain supports both short-term and long-term memory, making that your AI can remember past interactions. This is particularly useful for applications like chatbots, where maintaining context over multiple interactions are significantly improve the user experience. Imagine you're building a virtual assistant. The assistant needs to remember previous interactions to provide relevant responses. Now, with the help of LangChain, you can easily implement memory so that the assistant knows what you have talked before, making the conversation more natural and engaging. So what are the integrations supported by LangChain? Well, LangChain is designed to work seamlessly with a wide variety of integrations, making it extremely versatile for different use cases. LLM providers. LangChain supports integration with major LLM providers like OpenAI, Hugging Face, and Cohort. This means you can easily incorporate the latest and most powerful language models into your applications. Then we have data sources. LangChain can connect to a variety of data sources such as Google Search, Wikipedia, and cloud platforms like AWS, Google Cloud, and Azure. This makes it easy to retrieve and use the most up-to-date information in your applications. Vector databases are used for handling large volumes of complex data such as images or long text. So LangChain integrates with vector databases like Pinecone, and these databases store data as high-dimensional vectors, which helps in allowing for efficient and accurate retrieval. So this is particularly useful for applications that require searching through large data sets quickly. For example, let's say you're building an application that needs to analyze thousands of documents to find relevant information. With LangChain, you can integrate a vector database like Pinecone, store your documents as vectors, and quickly search through using them powerful language models. This capability can save you a lot of time and make your application much more effective. Now the question arises, how to create prompts in LangChain. Creating prompts in LangChain is much easier with something called a prompt template. A prompt template acts as a set of instructions for language model, and these templates can be customized to varying levels of customizations. For example, you might design a prompt template to ask simple questions, or you could create more detailed instructions that guide the language model to produce high-quality responses. Let's walk through how you can create a prompt using LangChain in Python. Step 1 is installing LangChain. First, you'll need to have Python installed in your system. Once that's set up, you can install LangChain by opening your Python shell or terminal and running the following command: pip install LangChain. The next step is adding integrations to LangChain. This often requires at least one integration to function properly. A common choice is OpenAI's Language Model API. To use OpenAI's API, you'll need to create an account on the OpenAI website and obtain your API key. After that, install OpenAI's Python package and input your API key like this. So this is the following command which is inserted below. You can look into that. Next step is importing and using a prompt template. Now that you have LangChain and the necessary integration set up, you can start creating your prompts. LangChain offers a pre-made prompt template that allows you to structure your text in a way that the language model can easily understand. Here's how you can do it through this particular prompt given below. So in this example, the prompt template asks two variables, which is an adjective and a content subject, and uses them to generate a prompt. The output might be something like, "Tell me an interesting fact about zebras." The language model would then take this prompt and return a relevant fact about zebras based on the given adjective. This is a simple but powerful way to generate dynamic prompt that can be adapted to a wide range of tasks, from answering questions to generating creative content. Let's now talk about how to develop applications with LangChain. So building applications with LangChain is straightforward and involves a few key steps. First, define your application, know exactly what problem it's solving, and identify the necessary components like language models, data sources, and user interaction. The next step is to build the functionality using LangChain's components such as prompt, chains, and agents. This is where you can create the logic that drives your application, like processing user input or retrieving data. Then we have customizing your application to meet specific needs. LangChain's flexibility allows you to tweak prompts, integrate additional data sources, and fine-tune models for optimal performance. Before going live, it's crucial to test and deploy your application. Testing helps catch any issues, and LangChain makes debugging easy, so you can deploy your application with confidence. For example, let's build a chatbot using LangChain. First, we have to define it is a chatbot that answers questions about technology trends. We then create a functionality by setting a prompt and a chain to process input. Next, we have customization. We customize it by integrating a new API to pull in the latest information. And finally, we test and deploy the chatbot to ensure it responds accurately to users. So LangChain offers endless possibilities across various industries. Let's now look into the examples and use cases of LangChain. LangChain offers endless possibilities across various industries. You can create customer service chatbots that manage queries and transaction, or coding assistants that suggest code snippets and debug issues. In healthcare, LangChain can assist doctors with diagnosis and patient data management. Then we have marketing and e-commerce. It can analyze consumer behavior, generate product recommendations, and craft compelling product descriptions. So with the help of this AI assistant, it helps doctors make quicker, more informed decisions. So LangChain is a powerful framework that makes AI development accessible and efficient.
Prompt engineering by Simplilearn. It was November 30, 2022. Sam Altman, Greg Brockman, and Ilya Sutskever would never have thought that with the push of a button, they would completely alter the lives of all human beings living on the earth and of future generations to come. On November 30, the OpenAI team launched ChatGPT. ChatGPT was born that day. Albeit a very small event in the history of internet evolution, but one that can no less be marked as one of the most significant events of modern IT industry. ChatGPT, a text-based chatbot that gives replies to questions asked to it, is built on GPT large language model. But what was so different? I mean, the Google search engine, YouTube, Firefox browser, they all have been doing the same for decades. So how is ChatGPT any different and why is it such a big deal? Well, for starters, ChatGPT was not returning index to websites that have been SEO tuned and optimized to rank at the top. ChatGPT was able to comprehend the nature, tone, and the intent of the query asked and generated text-based responses based on the questions asked. It was like talking to a chatbot on the internet minus the out-of-context responses with the knowledge of 1.7 trillion parameters. It was no shock that a computing system as efficient and prompt as ChatGPT would have its own setbacks. So did ChatGPT. It was bound by the parameters of the language model it was trained on, and it was limited to giving outdated results since the last training data was from September. Still, ChatGPT made waves in the tech community and continues to do so. Just have a look at the Google Trends search on ChatGPT. Every day, new content is being published on ChatGPT and hundreds of AI tools. The sheer interest that individuals and enterprises across the globe has shown in ChatGPT and AI tools is immense.
AI, generative AI, generative AI, generative AI, AI.
Now here comes the fun part. ChatGPT, or for that matter any large language model, runs on neural networks trained on multi-million, billion and even trillions of data parameters. These chatbots generate responses to user queries based on the input given to it. While it may generate similar responses for identical or similar queries, it can also produce different responses based on the specific context, phrasing, and the quality of input provided by each user. Additionally, ChatGPT is designed to adapt its language and tone to match the style and preferences of each user. So its responses may vary in wording and tone depending on the individual user's communication style and preferences. Every user has their own unique style of writing and communication, and ChatGPT's response can vary based on the input given to it. So this is where prompt engineers come into play. Prompt engineers are expert at prompt engineering. Sounds like a cyclic definition, right? Well, let's break it down. First, let's understand what prompts are. So prompts are any text-based input given to the model as a query. This includes statements like questions asked, the tone mentioned in the query, the context given for the query, and the format of output expected. So here is a quick example for your understanding. Now that we have discussed what a prompt is, so let us now understand who is a prompt engineer and why it has become the job for the future. Broadly speaking, a prompt engineer is a professional who is capable of drafting queries or prompts in such a way that large language models like GPT, Palm, Llama, Bloom, etc. can generate the response that is expected. These professionals are skilled at crafting accurate and contextual prompts, which in turn allows the model to generate desired results. So here is a quick example for you. Prompt engineers are experts not only at the linguistic front, but they also had extensive domain knowledge and are very well versed with the functioning of neural networks and natural language processing, along with the knowledge of scripting languages and data analysis. Leading job platforms like Indeed and LinkedIn already have many prompt engineer positions. In the United States alone, job postings for this role run in the thousands, reflecting the growing demand. The salary of prompt engineers is also compelling, with a range that spans from $50,000 to over $150,000 per year, depending on experience and specialization. So there are multiple technical concepts that a prompt engineer must be well versed in to be successful in their jobs, such as multimodality, tokens, weights, parameters, transformers, to name a few. Whether it's healthcare, defense, IT services, or edtech industry, the need for skilled prompt engineers is on the rise. There are already several thousand job openings in this field, and the demand will continue to grow. So if you want to hop on this amazing opportunity and become an expert prompt engineering professional, then now is the time.
Okay guys, let's start with creating the Google Slides or PowerPoint presentation with the help of ChatGPT. And we'll do this in two ways. Starting one with the VBA code. So here we'll ask the ChatGPT to write a VBA code for the PowerPoint presentation, and for that we'll write a prompt, that is write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and you could just write the topic, that is on how to become a generative AI expert, and you could mention some of the details like you want a roadmap in the PowerPoint presentation or just the steps to become a generative AI expert. So let's see an example. So I'll ask the ChatGPT that write a VBA code for PowerPoint presentation, and we'll write the topic on how to become a generative AI or a master in generative AI. And here you could mention the details also, or you could ask the ChatGPT that you can act as an expert in computer science or as an expert in artificial intelligence, and you could create a PowerPoint presentation and give us a VBA code on how to become a master in generative AI. And you could ask him that I want the slides in a manner, or you could just list the slides that on slide 1 I want the problem faced by generative AI experts, then in the next slide I want what skills, and on the next slide, that is slide 2, I want to know what skills that generative AI expert should possess, and in slide 3 I want the roadmap, and in the upcoming slides I want all the roadmap skills or the roles to be explained in a good manner that I can understand, or I can use this PPT for for students to get them understand. So you could modify your prompt accordingly. So let's see how the ChatGPT respond to this and what VBA code it will provide to us. So you could see that ChatGPT has started generating the response, and you could see here that to use this VBA code, you will need to access the VBA editor in PowerPoint, and for that you just need to press Alt plus F11 and then insert a new module. I'll show you how you could insert the VBA code in PowerPoint. Till then, he's generating the response. We'll come back here. So this is the developer option that we need to unlock. So just click on the blank presentation, and coming on the blank presentation, just right click here and you could see the option customize the ribbon. So this is the ribbon, the whole thing, this is the ribbon, and you could see the options here, and this is the developer option which I have already tick marked, that is it is accessible in my ribbon here. So we'll make it accessible, and here in the developer option you have to click on Visual Basic and then insert user form, then we have module here, click on the module, and here we have to paste the VBA code that will be provided by the ChatGPT. As you could see that it has provided the code, and there's another method, that is you just press Alt plus F11 and then you will come on the particular slide here, then you have to go here and use the module and paste it here. So we will copy the VBA code, get back here, paste the code, and this is the button you have to click, that is run sub or user form. Just click on it and you could see that it has provided the PowerPoint presentation. So it is the basic presentation, as I have not commanded the ChatGPT or I have not modified my prompt accordingly. I have just used the basic prompt that just generate a basic presentation on how to become an expert in generative AI. So you could modify your prompt accordingly on how you want your presentation, and for the design thing you could use any template or layout. So we have the design here, so you could use any design what you prefer. So you could see that it has applied the design to all the presentations. You could ask the ChatGPT if you want to like have more text heavy, and if you want to generate images also, you could do that with the help of DALL-E. So now moving to the next method on how we can create PPTs or the PowerPoint using ChatGPT. This is the one method that is using the VBA code. Now moving back to ChatGPT. Now here we will ask him that generate a PowerPoint pitch deck for a topic, and that could be any topic you want. So here we will modify our prompt and ask him that act as an expert in CS, that would be computer science, and I want him to generate a PowerPoint presentation that would be pitch deck, and that would be for a topic. Let's move to the topic for the cloud computing topic on mastering cloud computing. Okay, and we will instruct him that structure the presentation in the following manner, in the following sections. And now we can provide him the section that is problems faced by a cloud expert, then it could be skills, and then the roadmap, roles, salary. I think that's it, and you can modify accordingly what you want in your presentation. Let's see what it will provide to us. So we'll see that it has started generating it. So what we'll do here is we'll open the Word here and we'll paste all the content that has been provided by the ChatGPT, and using the Word only, what we'll use here, we'll paste, and we'll use the paste formatting here, that is the merge formatting. So first delete all these. Okay, now we have the content here, and we don't want this also. Now moving to the view outline, and here what we'll do, we will make these like the titles. We'll just get back and use Control H. We'll find all the slide titles and replace them with a space. Okay, and there are colons also. So we have made the replacements here. Now for the content part also, we have to make that replacement. So we'll use the Control H only, and what we have here is content, and we'll replace it with like nothing, that would be empty only. and subtitle. So yeah, our Word document is here. Now moving to the view, outline, and here what we'll do, we'll make all this, that is the heading of the slides. We'll select all of them and make them as level 1, and all the other things as level 2. If you see the content, it has not provided us the good content, that it has just provided what things we can include in the PowerPoint. Not like the ChatGPT has not given us the all the content that should be included in the PowerPoint. Like you could see here, that is in the first slide, it has stated that mastering cloud computing, a comprehensive guide, and unlocking the future of technology only. It has not provided us the content. And in this, what is cloud computing, it has said that define cloud computing and its importance in the modern digital landscape. It has not defined for us, it has just provided the definitions. So you have to modify a prompt that I want the whole PPT presentation with all the information or all the understandings of the concepts. So you could do that. And now in the view section only, with this we'll save this, and we'll save this on the desktop only and name it as PPA. Okay, now moving to the PowerPoint, and here we'll move to file, blank presentation, and in the new slide we will click on the option slides from outline. Moving to the desktop, here we have the PPA file. We will insert it, PowerPoint, because it is used by another user. Okay, so we'll close this and click on OK. We'll do the process again, that insert it, and wait for some time till then it proceeds with that and create the presentation. So you could see here that it has created the presentation here, that is mastering cloud computing, a comprehensive guide, unlocking the future of technology. So you could see that ChatGPT has not provided us all the information. It has just drafted how you could insert information in the slides. So what you can do is you could just go to ChatGPT and ask him that provide all the informations for the slide 1 and then paste it in your Word document. Accordingly, you could do for all the slides and then save the Word document after doing the level 1 and level 2 headings for the content. And after that, you could just come here and in the new slide section, just click on slides from outline and insert the document. That's it. And if you want to design it, you could use any layout or template. So with this, guys, today we have learned 2 methods to create PowerPoint presentation using ChatGPT.
Today, in an era of mobile devices, robots, and social media, content creation is the most effective inbound marketing strategy. Nearly 40% of marketers say content marketing is essential to their marketing strategy, and 81% say their company views content as a business strategy. Original and high-quality content can help your company stand out and attract new customers and help your business grow. On that note, welcome to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. Today, we are here with a fantastic video on ChatGPT for content creation, which will help you create some compelling content on your desired topics. So let us understand what is ChatGPT here. Now, content creation can be of any type, such as blogs, podcasts, videos, graphics, and so on. But how do you create high-quality content with a few minutes? Need not be worried when we have ChatGPT. Now, even though there are numerous AI writing tools for content creation, ChatGPT stands out from the crowd due to its faster response rate, ease of use, increased productivity, support for multiple languages, and other benefits. Now, let's try to understand what exactly ChatGPT is and how to create content from it. Now, generally, ChatGPT is an open AI trained and developed model that works conversationally. ChatGPT is capable of systematically resolving all bugs while providing detailed explanation for each step it takes. So in simple words, ChatGPT is a tool that creates content for any query. ChatGPT stands out among all the other achievements of OpenAI. So let us now move ahead and understand how does ChatGPT work. Now ChatGPT uses deep learning techniques to generate human-like text, which is based on a machine learning model derived from the large language model class. Now it is trained on a massive text data sets from the internet and learns patterns and relationship between words and phrases. It responds to a question by selecting the next word based on the context and then repeats the process until a stop condition is fulfilled. So as a result, ChatGPT can logically respond to your queries and commands. So let's see how to create content in ChatGPT. Now, as we already discussed, content creation can be of any type. So for instance, let's take blog. A blog is an online journal or a website where a writer or a group of writers share their views on an individual subject. Now there are a variety of categories for writing a blog. So let's pick one for ChatGPT here. So as you can see, we have navigated into ChatGPT and let us now ask a simple question about food blogging. Now, lately food blogs are the most popular blogs that everyone wants to write about. So let's find out what ChatGPT has to say about it. Now you can give any question to ChatGPT and it will answer. So I'm just writing a question here saying how to start a food blogging career. So as you can see, it is generating the answer for us. Wait for it to end. Well, as you can see, it is saying that starting a food blog can be a fun and rewarding way to share your love of food with others. So it is showing us some steps to get started in food blogging career. It is saying choose a niche, choose a name and domain, choose a blogging platform, create your blog, create high quality content, and so on. So in this way, ChatGPT will automatically generate the response for you based on the questions that you are giving input to it. Next, we will see another question on lifestyle blogs. Now, with the world on social media, everyone wants to read more about lifestyle, especially of a famous or a popular entity, what habits they adapt and what to let go of, etc. So let's explore this segment in ChatGPT as well and see what it will show the answer. So let's give the question as how to start lifestyle blogging in India. So it is giving the answer for us, guys. So it is saying that starting a lifestyle blog in India can be a great way to share your experiences and knowledge with others who share similar interests. So here are some steps to help you get started. Again, it is giving some important points for us in order to start your lifestyle blogging career, like choose your niche, choose a name and domain, choosing a blogging platform, create your blog, create high quality content, and so on.
ChatGPT is truly a fascinating technology, changing how we interact with language. It's the result of years of research and development by OpenAI, who have trained the model on a massive amount of text data to create a machine that can easily understand and generate human-like text. Imagine you are a digital marketer looking to make a big impact on your next campaign. ChatGPT can help you do that. ChatGPT uses natural language processing or NLP, which can assist you in creating compelling human-like copy for your website, social media, and email marketing. It can even generate product descriptions and ad copy that is engaging and optimized for search engines. Using ChatGPT will save time and increase your productivity, allowing you to focus on other important aspects of your campaign. And with its ability to generate multiple text variations, you can test and refine your messaging to find the perfect tone and language that resonates with your target audience. Get ready to revolutionize your digital marketing game. With the help of this video, you will gain a deeper understanding of how ChatGPT can supercharge your efforts as a content creator or digital marketer. Say goodbye to mundane tasks and hello to a tenfold boost in productivity. Let's dive in. Ever since OpenAI launched ChatGPT, it has been making waves in every field, be it academic, marketing, engineering, or content writing. So, here's a little trivia for you. Who are the investors in OpenAI, the company behind the development of ChatGPT? And your options are: Option A, Elon Musk and Sam Altman. Option B, Jeff Bezos and Satya Nadella. Option C, Mark Zuckerberg and Larry Page. Option D, Jack Ma and Masayoshi Son. Drop your answer in the comment section below. Okay then, let's get started. There are many uses of ChatGPT in digital marketing. Its main USP is smart human sounding content writing. We can command it to write content related to marketing. First on our agenda is an ad copy. There are various ways to go about it. But we must understand that no matter how much content sounds like humans, it is still a piece of content written by an AI. So you have to give detailed and precise queries to get the best results. Let's start by giving it a basic command like write an ad copy. As you can see, it gave us random ad content. Let's give this query more content, like write an ad copy for Simplilearn Digital Marketing Masters course. Now, as you can see, it gave us a more precise ad copy. We can also ask to make it longer or shorter. Let's give it a next query. Can you make it longer? And voila! It gave us a long version of that same content. Now, let's try to convert it into email newsletters. We, digital marketers, often send emails to promote our products and services. So, let's give it a query as, can you convert it to email newsletters? As you can see, it has generated an email with a subject line and body that is enticing and engaging to read. We can also utilize ChatGPT to correct grammar or change the tone of the content. For example, let's enter a new query. What is Facebook? It has given us a general overview of Facebook. Now, let's ask it to rephrase it more engagingly and in a digital marketing context. We can give queries like, can you make it more engaging and relatable with digital marketing? As you can see, it has completely rephrased it, and it is more interesting to read it as well. ChatGPT can also help with keyword research, so let's try it. We will give a query as suggest more search keywords for a digital marketing course ad. And voila! It has completed a work we used to spend 10 to 15 minutes in a few seconds. You can request to write blogs as well. Let's give it a query to search for some keywords for the blog. Suggest keywords to write a blog on digital marketing. It gave us some keywords. You can ask it to reduce these topics based on search volume to get maximum results. Let's ask it to narrow it down to 5 topics based on keywords volume. Here we have some suggestions. Let's pick a topic, content writing, and ask it to write an article on content writing. Here we have our article for the blog. Let's use ChatGPT to SEO optimize it. Let's first request it to give us meta title and meta description. Here we have meta title and meta description for this article. We can even request it to give us an SEO optimized URL link. We can also request it to write the SEO optimized version of this article. Just give it a command as also can you SEO optimize this article to improve Google search results. Here we have fully SEO optimized article with meta title and meta description with a SEO optimized URL. ChatGPT can also be used to train your customer service chatbots, but we can discuss the process in some other video. ChatGPT is well versed with its content writing capabilities. It can even help you write product marketing campaigns. Let's try it with this query. The query is write a product marketing campaign for Simplilearn digital marketing courses. Well, ChatGPT has done it again. This campaign looks interesting and it will be able to generate more leads for Simplilearn's courses. ChatGPT can also be used to write scripts for YouTube videos. Let's give it a query as write a script for 5-minute YouTube video promoting Simplilearn and its digital marketing courses. As you can see, it gave us full script along with few suggestions for video editor on where to put logos and clips to make the video more engaging. If you are a content creator and you don't know how to approach other content creators for a collaborative video, then ChatGPT can help you with that. It can help you writing collaboration emails as well. My next query will be to write a collaborative email for a YouTube video on digital marketing. Since my last query was related to Simplilearn, ChatGPT assured that I work for Simplilearn and I wrote a customer collaboration email that looks professional plus easy to read and understand.
As technology advances in all aspects of our lives, programming has become increasingly important. It is used in many fields and industries, including software development, gaming and entertainment, education, scientific research, web development, and many more. So, needless to say, the demand for programming and coding in the IT industry will probably keep increasing for the foreseeable future. But where does ChatGPT, OpenAI's popular language model, fall in this chain? That's exactly what we are focusing on in today's video. As I said earlier, programming is utilized in many domains like web development, robotics, mobile development, machine learning, and so on. So, how can a program achieve maximum code efficiency? Nowadays, we have AI-based tools like ChatGPT to make our programming experience more efficient. Although there are several coding resources platforms such as Stack Overflow and GitHub, where programmers can find solutions to their technical programming questions, ChatGPT stands out from the competition because of its quick response time, usability, and support for numerous languages, among many other benefits. Now, let's first discuss how ChatGPT works. ChatGPT generates responses to the text input using a method called transformer architecture. A large volume of text is fed into the ChatGPT from various sources, including books, websites, and other social media platforms. The model then uses this information to forecast the following word in a phrase based on the words that came before it. The ChatGPT systems allows users to enter text or queries, and then the system uses its training data and algorithms to produce the right answer. The answer is created after the input text has been examined, and the pattern most likely to match the input have been identified using the training data. In short, ChatGPT is designed to respond to queries logically and command more quickly and accurately. But why do programmers use ChatGPT on a regular basis? ChatGPT assists programmers by offering programming-related answers and solutions and helping them improve their skills. Besides that, ChatGPT is utilized for code generation, code completion, code review, and a natural language interface. Let us understand each in detail. ChatGPT is trained to generate the code or even the entire program described in the natural language specified by what they want a program to do. And then ChatGPT could generate the relevant code. Look at the example of how ChatGPT generates the code. So now open the ChatGPT and you can type any program that you want ChatGPT to generate. So I will write a palindrome program in Java. So here you can type write a palindrome program in Java. So using Java programming language, it should generate the whole program. So as you can see, it has generated the program. So it has used a class name called palindrome checker, and it has used isPalindrome as a method name. And also it will give the explanation on the program. So you can see here why it is explaining why isPalindrome is used as a method, and it also explains the for loop, if a condition, and so on. Next we have code completion. ChatGPT is trained to generate snippets of code or even fully fledged programs. It can generate a list of possible code completion depending on the context of the user's incomplete piece of code. By automatically producing the entire code, it can help the developers save time and minimize errors. Next, let's see the example of code completion using ChatGPT. So even if the program is explained in natural language, ChatGPT will generate the proper code and give the complete code. So let's type here. Using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using which language? Let's give using C programming. And enter it once again. So as you can see, we have just said that using a function, write a program to convert the string in uppercase. So using C programming language, and using C programming language, it has used function, and this is the function convert to uppercase, and it has given the complete code for string to convert a string in uppercase. And also it gave the explanation. Here the convert to uppercase function takes a pointer to a string as its argument and then iterates over each character in the string using a for loop. So it explained why for loop is used, why to upper is used, and why the method convert to uppercase is used, everything. So let's say we'll give one piece of code like void to upper char str . So as you can see, we just gave the method to upper and it's generating the complete code. So this is how ChatGPT works for code completion. Next, code review. ChatGPT can analyze code, identify the bugs or errors in the program, and further help resolve them. It allows developers to fix errors more quickly. So now, let's have a look at the example of code review. So in this example, ChatGPT will review the code. So even if the code has some mistake, it will give the proper output. Let's say we have given the example here. So we gave the function or a method called upper, and here we are giving the keyword called upper. So it should check whether this piece of code is proper or is there any mistake in this. So as I said, it's saying that the given code appears to have logical error as the function upper is being called recursively on itself inside the loop. So instead of giving to upper, we just gave upper here, right? So using the keyword to upper, only then the string can be converted to uppercase. So here we gave just upper. So it says that it is having, this piece of code is having a logical error and it gives the proper code for us. So I hope it's clear. And then we have natural language interface. With the use of ChatGPT, a software application can be given a natural language user interface that enables users to communicate with it through natural language instructions rather than through conventional user interfaces. Next, let's see how ChatGPT helps the programmers for natural language interface. So let's say we'll give here create a software application where the user asked to enter credential for the to-do app. Leave enter. So as you can see, the ChatGPT will give the steps. So it can provide you with an outlet for creating a software applications that requires the user to enter credential for a to-do app. So here it is, few steps that we need to follow to do a to-do app. So it's giving the explanation step by step. So it says that determine the programming language and framework, then set up the database to store the user information, and then create the registration page, and then finally create the login page as well. And once the user is successfully logged in, it will have the options like add, edit, and delete task as well. And then finally implement the security measures to protect your passwords, and then test the application to ensure that it works as intended and the user data is being stored and retrieved correctly. So it gives the steps of how it has to be developed.
I'm sure you all are aware of ChatGPT at this point. The revolutionary new AI-based chatbot developed by OpenAI has taken the world by storm. Thanks to its near lifelike responses and a very intricate pattern of answers. We have never seen this level of expertise from a chatbot before, which really made us think, to what extent can we push it? There are many questions on LeetCode that even the most experienced programmers have difficulty answering. So, we wanted to see how far ChatGPT can take us. Have we finally reached the stage where AI is going to replace us? Let's find out. So basically, here we will be listing 10 really difficult questions that we found on LeetCode, popularly asked while hiring and other superior examinations, and see if ChatGPT can actually answer or solve those difficult questions or not. But before you like to watch more such interesting videos, then do subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. So let's get started. So here is the LeetCode. Let's see in our list which is the first question that we are going to implement in our ChatGPT and see if it's able to solve it or not. Mainly we'll focus on hard category questions only. So according to my research, there's a question of median of two sorted arrays. So as you can see, the success rate is 35.7%. So let's see if the ChatGPT is able to do this question. So first, let us go through the question. Okay. Pressed enter. Let's see what it first returns. One approach to solving this problem is to use a modified binary search algorithm to find the median of the two sorted arrays. So right now it's particularly giving the logic which we can actually imply to solve this question. And this is a good thing about the ChatGPT is that before giving the code, it's actually explaining how they are putting the logic in together in the code. So probably you can use this logic to create your own program. But let's see how sensible this code is. Quite a lengthy program. in Python. So if you are looking for your solutions on ChatGPT, you can always opt out or mention the specific program you want the code in. So okay, it's also gives that that the time complexity will be O log min m or n. So let's see if it the case or not. So we have copied it and we'll quickly paste it over here. As you can see, as we know that Python is very sensitive towards its uh, syntax, and you can see the indentation over here is perfect, but here it's not. So I feel that something like this is something with lead code. So let me just quickly rectify this. You can see I have cleared out the indentation issue, and let's just quickly run this program so that we can get an idea if this is the correct program. Now you can see here we have an error. Let's see, copy this and see what ChatGPT has to say for this. So if you remember, when we actually saw this question, there were 3 arguments passed through this function, which was self, nums1 and nums2. Ask GPT if it can write the code with self argument and see if it's correct. Wait that if it can pass a self argument through that function and see if it can generate a new code. Okay, now it has cleared that yes, it takes 3 arguments. Let's copy this code. It over here. Again, I think we will have to go through the indentation process. Oh no, this time it's fine. Okay, so now quickly run this program. Let's see if this time it passes all the test cases or not. Okay. I think it doesn't need because the class is already mentioned over here. Yeah. Okay, the runtime is 35 ms, and as we can see, case 1 and case 2 is definitely passed. So let us see if this code can pass all the test cases internally mentioned in this question. Now you can see the first 3 cases are actually accepted, but the other 3 are not. There is a runtime error. So as the first question in our list, ChatGPT was unable to solve. So let's move on to our next question. That is zigzag conversion. Now let me quickly search for it. This is the question. Here also you can see the success rate is definitely below 50 and the difficulty level is medium. So the hard one ChatGPT was not able to solve. Let's see if this can be done. So it will give a string that will be written in a zigzag pattern on a given number of rows. and then you have to read the line in a certain, as you can see over here. So we have to write the code that will take a string and make this conversion given in a number of rows. This also means a certain amount of repeat. It is also given a certain specifications that we exactly want. So this time we'll make sure that we are mentioning everything. So let's quickly copy this. Okay. Okay, now that we have mentioned all the specifications, let me quickly feed and paste it. Now let's see what code it has to generate. It's implementing the code in C++. So meanwhile it's generating the code, let's quickly select the code. Oh, it's already C++, okay. Okay, it's also suggesting that we can definitely use Python and Java. And it's generating an alternative code as well for us. That's sharp. Just quickly copy this code. The one, I think it's okay. So it's generating in Java. It's generating. We'll definitely have a look at its alternative codes as well. Let's quickly have a look at what it has to. The C++1, the first code generated by it, is correct or not. Okay, so I've copied the code. Pasted over here. Compilation error. Okay, okay. 28. Okay. So let's with this error. The one thing, definitely this time we have mentioned all the constraints, criteria, specifications that we wanted in our code. But again, ChatGPT questions we have implemented till now. Let's see if it has any success rate in further. Okay, it seems okay. Okay, now it is okay. So this time it is generating the solution considering the error in Java. See what it has to say in Java, and we'll make it specific that the error was in C++ program. So it generates the correct code. Plus plus program. What it has to say. Thanks. This error is something related to the compiler, and now it is giving the updated code in C++. Is the correct one or not? Actually apologizing for making errors in their solutions. Quite fascinating. Yeah. Paste the code over here. I don't see there's a lot of difference or changes over here. Let's see if it runs or not. Let me see if all the braces are covered over here or not. I think it's missing a brace. Okay, so there was a syntax error. One brace was missing. I don't know what that. Definitely it's something with the code, but okay, we can give that to ChatGPT. It was partially lead code's issue because we were copying the code. Still, it was not giving the error that there is a brace missing. Has passed the first three cases mentioned over here, and the runtime is 3 ms. Now, just let us submit this code and see if it passes all the rest of the cases or not. Mind it, this time we have actually mentioned all the constraints. So let's see if this has to into. Okay, so this time it has passed all the test cases, but still my conclusion with this question is it was still not able to generate the solution in one go. But still I can give that to ChatGPT because the first error that we faced was more of a lead codes issue because it was something with compile, and ChatGPT was able to give a proper. Now let's go back to our problems list. So right now the score is 1 and 1. It was unable to solve one question and one not. So let's have a look at the third question and see if that brings any difference to the ChatGPT's scoreboard right now or not. Third question that we are going to deal with is substring with concatenation of all words. This is in the category again, and the success rate is 31.1%, which is even lesser than the first question that we faced, which was median of the two sorted arrays. We are actually trying to cover all the spectra, the huge spectra of different types of questions and categories available in coding, and to give you an idea of how beneficial ChatGPT can be for you to solve difficult questions, which can be helpful for your interview base in companies, or you can say well established companies or mom companies. So here this video is specifically for you to give an idea that whether you can use it for your benefit and to get an idea, or you can actually compare it with your subjects, uh, and you can get a wider range of different types of approaches to a certain question. So let's start with the third question. Is that you're given a string and an array of strings, probably words, and all the strings of words are of the same length. Now, a concatenated substring in S is a substring that contains all the strings of any permutation of words concatenated. Here you can see it's given an example that if words has A, B, C, D, E, F, then A, B, C, D, E, F. Basically, it has done all the permutation and combinations that can be done using that specific array. Mention that A, C, D, B, E, F is not a concatenated substring because it is not the concatenation of any permutation of words. So we have to basically return the starting indices of all the concatenated substring in the S string. Also, you can choose any order for it. Here it has also given two examples for you to understand the question in a better perspective. Now, really copy this question and see if what programming language ChatGPT chooses to answer this time. Start with new chat again. Copy these constraints. Okay, it's just a question. Okay, this is the solution that we're getting right now. You requested a model that is not compatible with this engine. Please contact us through our help center at help.openai.com for further questions. Let me just quickly refresh it if it has something to do with the demand. Also, sometimes it happens that the console is very busy and you're unable to implement your task in it. So again, let's quickly paste it over here. We want a code, write the code to return. Now, let's enter. This time definitely it's not giving the same error. Let's see it this time it ChatGPT has anything to give as a solution. Okay, so it's generating the code in Python. One more thing, every time ChatGPT doesn't follows a similar pattern. As you can see in the first question, it explained the logic first and then implemented the code. Second time, it just gave you the approach, not the logic, and then implemented the code in multiple languages. First choosing for C++, and this time it straight away went for the code. So definitely we can say that it has some different styles of generating their code and explaining the code. I think it depends on the understanding how they want the code to be presented in front of the user, and to give the perspective that if the code is understandable or not, and if the code has multiple approaches, I think ChatGPT is capable enough to give that. So that the code is generated. Let's quickly copy it and paste it over here. I feel the indentation issue is going to be there. It was not there. Okay. F probably. But I think if we backspace. Issue. Let me quickly rectify this and I'll show you once the indentations are well. See, the indentation is corrected. Now let's have a look at the code if it's correct or not. Let's quickly run it. Definitely it has given our first syntax error again. I can see that even specific video question, it definitely goes to at least one error, which is mainly the syntax one. Sure if that is something with the lead code or with the ChatGPT code generation. Okay. Now that we have given the error, okay, it seems that the error is caused by the use of type hints. The function type hints were introduced, and the version we are using is lower than that. Okay, so basically it's generating now in the Python version. Probably this code is well suited for different version of Python. Let's change it then and see if that helps. It it is actually generating the code. Okay, again given the error. I think it's again something with the self. Uh, Python one, the new code generated is here. We'll definitely come back to that error and have a look at the Python 3 code also. First, let's copy this code and in giving the same error. Here, let's see what it has to say. Every time the ChatGPT generates the Python code, we cannot ever takes self as an argument, but the lead does. As you can see, when we start the code, it's already mentioned what arguments we need to pass from that particular function. So I think that is something with the lead code. So that what all arguments it's passing, even though we have mentioned everything this time, we have mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned all the necessary specifications that we want in the code, even then the code is not correct in the one go. So probably I'll give this point to GPT. It's something with the lead code because it's passing that parameter, and every time we have to mention that parameter. Pretty much when we do, the ChatGPT is able to solve the question. So let's see. Let me actually mention that pass self argument from that parameters. Make it a one of the parameters. Processing that. Yes, self can be passed as the first argument to the given function. Now let's see if that it's able to give the correct solution or not. Again, we can see it's generating the code and you know Python 3, but we can give that to ChatGPT that either it uses Python or Python 3. The error is with the self argument. So once we mention that error and when we mention that specification that if ChatGPT can pass self argument through that particular function in that code, the solution is pretty much right. So here it's also implementing and giving the answer. Okay, it also has mentioned that it's important to mention imported list and counter. So, okay, just copy this because again there will be a lot of indentation issues. Okay, now that we have it, let's copy the code. Was already mentioned, so yeah, we'll just copy it from the function. Paste it. Run this code and see if it has the solution in it or not. Yeah, there's an indentation issue. Let me again, as you can see, it is able to pass all the test cases here, and the runtime is 28 ms. Now, let us submit this question and see if it is able to pass other test cases or not. Accepted. So it is able to pass all the test cases, and I think this is something with lead code again. Whenever we are generating the Python code, we are actually passing self argument in lead code, but ChatGPT is not assuming it. So their solution is definitely correct. Even though we are specifying everything, we will have to be more specific that we have to run one more argument from the function so that it generates the solution in one go. So let us try that in our next question. But we can definitely see ChatGPT was able to solve this. So now the scoreboard is 2-1. Among the three questions, it is definitely able to solve two questions. Even in the first question, it was able to generate a correct solution, but it was not that accurate to pass all the test cases. To our question list, the next question that we are going to cover is N queens. Category, but still the success rate is 63% over here. Again, a new genre or question we are covering over here. Let us see if solve it or not. Definitely the success rate shows that many people were able to do it. Definitely more than half of people who have attempted it. So let's see if the question can, if this AI can beat that or not. So I have copied this question. This question mentions that the n queens puzzle is the problem of placing n queens on an n into n chessboard such that no two queens attack each other. Given an integer n, return all distinct solutions to the n queen puzzle. So basically, n is any given number, and you have to create a puzzle of n into n, and you have to arrange all the queens in such way. Also, the number of queens in the board will be equal to the number n, and in such a way that it is not able to attack each other in any case. Copied this part of the question, and the constraint is just one. Let me that it will be easier to keep a track of what all questions ChatGPT is able to solve. So these questions are very popular in interviews. Whenever you actually go to technical rounds and for prestigious companies. These questions are very popular. They are considered as very suitable questions to check your IQ and to check your potential, that how well aware you are towards your coding potential. Now that we have pressed enter, it is giving the logic it is going to implement in its code. One approach to solve the n queens puzzle is to use backtracking. Idea is to start by placing a queen in the first column of the first row. So let's see if the code is again capable to solve it or not. Again, it's giving the Python code. Generating the code, let us quickly see whether it's Python or Python 3. Python 3. Okay. Once the code is generated, I'll also write that you need to pass one more argument from the main function, that is self, and let it generate the code again and see that code can run in one go or not. What I want and let us see. Sure, here's an example of how you can pass an additional parameter self. Let's see if it suits the code or not. The solve n queen function is a method of the n queens class, and it takes self as its first parameter followed by the integer n. So yes, this solution does take self as a parameter. So let's see if this can run in one go or not, because this time we have already covered the most frequently generated error, which is syntax error of not mentioning parameter self. So let me see the indentation if it's correct or not. This time, let us quickly run this. Class. Okay, there you go. Now you can see that it has actually run the code in one go, and all the test cases are passed in one go. Even the runtime is 39 ms. So definitely ChatGPT is able to provide the solutions, the logics in a proper manner. It's just that we have to be more specific with what we want exactly from ChatGPT. Right now, we can see that it has been able to successfully generate 4 out of 5 questions that we have actually implemented till now, out of which 4 are from hard category. Let us submit this code and see if it also covers all the test cases internally fed in for this question. Just a second, I think I will have to submit it again. Here you go. It has accepted all the test cases, and this question is done by ChatGPT. It has actually implemented. Next question that we are going to cover, till now, I can say ChatGPT has taken the lead. It is pretty much able to implement all the questions. I think there are still some range of questions that it is not able to implement. As we saw, the first one was not a huge success, but I can still give that to ChatGPT as it is in AI and still in a developing mode. But still, if it can give you 90% of the output correct, it is a pretty decent and amazing thing to do. Question is shortest subarray with some at least k. Now let me search for it. Again, this question is from hard category and its success rate is even low, which is 26.1. Let's see if this question can be solved by ChatGPT. Let's have a look at the question. Given an integer array nums and an integer k, return the length of the shortest non-empty subarray of nums with a sum of at least k. So if there is no such subarray, return -1. So subarray is a contiguous part of an array. It has also given a description of what an array is or what a subarray is. So now that we have created a new chat, and let me screens. So here is one way to solve the problem. Initialize two pointers, left and right, both pointing to the first element of the array. Initialize a variable. So now this time it is giving pointers to solve this question. A perfect approach in a sequential manner, so that you can also use these pointers and the logics it's giving to actually implement your own code apart from asking it to generate a code. So I can see that it has given the pointers but not the code specific. So yes, it's giving an implementation of the algorithm in Python. Uh, Again, we can see it's not the Python 3, it's Python, little low version of Python. Switch to Python. Then we have to pass self. So it has generated the code and explained what all variables and what all statements have the individual functionality as. So we have also asked it to pass self parameter through its function and then write the code. So let's see if it adheres to it and generates new code with self parameter. Okay, so here is the new code with self parameter passed through the main function. Now I do have confidence on ChatGPT till now that it was able to generate logical and pretty much decent solutions for every question. This is passed to the class as an argument when an object is created and is stored as an instance variable. The shortest subarray takes k as an argument, which is the target sum. So basically, it's trying to explain the code that what exactly it's doing and what individual statements have as an influence on the code, and whatever parameters they are passing, what influence or what position they hold in the code. Definitely, ChatGPT is not just generating the code. It's also explaining the logic and approaches towards it. And when it's generating the code, as you can see here, they have legit explained the whole code, how it's actually functioning. That's a good way to put emphasis on, put a confidence on the solution. And remove this. Yeah. Type error. Okay. Let me. Okay, so it's apologizing it made a mistake in its previous response. The init method should take two arguments, one for the nums array and one for k. So now it's again generating a new code or adhering to the syntax error or type error generated. Let's right or not. As mentioned that here the init method takes two arguments, one for the nums array and one for the k, which was the error exactly. And it's again explaining the whole code so that one person who watches code or the logic could understand the functionality of it. Let's see if this code can run. Code, checking for indentation, removing class, and run. There's one more type error. Let's copy it and we mentioned that we want self argument to be passed. It is still not able to generate you know the correct solution twice. So let's see if this time it can work out. Issue though with the code. Apologize for the confusion. It seems that I misunderstood the that you are trying to call the function directly without creating an instance of the class. In that case, function outside of the class and simply call it by passing the parameters like this. Okay, the code is definitely generated by itself. So definitely I am not calling any function. The code I copied was actually generated by ChatGPT itself. So it's it contradicting its own pointers? Maybe. But we have copied the the code. Let's paste it. Again, look for indentation. And run this code. Okay, once again, it is not able to, pass. Time error is there. Now, again, we have to copy this error and paste it. Again, according to ChatGPT, it was confused with the context of the question. Like I said, the code was anyway generated by ChatGPT. So yeah, this time I think ChatGPT is trying to contradict its own logics. Let's see if the current code can do the miracle of solving this question. Class and run. Okay, so after 4 attempts of running the codes generated by ChatGPT on lead code for this particular question, finally now it's able to pass all the test cases. So I have a very contradicting point right now. Not exactly contradicting, more of a skepticism that okay, ChatGPT does generates proper code or logic, but it doesn't considers all the criterias, or it also has a tendency of taking the question in a wrong context. So I feel that when we as a human try to solve these questions, we definitely try to implement all the logics, and if we get it, we can actually get the code in one go. Logic or demand of the question, and be AI being the superior version, or trying to be the superior version of human brain and going to the extents of a human brain, still faces those issues, can be a drawback for chat gpt, because you can see for this specific question we have faced multiple types of error, and we have seen chat gpt contradicting its own prior code. So definitely this is something to consider, or something to think about. Submit this code. And like I said, after giving 4 attempts, it is still not able to pass all the test cases. It is only able to pass 61 out of 97 test cases, which is almost 70% of the test cases. 30% of the test cases are still not passed. Even though we mentioned all the constraints, we have mentioned the comments, we have mentioned all the errors that but as this particular code can go through, still it was not able to generate the proper code that could go through all the test cases. So this was a fail for ChatGPT. At least till now, we have made out this point that ChatGPT is definitely not able to solve every question. Split array with same average. Correct? Split array with this is from the category of hard questions, and the success rate is only 25%. Let me refresh it and remove this code. Now let's have a look at the code, what it demands. So you are given an integer array nums. Now you should move each element of nums into one of the two arrays, A and B, such that A and B are non-empty. And the average of array A is equal to average of array B. Now return true if it is possible to achieve that. Condition is not justified. So given a note that for an array, average array is the sum of all the elements of array over the length of array. Okay, so it is giving you the logic of how to actually, find out the average of what average is exactly. And also it has given a few examples to give you an idea of how the code needs to be projected or implemented. Copy the code and paste it. Okay, it is possible to achieve this by checking all the possible subsets of the nums array and comparing the averages of the subsets. So definitely it has given you the approach, the way you can actually think of solving this question. However, this approach would have a time complexity. So it's also giving that this approach can have a time complexity of O to the power n. So again, it's suggesting a different approach, a more efficient approach that will be using dynamic programming. Now that can be used to find the subsets with a specific average and create a 2D array with the length of I and j, that will be the length of the two arrays we have actually given as input, and represents whether or not it is possible to get a sum of j using the first elements of the nums array. So the time complexity of this approach would be O and S. So definitely it is not given a code. Let me ask for it. But not for every question ChatGPT is generating a code. It is also mentioning just and the approaches that we can actually use. Definitely, again, we will have to mention that what we want from them. As you can see, I've mentioned this time to write a code for it, and now it's generating a new code for it. It's also mentioning comments that what every snippet of the code is actually for and what it will do. Like here you can see it will fill the 2D array DP. DP stands for dynamic programming. This here it has mentioned initialize the first column as true. So it is also mentioning the comments for better idea of understanding the code in a better way. Also giving the note that this implementation assumes that the nums array is non-empty and that the elements of the nums array are non-negative integers. Okay, also the above implementation will return the possible subset that can be formed by the array to fulfill the given condition and not boolean true and false. But that's what we want exactly, right? Still, okay, this approach is in Python. So let's copy this and see if this code can run or not. I can clearly see that again it needs to pass self parameter. Indentation. Give it a heads up. or I have mentioned what I want specifically. Uh, sure, here is an example of how you can pass the self parameter. So now the current solution will pass self. Okay, great. There was an error. Okay. And it has generated a new code considering the criteria I just mentioned, that I need self parameter to be passed through the function can partnership. So I have copied it, and let's quickly paste it over here. Pass all the cases or not. Wait, we need to remove this. Okay, it's done. Now quickly just run this program. Okay, so here is error, attribute error, solution object has no attribute. Okay, so let me copy it and paste it over here and see what ChatGPT has to say about this error. Okay, the error message solution object has no attribute. Split array same average suggests that there is no method named with this in the solution class. So it is likely that the test case is trying to call this method, but it does not exist in your implementation. Anyway, that I have not mentioned this method, this was given by ChatGPT itself. So again, we can see the condition that it is contradicting its own. So again, it has generated a new response, and it says that it should resolve the issue and the test case should be able to call this particular method correctly. So that is something for us to decide. Now let us copy this code and see that now is it able to run or not and pass all these test cases or not. And click on run. Okay. Now the new generated response does works for this particular question, and the runtime is 12 ms, and it thus passes the first two cases mentioned. So let us quickly submit this code and see if the code is perfectly, fine to deal with all the test cases actually fed by lead code. Okay, now again we can see one more situation that this code is not able to pass all the test cases, even though we mentioned all the specifications, constraints, and we were pretty precise about the questions and parameters that we want our code to be done in certain form. But still, it is just able to pass 68 test cases out of 111, which is almost 50 to 60% of total amount of test cases. So let's move on to the next question. That is, find substring with given hash value. So let me quickly search for this question. Find substring with hash value. Again, it's a question from hard category, and the success rate is 22.2%. So let's have a look at the question, what it demands. So here, the hash of a zero-indexed string of length k given integers p and m is computed using the following functions. Now, hash with parameters spm, this is the logic given how we want our output to be demonstrated in certain value, or how the hash can be generated. the particular formula, how you can get the hash value of your, string. So the question is, you are given a string and the integers, and you have to return the first substring of that string of length given to you. Here it's k. The test cases will be generated such that an answer always exists. We are going to copy this course and mention all the specifications mentioned here in their ChatGPT console so that it gets all the specifications. Copy the code and so I have copied the code and paste it over here. Now let's check for indentation. It's fine. Let's remove class my class and again it faces a type error. So let's move on to the next question. Again, we saw that ChatGPT was not able to solve this particular question. Coming back to our list, the next question in the list that we are going to cover is partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. Let's quickly search for that question. Partition array to two arrays. Again, this question is from hard category and the success rate is even more low. So let's have a look at the question first. It's partition array into two arrays to minimize some difference. That is generated as the output. Or we can see that there are three constraints. So now quickly we'll copy this question and see if it is able to solve this question or not. First, we have to create a new chat. Copy all the constraints. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say for this particular question. Let's ask it to generate a code. This time it has only generated a logic, not exactly logic, the approach they are going to follow or anyone can follow to solve this question. Let me ask if it can generate a code. It's definitely taking longer time to generate this code. Okay, here is the code which is possible Python implementation and okay, the code is generated and it's mentioning that the code takes in an input an array of integer called nums. So basically it's explaining that what it's doing, which is pretty much explained in the question itself, that what exactly it needs to function like and what will be the variables and what will be the inputs and how it needs to be segregated to obtain our optimum result. So let's copy this and paste it over here. Again, like I said, we can see that it's generating, again, we could see that pass self parameter. Okay. In the attribute error, let's quickly copy it, paste it over here. see what ChatGPT has to say about it. Okay. That you have seen that after placing the error, it's giving that error message you're seeing suggests that there's a problem with the function name in your code. So the error message is indicating that there is no function called minimum difference within the solution. Also, I have seen that apart from the function name, it doesn't have a self parameter. So let me just write it down. Self argument in apps. Wait, let me copy it. That will be better. And write a new code with it. Let me see if it can generate a new code this time. So yeah, it has agreed. Sure, there is an example, and here's the code. So I have copied this and pasted over. See any such huge difference in the syntax or the logic of the code? But yeah, we can definitely think of running now. Let's run this code. We copy it and paste it over here. Again, an error has prompted out. I don't know how valid code we'll get after projecting this error over here in ChatGPT. So yeah, definitely considering the error message you are seeing is indicated that the function is returning INF, which is not a valid value for the expected return type integer. So in the base case where I and j are both 0, the value of is set to float, which is positively infinity. However, the expected output is an integer, so this value is not valid. So again, considering this change, the ChatGPT is giving a new code. So let us see how valid this new code is. Okay, I can see that it has changed the logic over here. Instead of float INF, it has changed, it has written a new syntax, a new logic over there. Now, and also ChatGPT guarantees that this may solve the issue of returning INF as the value. Let's see how accurate ChatGPT here is. Now, we have pasted the logic. Yeah, as oh, yeah, sorry, I need to remove these two lines. Now let's quickly run this program. Okay, so now as you can see, it could only pass one test case, but not the first two. So there's no point of submitting this code, as we can see that the logic for this code or this code as a whole is not. Well, moving on. Next in the list we have is longest common subpath. Now let's see longest common subpath. So this question also comes from category of hard questions, and the success rate is 27%. Now let's see what this question demands actually. Now let's quickly copy this question with all the constraints, and whatever apart from example is left on the screen, we need to copy it. As you can see over here, you cannot just miss out on any specifications. Talking about the constraints, copy and paste. Now enter. Giving the approach to solve this question, which is dynamic programming approach. Okay, we didn't got any code over here, so let's try that if it can present a code, yes, I have asked to write a code for this, and yes, ChatGPT has definitely agreed to provide me a code for it. ChatGPT is done with its explanations. I'll type it out and wait for the new code, which will contain self as a parameter. That this code is pretty similar to the previous one. It's just that it's using the self argument in the function as it was mentioned by me. So let's quickly copy this code. Paste it over here. Check for the indentation. Run this code. I don't should be any. Okay, I spoke too fast. Here we have another error. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about this. Okay, the list index out of range error is likely occurring on line 10 because the indices I and j are being properly bounds checked before being used to access elements in the path and TP arrays. Okay, so we have found a new code. Let's quickly copy this code and see if this code is capable of, eliminating the errors we probably found. Click copy and paste. Let me check for the indentation. Done and run. Then we got a error over here. Even though after providing so many specifications and criterias and errors and conditions, yet ChatGPT was not able to provide a perfect solution for the code. Moving on to the last question of our list, that is going to be sum of total strength of wizards. Hopefully, this question does some magic for ChatGPT and prove itself lucky for ChatGPT graph for this video, because for now we can see it's a 50-50 scene. Half of the question ChatGPT was able to provide solutions with, and half of the questions ChatGPT couldn't actually figure out what needs to be done. Even the logic and approach was correct, still the implementation of the code was not correct. So let me search for this question, sum of total strength of wizards. Again, a hard category question. So let's have a look at the question first. Let's quickly copy this question, create a new chat, paste it over here, and look for constraints. Now that we have copied it, paste it and enter. It's giving an approach how you can actually think of a solution for this particular question. ChatGPT has not generated any code. Let me ask for it. Okay. So here's an example. Again, they have implemented the code in Python. Now, it is also giving a note that the approach is valid only if we are allowed to modify the original array. And also, we are not working on down over here. Mention and then write this code. So let's see if we can do it with self argument. Okay, so yeah, there's an example. It's generating the code. Okay, so let's see what's the update with the code. Okay. This. Wizard army. Let's add solution. And run the code. So there's a runtime error. Let me see why. This error and paste it over here. See what ChatGPT have to say. The error message solution object has no attribute mod suggests that there is a class named solution and the code is trying to access an attribute named mod on an instance of that class, but the attribute doesn't exist. We probably need to make more specifications, and if it still doesn't work, then it clearly classifies that ChatGPT doesn't takes every point or a classification in consideration, which ultimately reflects on the solution. The new code is here. Let me quickly paste it. Okay. Let's try running this code. Let's see if this works. Try running it again. Again, it has a runtime error. Was unable to solve one more question. Now that we have tried and tested a huge spectrum of questions from LeetCode on ChatGPT, we can conclude that though ChatGPT is an amazing tool with a bright future, it still has its own limitations, and maybe it is not ready to replace humans or compete with human brains. These questions were picked from a list of frequently asked questions for interviews and examinations. ChatGPT does have a potential to generate logics and approaches for the code in an effective manner, but still its ability to analyze the question is weak as compared to humans. As we know, these questions are there. The success rate does shows that a proper solution do exist for these questions, but still, even after multiple attempts, ChatGPT was not able to find the correct answer. But we can also give ChatGPT the benefit of doubt that it's still in its initial phase, and still there are a lot of aspects that need to be worked on. So probably in future, ChatGPT can take an upper hand over this. But for now, ChatGPT needs to do a lot of work for these situations.
We'll start with our project, and for that, first we'll create a folder in Python projects. And name it as Telegram bot using ChatGPT. Okay, and inside this we'll open the command prompt and open our ID. That is, I would be using the Visual Studio Code, and you can use any ID that you have hands on. And now we will go back to our ChatGPT and we'll start here. But before that, let's talk about Telegram bot. So a Telegram bot is a program that interacts with users via the Telegram messaging app. The prerequisite is you should have a Telegram account, and bots can be used for a wide range of purposes such as customer support, news delivery, and even games. And ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is a large language model trained by OpenAI that is based on GPT 3.5 architecture. And ChatGPT is capable of generating human-like response to text-based inputs, making it a great tool for building chatbots. And now if we talk about prerequisites, you should have a Telegram account, Python installed on your system, and we need a Python Telegram bot library that I will show you what to install, and that ChatGPT will tell us like what to install. So we'll just ask ChatGPT to create Telegram bot using Python. Okay, so it says error. We'll just refresh the page and ask again, create Telegram bot using Python. Okay, I will see what he states. So create a Telegram bot. You need a Telegram bot talking to the bot father. Yeah, we have to go to the bot father. I will show you guys how to do that. Install the required libraries. Next, you need to install. Okay, and write this code. Okay, so in this script they have started with the start function, so it will just say as hello when it would be started. Okay, so we will add some more functionalities and we will ask where to find the your API token here. So I know like we have to go to the bot father, but we will ask ChatGPT also, where can we find the your API token. So it states that to get to Telegram bot API token, you need to create a new bot by talking to the bot father on Telegram. Open Telegram and search for bot father. Okay, and send the bot father a message, that is /new bot, and the bot father will ask you for the name of the bot and it will ask you about the username, and the fifth is the bot father will then generate a token for your bot. This token is a string of characters that uniquely identifies your bot on Telegram. So keep this token secure, and I will also blur it so you guys won't be able to see it. Okay, so moving to a Telegram, we'll just search bot father here, and you can see this is the bot father, and we'll just click on start, and they asked, the ChatGPT asked us to write /new bot. We'll just click on this and we'll get, so we'll write a new bot. How are we going to call it? Please choose a name for the bot. So we'll write Simplilearn _ new bot. Okay, good, let's choose a username. So Simplilearn _bot, and it states that your username should end in bot, so we have ended with bot, and you could see the token here, and here you can just access your bot. So we'll get back to our ID and create a new file, and I will name it as new.py only, or you can name it as bot.py or anything you want. We'll get back to our ChatGPT, but before that, first we need to install the library. For that, you can go to the command prompt, or you could use the terminal of your ID. That is, in Visual Studio Code, you could use the terminal to install the libraries. You could see that the requirement is already satisfied, as this library is already installed on the system. So moving back, library is installed, and now we'll copy this code and paste it here, and we will just change the token. We'll go back to bot father, we'll copy this token, come back and paste it here. Okay, now we will run this and see whether our bot is working or not. So it has successfully executed. We'll get back to our bot father and just click on Simplilearn 11 bot. So we click on start and see it says hello, I'm your bot. So it's working fine. So if we write hello, it won't respond as there are no functionalities. So we will ask ChatGPT to add functionalities. Please add some more functionalities and response to the bot. Let's see. So sure, here's an example of how you can add some more functionality. So they used bot updater dispatcher. Okay, define the help command handler. Okay, so ChatGPT has defined 3 functions, that is echo. And what does echo do? It will just give you the same thing what you give to the bot or what you write to the bot. Caps, that he has also declared a help function, and in which you can see like what functionalities does the bot have, and the caps will do, it will convert the message to all caps. Echo the message back to you, it will give you the same message. /start, it will start the bot, and /help to get help. And now unknown, if there is something you ask out of these things, it will just say sorry. Okay, I will let you guys understand this code also, but first we'll see whether it's working or not. So for that we have pasted it here, and we'll paste our API token again. So I pasted it here. Now first we will close this terminal and get a new terminal and then run the program. I will get back to the bot father, and this is our bot. So we'll just write /start, and it says hello, I am your bot. Now we'll say hi to the bot. So okay, it's not responding. Okay, we'll just close the terminal, and we have pasted the keys also. Okay, run it again. Now we'll see whether it's working or not. Start. Hi. So the code is not working. And just see the code again. Okay, here we don't have any response to hi or hello. So what we'll do, we'll use the help, and to call the help, what we have /help. So these are the commands for what it will respond. So we'll use /help. Okay, now you can see that /start to start the bot, that we have done help, and echo echo the message back to you. So we'll write hi, don't write back, so we'll write /echo hi. Then he has given us the output, that is hi. So we can write /echo how are you. So it has given you back. And same, we have /caps, so we'll write /caps and we'll write something in small caps, that would be greatly built. Okay, now you can see it has returned in caps. So you can add some more functionality to it, and before that I will get you guys understood the code. So now we'll see what does this code do. So first we have imported the necessary modules, that is the classes from the Python Telegram bot library that will need to create our bot. So Telegram contains the main bot class, while updater, command handler, message handler and filters are classes that we use to handle incoming updates and messages from Telegram. Okay, now these are like we have created an instance of the bot class that is using our Telegram bot API token, as well as an updater instance that will continuously fetch new updates from Telegram and pass them to the appropriate handlers. And we have used context equal to true, that tells the updater to use the new context based API introduced in version 12 of the Python Telegram bot library. And we also used a dispatcher object that will handle incoming updates. After that, we have created a start function and passed update and context. So we have defined a function that will handle the start command, and the update parameter contains information about the incoming update from Telegram, while the context parameter contains some useful methods and objects that we can use to interact with the Telegram API. In this case, we have used context.port.send_message to send a message to the chat with the ID specified by update.effective_chat.id. And after that, we have created a help function. So we use a multi-line string to define the help message, which contains a list of available commands. And then we have used the context.bot.send_message to send the help message to the chat. And after that, we have the echo function. So we use context.arguments to get the message sent by the user after the /echo command. So to use this, we have to use the /echo, and after that we have to write the message, and then use join to join the message back together to a single string. We then we have used the context.bot.send_message to send the message back to the chat. Then we have caps. So this function defines that will handle the caps command, and we have again used the context.arguments to get the message sent by the user after the /caps command. And then we have used the upper function to convert the message to all caps. And then we have used the context.bot.send_message to send the message back to the chat. Then we have unknown function, that is this function defines that will handle any command that the bot doesn't recognize. So we have used context.bot.send. So it will just say sorry. Okay, so these are the start handler, help handler, echo handler and caps handler. So these are the commands, and we have added the add handler. And to start the bot, we have used update.start_polling. So this is how we have created the bot with the help of Python and ChatGPT. So we are done with the project. You can add more functionalities also to the bot. You can just ask ChatGPT to get more functionalities, to play music in the Telegram bot, or you could just ask him how to send messages to a particular user by the bot only. and you could also send media files, ask the media files from the bot, and you can train a fully bot by the help of ChatGPT, and this is called ChatGPT scripting. So with the help of ChatGPT, you can just ask him and he will guide you with all the code and processes. You just have to like make them in a sequence and use them to full of your use. So for that, first we'll open the command prompt and run the file main. For that, we'll write the command go run main.go. So this is the file that is written in the Go language, and we're gonna run with the command go run main.go. For that, you need to have Golang installed on your system. So I will guide you with all the process, but currently we are seeing the demo. So here, this command will generate a QR code that will scan with the device which we want to integrate the ChatGPT on. So we'll wait for the file to get executed, and after this we will execute the server.py file, and that will open the ChatGPT on the Firefox browser. You can also use other browsers, that is Chromium and other if you want, but we'll use Firefox to skip the one-step verification that ChatGPT asks us whether if we are a bot or a human. So we'll run the file again as there was some error. So this time, yeah, it ran perfectly. Now we'll take the device and open WhatsApp on it, in which we want to integrate the ChatGPT. So I'm using one device to just capture this QR code. So this is the device, and you can see that my device has captured this QR code, and you can see here that WhatsApp me MEOW, it has been activated. So now we'll run another file, that is server.py file, and that is the Python file. For that, we'll open the command prompt again, and that would be another command prompt. And to run that file, we'll write the command python server.py. And you can see in the Firefox browser, ChatGPT has opened, and I have logged in already, so it didn't ask me to log in again. Now we'll take another device and we'll message on the mobile device which has been integrated with the ChatGPT. So from this device, I will write hi, and you can see on the screen that ChatGPT replies, hello, how can I assist you today? And the same you could see on the WhatsApp chat. So today we will ask ChatGPT, what is the capital of India? So you can see that the ChatGPT is typing the capital of India is New Delhi, and it has been responded to our mobile device. So this is how we can integrate ChatGPT on our WhatsApp. And this would be the simple tutorial. In this, you don't need to code any. There would be another tutorial if you know what's behind the code or what behind the integration part. So you could watch that video and know how we have integrated. But in this tutorial, I will guide you with how to download the files and how to run the files and how you can integrate ChatGPT on your device. To start integrating ChatGPT on our device. So for that, first you have to download this repository, and it contains some files, and I will upload some more files here. You just have to download it, download the zip file, and after downloading it, you just need to extract it in a folder. So we'll extract in C drive in Python projects. Mainly we create the folder here only. So here we'll create a folder. Okay, integrate ChatGPT in WhatsApp main or Yeah, right, integrate ChatGPT. That's it. So inside this folder, we'll extract the files, and I think it's been done. So we'll just visit C drive, Python projects, and inside it we have integrate ChatGPT, and we have these two files. So to run these two files, what you need is you need Python installed on your system and Golang installed on your system. So I hope you guys know how to install Python and Golang. If you don't, I will just give you a quick tutorial. So to download the Python, you just need to visit the python.org website and move to the download section, and you will see the download the latest version for Windows. You just need to click that and the download will start for you. The package has been downloaded. So I will provide you the link on how to download the Python in the description box, and also the link for the GitHub repository. So you don't have to search it anywhere. Also, you can search it on the browser. Just write integrate ChatGPT in WhatsApp and Abhisar Ahuja. You will get the GitHub link, and just write GitHub also in the search bar. You will just redirect it to this. And now you have downloaded the Python. So just open the exe file and start with the installation. So you can choose add python.exe to path. You can choose that and customize installation, and just click on the Python test suite, and the next you can add the Python to environment variables. So you have to tick both these options, and then you will click on the install. As I have already installed it, so I won't need to install it again. You just need to click on the install button, and here you will get the Python installed. Okay. And the other thing you need is Go language. So to download it, you have to go you have to go to its official website and go to the download section. And here you will see the Microsoft Windows. As I am working on the Windows operating system, so I will download for the Windows. I've already downloaded and installed it. So you guys can download it, and I will show you. Like, this is simple how to install Golang. You don't need to add anything. So it's been downloaded. Okay, to guide through the installation. Okay, so we are just waiting for the setup to be initialized so that we can install it. Now you can see the next button is available. Just click on that, and a previous version of Go programming is currently installed. Yes, you can see that it's already installed. So you don't need to do anything in installing the Go language. Just click on install and it would be installed for you. So I won't be installing it again, as I already installed on my device. So moving on, now what we'll do, first we'll run the server.py file. So for that, we will go to the folder where we have extracted our files, and here we'll open the command prompt and run the file server.py. So to run a Python file, we have to write the command python and then the name of the file, that is server, and its extension, that is py. So we have initiated that. Okay, Firefox is already running, as we have not closed what we have opened for the demo. I think it's an error. I will again run the command prompt. I will just close the previous command prompts. Yeah, I have closed them. Now I will open the new one and you should open the command prompt, the new command prompt, after installing the Python and the Go language. I will also assist you in installing the GCC compiler, because you would be needing that for Go language. So first we'll run the server file. So you could see that by running the python server.py file, you could see that the ChatGPT has opened up in the Firefox browser. So I will show you the code, what we need for that. You need to install the Flask, System OS modules, Playwright module, and here in the 16th line, you could see that we have used Firefox. You could use Chromium for Chrome, but the case is you need to do the one-step verification. That is the captcha thing for like initializing the ChatGPT. But we don't need that, so we are using the Firefox. So you should have Firefox on your system. Now, what I want you to do is just install these modules. As if these modules would not be installed on your system, it would show an error. It would give you an error in the command prompt only, as I have already installed them, so it's not giving me any error. So I will tell you the commands to install them. So to install Flask, you can just write py space Flask in any browser and it will direct to the website. So you could open the first link, that would be pypi.org, and this is the command pip install Flask. So you can just copy that and open your command prompt. First we'll quit it, Control C, and now you could see that we are in the folder integrate ChatGPT, and here you could paste this command and press enter. It states that the requirement is already satisfied, as I have already installed these modules, and the other module you need is Playwright. So just copy the command, go to your command prompt and paste this command and press enter. It would be installed for you. And another module you need is virtual environment. So just copy this and paste in your command prompt. And another module you need is the OS module, OS SYS system, and we'll open the PY, that is the official website, the pip command website, and you just copy the command, go to your command prompt, paste the command and press enter, and this module would also be installed for you guys. And now you have installed the Go language, the Python language, and the modules you need to run the server.py file. Now what you need to do is run the Go file. But before running the Golang file, what you need is GCC compiler. So to download it, I will provide you the link for the GCC, or you could just see here. I'll provide you the link in the description box below. You could just click on that. You would be redirected to this page. Just click on this release, that was 24th May. And what you need to download is this 64 plus 32-bit. Just download it, and as it gets downloaded, just open it and click on the create button, and after that the second option, then next, and the directory you want to install in. As I already installed this, I will choose the C directory only. In C, I would install in Python projects. Okay. Okay, didn't took the folder in C. Oh, sorry, cancel it. In Python projects, and in the same folder that was integrate ChatGPT. Okay, so I'll click on next. There is no temptation to install it. Yes, I want to install here, and when you click on install, it would get installed for you guys. I've already installed it and the process started, so it will get installed again. So now what you have to do is you have got all the requirements to integrate the ChatGPT on WhatsApp. That is all the modules for the server.py file and the main.go file. For that you have installed the Go language and the GCC compiler. So you could run both the files, and for that we will close the command prompts and open the new command prompts. And this is a folder, so we will open one command prompt here, and we have to open different command prompts for both the files, for the Golang file and the Python file. Okay, so we will open the command prompt here, and now to run the Golang file we need to write the command go space run space the name of the file and the extension, that is main.go, and we have executed the file, and this file will provide us with a QR code, and we'll scan this QR code from our first device in which we want to integrate the ChatGPT. And before that we will run our another file, that is server.py file, and for that we'll open another command prompt and to run this command, to run this file, we'll write the command python space the name of the file, that is server, and the extension .py. So we'll see whether a QR code is generated or not, and I can see that it's been linked to the previous device as we have done in the demo, so we haven't logged it out. So I will check with the device. Yeah, it's been active, so I will just log out from that device and run it again. Or I will open another command prompt to run the Golang file again. So to run it we'll open the command prompt and write the command cmd for that, and here we'll write the command to run the go file, and we have done that. And if we see the server.py file, yeah, it has been perfectly executed, but we are not able to. Yeah, our ChatGPT is running fine. Now what we have to do is use our first device to scan this QR code so that ChatGPT gets linked to our first device, and then we'll use another device to chat with the ChatGPT. So now we have opened our first device and open the WhatsApp and click on the link devices, and here we will scan this QR code, and you can see that it's logging in. Now it's logged in, and now from the another device we'll ask a query to ChatGPT, and we'll ask ChatGPT to write a code to add 2 integers, and that too in Python. So we just misspelled Python, but we hope that our ChatGPT understood that. So here we can see that the ChatGPT got the command, and it has run a good example. So here's an example code to add 2 integers in Python. So you can see that ChatGPT has been integrated, and we'll see its response. Yeah, we got the response, and now we'll ask another question, and that would be, what is the currency of United States? Let's see what it responds. The currency of United States is the United States dollar. It is the most commonly used currency in international transaction and is the world's primary reserve currency. So we can see that till it writes all the lines or sentences, it's been executed on the browser, and after it completes or it stops generating the answer, it sends it to the WhatsApp chat. So here we are done with our project. Now you guys have understood how to integrate ChatGPT with WhatsApp, and what you have done is we have downloaded the repository and we have to extract all the files that are present in the repository. I will update all the files. You just have to extract them into a folder and then run the main.go file and the server.py file. And before executing these files, you need to have Golang and Python installed on your system. And for the Python, you need some modules that we have seen. That is the Playwright module, the Flask module, the OS system module, and the virtual environment module. So we have seen how to install them. And when you will just execute the file on the command prompt, you would get errors if these files or modules are not installed on your system. And for Golang, we have installed the GCC compiler. And after installing all these requirements, then you have to just run both the files. And when you run the Golang file, you will get the QR code. Just scan it with your device on which you want to integrate the ChatGPT. And after that, from any device, you can just message on that number on which you have integrated the ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT would answer all your queries. We are gonna automate WhatsApp using Python by PivotKit library and with the help of ChatGPT. And before starting, I have a quiz question for you guys. And your question is, how much did Meta, that is formerly Facebook, spend to acquire WhatsApp in 2014? And your options are, your first option is $10 billion, second option is $19 billion, third option is $20 billion, and the fourth option is $21 billion. Please answer in the comment section below and we'll update the correct answer in the pinned comment. You can pause the video, give it a thought, and answer in the comment section. So moving on, now we'll move to create a project. So first we will create a folder for a project, and for that we will create a folder in Python projects. And we'll name it as automate WhatsApp using ChatGPT. Okay, and inside this we'll open the command prompt and open our IDE. That is, we want to automate the WhatsApp using Python and with the help of ChatGPT. We won't write the code on our own. We will ask ChatGPT to automate it. We will create the file and name it as main.py. And now we'll move to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to write a code to send messages through WhatsApp using Python and the PivotKit library. So we'll give a command, send message through WhatsApp using Python and PivotKit. Let's see what ChatGPT responds to us. And we have also created the automate WhatsApp using Python video. I will just link in the I button. You can check that out and we'll see what ChatGPT tells us. Okay, so country code, message, minutes. Yeah, it would work. And first you need to install the PivotKit library by running pip install PivotKit in your terminal or command prompt. Okay, replace target phone number with the target phone number you want to send the message to, country code with the country code of the target phone number, message with the message you want to send, R with the R in 24-hour format and you want to send message, and minute with the minute you want to send the message. Okay, for example, yeah, okay, put it. So we'll copy this code and paste in our IDE. But before that, first you need to install the PivotKit library, and for that you can go to the command prompt and write the command pip space install space PivotKit and press enter. It states that the requirement is already satisfied as I've already installed this module, and you can install it by writing the simple command and you will get it installed. And if you face any error in installing it, just comment down and we would be very happy to resolve your queries. Okay, so as ChatGPT states, we'll just enter the things it wants from us. So it's asking the target phone number and the country code without plus sign. Okay, so here we'll just write all the things, but as you can see, it has also given us an example to see and work on the code. So here we'll just clear it. I will write the phone number to whom I want to send the message. So it would be, and I would just blur this number so you guys won't be able to see. Okay, and here we'll just add the country code, and that is without plus sign. Okay, so my country code is, you can search it, that is I live in India, and the message I want to send to him is hello, how are you? And now we'll set the hour and minute. So the current time is 15:14. So we'll set 16. Okay, we'll save this and run it. So it says that the country code is missing. So we'll just copy the error and give it to ChatGPT, as we are taking the help of ChatGPT in this video. So he has given us the code, so we'll just provide the error to him. Let's see what it states. If it's not able to resolve this, then we will resolve it. Indicate the country code present in the phone number you're trying to send. Okay, yes, and the country code is 91. To send the message correctly, you need to make sure. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We have mentioned in the question provided, the provided phone number is this and the country code is 91. Okay. You need to make sure that the country code is prefixed to the phone number like this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Okay, we don't have to make it a string. Yeah, now we'll run it again. Okay, it's a string only. So I will write the phone number again. Yes, 153. Okay, now we'll see. And what I will do, I will write the country code here. We'll save this, and the time is 15:17 now. So we'll just turn it to 15:18. Save this and run it. So our code has been executed successfully. That is, in 20 seconds WhatsApp will open, and after 15 seconds message will be delivered. So we just have to see that we have entered the time as 15:18. Is the seconds available for the code to get executed? Yeah, it has opened the WhatsApp. It will take time as my WhatsApp has loads of chats and contacts. Yeah, I have to scan it. Don't think it would be able, as we have reached the 15:18. Yeah, I've scanned it. Let's see if it will deliver the message or not. Else we have to change the time. So we just have to wait for 15 seconds. Let's see. Okay. Just stop the terminal and run it again for 15:21. So we'll save this and run it again. So it states that in 85 seconds WhatsApp will open, and after 15 seconds message will be delivered. So we'll get fast forwarded here. So we are still waiting. Let's see when it will open the WhatsApp. Okay, it states that the phone number shared via URL is invalid. Okay, I'll just check the phone number again. Okay, I entered the wrong phone number. Sorry, guys. So I will just update the time again, and it would be 15:22. We'll make it fast. We'll run this. Okay, it says that the call time must be greater than. So we'll write 15:23. Save it. We will make the time as 15:27. Save it and run it. Okay, it states that in 40 seconds WhatsApp will open, and after 15 seconds message will be delivered. It has opened the WhatsApp. And it has started the chat. Okay, it has written the, and we have sent it to hello, how are you? That's good.
Are you looking to turn your passion for writing into profitable online venture? In this comprehensive guide, we will show you how to easily create and sell ebooks using ChatGPT, an advanced AI tool that simplifies the writing process. Creating ebooks has never been simpler, thanks to ChatGPT's ability to help you brainstorm ideas, generate content, and structure your book efficiently. Selling ebooks online is a fantastic way to make money. As digital products are in high demand, you can reach global audience without the hassle and the cost of printing physical copies. Plus, ebooks offers the convenience of being eco-friendly and easily accessible to readers worldwide. Throughout this video, we will walk you through the entire process from the initial idea to the final sale. You will learn how to use ChatGPT to generate engaging content, format your ebooks, and publish it on popular platforms like Amazon Kindle, Direct Publishing KDP, and Apple Books. It's your choice where you want to publish it. So stay till the end of this video because we will guide you completely on how to create an ebook and sell it online, and that is also completely free. Yes, you heard it right, completely free. Alright, so now let's understand what is an ebook and what are the benefits of creating it. So an ebook is like a digital box that you can read on devices like tablets, smartphones, or computers. It's convenient because you can carry many ebooks in one device without needing physical space. Creating an ebook offers several benefits. First, it is cost effective since you don't need to print copies. Second, ebooks are eco-friendly as they save paper and reduce, I repeat, as they save paper and reduce carbon footprint. Third, they can easily accessible globally, allowing authors to reach broader audience. Fourth, ebooks can be interactive with features like hyperlinks, multimedia, and search function enhancing the reading experience. You can make money from ebooks also in several ways. Firstly, selling ebooks through platforms like Amazon Kindle, Direct Publishing, or Apple Books allows you to earn royalties on each sale. Pricing strategies can vary from offering, promoting to setting competitive prices based on the market demand. Secondly, you can leverage ebooks to build authority and attract clients or customers in your niche. For instance, an ebook on digital marketing strategies can showcase your expertise and lead to a consulting opportunities. Thirdly, offering premium content or bonus material alongside your ebooks can justify higher prices or subscription models. This approach enhances the value proposition for readers. And lastly, licensing for selling rights to your ebook for translation, adaptation into other formats such as audiobooks or courses, etc. So there are many benefits of creating an ebook and selling it online. It is primarily used for money making, also to get aware for, I repeat, also it is used for the awareness of if you're launching a product, people use ebooks to firstly show the demo of what that product is. So you can use the ebook in many ways. So in this video, let's understand how to create ebook. For that, let's move on to the browser and understand. All right, so now this is our browser. Now let's understand how to create the content of ebook using ChatGPT, which is our AI tool. So we'll go to ChatGPT. So now here we will be writing a prompt to write the content of ebook. Now it's up to you on which content you want to write it. It can be in your domain also, and it can be something in which you have the interest, you have the passion, and you are good at it. For example, let's say somebody is good at the knowledge regarding cars or regarding bikes or regarding anything. He or she must have the value to provide to the audiences. That content he should write the ebook on. For example, so let's take an example like I'm writing an ebook on how to make money online, right? So what should I write? So I'll start with writing the prompt. Just a second. There we go. Write an ebook for titled How to Make Money Online. featuring the AI generated images for each chapter. This ebook will contain 8 pages and 6 chapters divided into 6 chapters. Alright, so let's have a look what we have written. We have written is write an ebook for people out there titled How to Make Money Online, in which we are featuring the AI generated images of each chapter for each chapter so that it will be easy for people to understand it. Now this ebook will contain 8 pages. So I've instructed ChatGPT to create 8 pages divided into 6 chapters. Each chapter will be explained in human-like manner and long paragraphs. It should be long paragraphs. Also use AI generated images in between the chapter for the better explanation. So let's see what the result it gives us. All right. Chapter 1 is freelancing, and we can see it is not able to generate the images. We'll do something about it, definitely. Blogging and content creation, online service and market research, selling products online, affiliate marketing, online tutoring and courses. So 6 chapters are there. All right. So ChatGPT has given us all the chapters that we have asked ChatGPT for. Now we wanted the images also, like AI generated images also. So let's write a prompt for it, as we are not able to see the images. So I'm writing where are the AI generated images that I asked for. I'm not able to see those images. All right, now let's see. So here ChatGPT is giving us, I believe it gives us chapter wise images. All right, so it is giving us chapter wise images. Here is the AI generated image for chapter 1, freelancing. Let's proceed with generating image for the remaining chapters. So all right, so it is showcasing the freelancing, people are doing freelancing, and online service and market research. Okay, though these people are doing online research and market research, online service. And this is blogging and content creation. As we can see, these all are AI generated images that we asked for. And now we can use each of these images in between the ebooks. Selling products online, affiliate products, and online tutoring and courses. The images, what I think the images is pretty well that I expected. Now your ebook How to Make Online includes AI generated images for each chapter. All right, so what we asked for ChatGPT, it gave us. Sometimes it happens that what you ask it doesn't give at the first time. Then you'll have to write the another prompt for it, as we did right now. All right. Now the thing is, we want all these images to be inside this one, in this doc, not this doc, but this what we call ebook that we have written. So let's ask ChatGPT if it can include it in between. Can you include these images in between the chapters above, and then show it to me. Let's see if it can do that. Otherwise we can also do that, but let's ask ChatGPT first. All right, I don't think it is able to do that. We might have to write another prompt for it, but rather than that, let's just use this also. This only we'll use. Anyways, we have got the links for, we have got the photos for each chapter, so we don't need to worry about that. So without worrying about this, we'll move on to the next step, which is compile all the tables, chapters, and images into a file that we want. So this file can be PDF file also, can be doc file also, or in any other format. So let's just write compile the tables, chapters properly, images properly into a document file. All right. I think ChatGPT is saying I'll convert all the images to PNG format and then add them to the document. So let's just add another prompt. Let's just stop it and just copy paste this one, and we'll be adding another prompt so that we can tell ChatGPT that use this format instead of that one that it is suggesting. We can write that convert the images into a specified format, like we can write convert the images into JPEG format. Now let's see. Alright, so as we can see, ChatGPT has given us the answer. I have compiled the document with converted JPEGs image properly integrated. You can download the ebook using the link below. So we'll click on this file to download it. And as we can see, it is getting downloaded. And let's just open this file. As we go, Word automatically saved images to the normal document template. Do you want to load it? Yes. Let's see. Okay. So this is the ebook that ChatGPT has created. You guys must know that anything that we have written inside it is not on our own. ChatGPT helped us in writing all of this content, and we can see how properly it is written, the color scheme and all. And this is how to make money online. So now we can also make the changes in between. The profit of writing the document in Word is that only. We can always convert this document into PDF by going to various sites. But let's just create first in the document file so that you can also do editing and changes. And if you want to add something, then also you can easily do that. So that's why we have created into the document format. So as we can see, freelancing, then there is the image. As we can see, we can also resize it. All right, as you can see, we have resized it. So this way you can also edit it and whatever you like. I mean, it's up to you. It's very subjective to people what they want to do for their ebook. So it's up to them. If they want to add something in more detail, or they can also showcase with the help of an example, then they can definitely do that. And after all the editing is done, then they can, go for the PDF format. It is very easy to convert doc into PDF by going to various sites. So as you can see, we are resizing the images, and according to me, the images are well. I mean, what I expected is it is better than that, and it is also showcasing what we want, what we are explaining over there. So yeah, as you can see, conclusion is also there, introduction is also there, so you don't need to worry about that as well. And another thing is, let's say I want to change it a bit, like let's say online service and market research is there, then there is blogging and content creation is there, but I think this blogging and content creation content is bit like not that explainable. I want it to elaborate more. Then what will I do is, will simply copy paste it, or you can use from ChatGPT also. We have copied it, and now we'll go to ChatGPT. All right, now I'll write the prompt. I want you to explain it in more detail so that people can easily understand it. Now I'll paste the content that I want ChatGPT to more explain it in an elaborated way. So here it is: blogging, a path to sharing, earning, choosing your niche, setting up your blog, creating high quality content, monetize your blog, and advertising, sponsored post, everything. There are various points. There are 5 points that ChatGPT has written. And now what I'll do is I'll just simply copy it. Let's say I've copied it. Now I'll go back to the doc. This is the doc, and I'm just showing the example, right? I'll just paste it. Now let's see.
All right, online surveys, and this is blogging and content creation. So automatically, as we can see, number of points we have written, and this is the link that it has added. And basically we got the format. Basically all these things are done, so we don't need to worry about that. Even we want to make any changes, it is very easy to do that, as we have just saw. Now the next thing that we want to focus on is the mockup or the cover photo or the mockup photos. For that, basically we want to market this digital product, this ebook, we want to market it. So what we'll do is we'll have to create a cover or mockup. So there are many ways to do that, and as we told you that we will be creating this free of cost, how to do all these things in free. So we'll go to Canva. All right, now we'll write a prompt. What prompt should we write? We'll write create a AI generated poster image. Let's write create an AI generated poster image for ebook that I can use as a cover for it. All right, this is how to make money online. So okay, we don't want the entire cover photo, but yeah, so don't give me the entire cover photo, just generate AI generated images for mockup for ebook. No, we already have this kind of a thing over here. Create few more. Only create image and not the background. It is creating some more images. Let's wait for those. Give me the inside image for the last photo. So basically you have to manipulate ChatGPT to give you the exact thing that you are asking for. So for that you have to write multiple times the prompt. Sometimes it happens. So it's pretty normal. So don't just get frustrated with that. I think this one is better. Anyways, it is not getting us what we want. Can you convert this? By mistake, I wrote something else. Downloadable, I want to write. I think it is converting it. All right. So to create a mockup, now what we'll do is we'll basically go to the mockups. Here we can see this is the template. This is apps. Inside apps, we'll go to mockups. As we can see, we'll click on this. Now we have to select the mockup we want to create. So let's have a look at it. So there are pro also, there are normal one also. It's up to you which you want to select. Let's select this one and let's get started. We'll select the image that we just downloaded it. So upload it. I believe this is the image. Sorry, this is the image and it is uploaded. Yeah, but the size of the image is a bit small, right? So we'll have to make it in portrait or something.
Let's see if something is there. Code interpreter session expired. I believe we'll have to create another one. So let's say we want to download this. We'll have to make sure it is in the JPEG format. So it is downloaded. Now we'll go over here and delete this one. Select, upload. I believe this will fit. Let's see. Yeah, it is looking bit good than the previous one. And let's see, save mockup. So this is how you can create a mockup for your digital product, your digital ebook, and then you can easily download it. So once you have downloaded it, you can put it into use. Now the next thing is how you can market it. That is the next challenge. For that, you have to go to the free websites that lets you to upload all your ebooks and sell it. There are many websites, some are paid and some are free also. But before moving there, let me tell you guys, the version of ChatGPT that I'm using is ChatGPT 4. You can also do the same thing with ChatGPT 3.5 also, but it doesn't give you the feature of downloading all these images or whatsoever you want. So for that, you don't have to worry. All you have to go is to go on Canva and you click on it. And now here you can see there are many things. Now the first thing you'll do is you have to get the ebook template. So you'll search for ebook and you can select the ebook template whatsoever you want. You can select as per your choice. For example, let's see this one. This one is free. So you can customize this template and then you can copy paste from ChatGPT, as ChatGPT 3.5 doesn't give you the feature to download all these things. So all you have to do is just copy all the content that we previously done and just paste it over here. And you can also add page or something like that. So it is very easy. You can edit this. So it will be easy for you and then you can download it. So you don't have to worry if you don't have the paid version of ChatGPT. You can easily do that with the help of Canva. So you don't have to worry about that. Now coming to the part where we were explaining how to market it, how to sell it and where to sell it basically. So for that, we'll go to a site, InstaMojo. So it allows you to, create your own digital product and sell it free of cost. So for that, we'll log in. It's pretty simple. And so once we have logged in, so we have to fill up the details. So basic details, it is very easy. You can easily fill up the details. As it is showing, payment collection is not enabled on your account. So I'm showing you the demo of it. So that's why I have not done that. But it is very easy and it's free of cost. So it is very easy for you guys as well. So once you have done the sign up and all, as you can see, shortcuts, add a product, digital file, event ticket, manage store categories. There are many things. Not only ebooks you can market over here, there are many things you can do, right? So for that, what we'll do is we'll go to add a product digital file. So our digital product is our ebook. For that, we have created a mockup that we have downloaded it from Canva, this one. So now we have this option of adding a product. So you can see I'm a coffee, like this you can do. You can set the price and you can put in the account details. So people who are interested in can easily buy the product from you. So it is very easy and it is also showing physical product, digital file, event tickets, others. So as we know in digital file, it is showing ebooks, digital art, software or any file that can be downloadable. So we'll click on this and then you can easily upload the file. So once we have uploaded, then we can here add the image, product image, that is our mockup that we have curated. All right, so now it is done. And once you have uploaded that, you can also product video, YouTube videos are only available on the growth plan. Then the title of it, the description of it, the price that you want to sell it for,
the fixed price, and discounted price that is optional, and limit the number of downloads per buyer. So you can easily do all these things. It is very easy. You don't have to worry about that. And all these features are there. Then in the end, you can just market it. So using ChatGPT, you can easily create money. And we have showcased this with the help of a fine example. All you have to do is to just implement the things that I suggested you on your own. And you have to add the account details that I can't do. You have to do it yourself on the InstaMojo, where you can freely do that. It is very easy. You have to put in your account details, and that is done. And for the people who are thinking that they don't have the paid version of ChatGPT, you don't have to worry about that. As I told you, using the non-paid version of ChatGPT also, you can do the same thing that I've done, but you can't download the content that I did previously. For that, you can just copy paste the content and put it into the Canva. So Canva has this template of ebook. All you have to do is just paste it over there and then download it from there. And I have also shown you how to create mockups and all. So you don't have to worry. All the things are there available for you. All you have to do is just put in the work and do what you want to do.
So guys, here we are in the GPT, that is ChatGPT 4 version. I have the premium version, that is I have GPT 4.0, GPT 4, GPT 3.5. I have the GPT 4 version, and if I show you my plan, I have the plus plan. So here I will show you guys where we can explore the GPTs. So this is the section where we are having explore GPTs. If we click on that, here is the whole overview. Here are the topics that are featured. Then if you click on writing, so these are the custom GPTs. So now I will tell you what is a GPT and how do they work. So a GPT is a type of artificial intelligence model that is designed to generate human-like text based on the input it receives. So it uses a machine learning technique called transformers, which allows it to consider the context of all words in a sentence rather than one at a time. So this makes GPTs exceptionally good at understanding and generating coherent and contextually appropriate responses. So these are the GPTs. And what are custom GPTs? If I tell you, so these are all the custom GPTs. What I told you was GPT. That is the whole GPT 4 version. So they are based on transformers. Now, if I tell you about custom GPTs, they are generative pre-trained transformers and are tailored versions of the original GPT models developed by OpenAI. And these custom models are modified to serve specific tasks or industries more effectively, such as legal assistance, medical inquiries, or customer support. So by training on specialized data sets, they can offer more precise and relevant responses in their respective fields. So I will show you guys how you can create a custom GPT also. So I created on the create section. I'll show you guys once again. So this is a section. You just need to click on create. I will show you guys the whole process at the last of the video after exploring the top 10 amazing GPTs. Okay, here you can create it, and you can here have the preview of the custom GPT if you want to create it. Okay, so now if I tell you about the benefits of these GPTs, so they offer several benefits. One is efficiency, that is it automates repetitive tasks and handle multiple queries simultaneously. So if you click on ChatGPT and if you want to have some data analysis, you have to type the prompts again and again. For that, we have a particular custom GPT, that is data analyst. Think research analysis. We will move here. Okay, this is for research, or I will tell you guys that's consensus. So this is the custom GPT that have all the research papers, all the studies provided in it. If I tell you guys in the create section, you could attach more and more files. If you attach files here, data and other related information, it will help you create the perfect custom GPT, so you don't have to write the prompts again and again or automate. You can automate the repetitive task here. Number 2 benefit what I can tell about is scalability. This assists in scaling services without the need for proportional increase in human resources. Then comes the customization. You can tailor responses based on the specific needs of a business or context. Then you have the accessibility. It improves access to information and services by providing another layer of interaction. So these benefits of GPTs are the ones that help you guys. Now we'll start with the top 10 GPTs that are prevailing now. So starting with number 1, that is Claude GPT. So here is the Claude GPT. You could see here other GPTs that are used for coding purposes. You could use any GPT. So let's start this, or you could have another GPT. I will show you guys. That is for programming. You just click on programming, and these are the top GPTs that are prevailing in the programming world. So if I click on Code Pilot, so this has been rated 4.2, 2 million plus conversations, and ranked number 1 in programming. So we click on Start Chat. Now we are here with the custom GPT, and you don't need to download any GPT, or you don't need to install any GPT. You just have to click on the Export GPT section, and you would be accessible to all the GPTs. So here we have this Code Pilot. So what does this do is, this GPT assists users in writing and debugging code, and it provides programming guidance, suggests corrections, and can help with code optimization for a variety of programming languages. And this GPT is useful for both novice programmers needing help with basic syntax and for experienced developers looking for advanced optimization suggestions. You could see that he is suggesting some of the prompts that he can reply to, and we will write some prompt and ask this Code Pilot what he can do. So I will ask him, can you write a function in Python language, and what it should do is that should sort a list of numbers. So you could ask this GPT, or you could provide your code, and if you want to debug your code, you can just provide the code to him and he will debug for you. So you could see that it has provided the code for sorting the numbers. So this was one of the GPT. Now moving to another, we'll move to Explore GPT sections 1 again, and we have one most popular, that is Canva. So Canva GPT assists users in designing and editing visual content by providing suggestions, automations, and creative ideas tailored to the user's design needs. I don't know why it's not showing. Yeah, this is the one, Canva. You could see that it has been rated 3-star, 2 million plus conversations. Now I'll click on Start, and you could have a generic view also, like what this GPT do. Wait a second, I'll show you guys once again. So if you click on that, you could read the description here also, that is effortlessly design anything, that would be presentations, logos, social media posts. These are the conversation starters here, and here are the capabilities that retrieves or takes actions outside of GPT. The ratings given by the users. Now we'll start the chat, and here we could just ask him what they are suggesting also. I need a poster for our online stores seasonal sale, but they have not specified what their store is about. Or we can ask him that create a series of Instagram posts promoting an upcoming music festival and including vibrant colors and modern design elements. So we'll go with their suggestion only. Let's see what they. So let's create an eye-catching here. Start your creative journey with Canva, but we'll design together today. Okay. So create a poster for medical online store. You could specify like I won't be talking about the prompts here, more how you can generate the good prompts. So for generating the good prompts, you can watch our another video, that is prompt engineering. And for that, you guys have to do is you have to write the full prompt, that what you need to be and what you need ChatGPT to do. You need to be more specific. As you can see that it has created the online poster, but it's not good looking or engaging, which can attract customers. But it's okay, like with this prompt you can get this. You have to be prompt specific. So this was our second GPT. Now moving to third, going back to Explore GPT section. Here we will search for DALE now. So DALE is very popular nowadays. Okay, DALE was there only. It's the topmost only. So it's an AI program that is capable of generating unique images from textual descriptions, and it blends concepts and styles to create high quality images based on user inputs. So we can ask him to generate an image of a futuristic cityscape at sunset, blending elements of cyberpunk and art deco styles. You could add anything in the prompt what you need to create. So I will ask him that generate an image of a futuristic city space at sunset. You could add more things to it, be more specific, and the custom GPTs will create the thing for you. So you could see that our DALE custom GPT has provided the response to us. So these are the futuristic city at the sunset. You can download these images and use them, and you can give the credits to GPT also. So this was all about our third GPT. Now moving to the next one, and we will see now Web Pilot. This is also one of the topmost search and the recently used, like this browsing history that was the recently used. So it has been rated 4.2 by the users, 800,000 plus conversations, and hashtag 4 in productivity global. So we'll start the chat within. And so what does this GPT do? This GPT helps users by summarizing long web pages into concise versions, highlighting the main points and crucial information. For example, we will have some Simplilearn articles. We'll provide the link here. We'll provide the link to Web Pilot GPT, and then we'll ask him to summarize this article in around 100 or 200 words. Okay. So we have pasted the link here. Now we'll ask him summarize the article in around 150 words. Okay. So let's see. You could see here that it has started taking the action. Okay, we made a mistake here. The link is about some story blogs. It didn't copy the article link. We will copy it again and paste it here. Yeah, now you can see that it has got a link. Now we'll ask him again, as it has summarized a story blog video what I have copied earlier, I think. So you could see that it has generated the response that the article from Simplilearn outlines the role of a risk manager, and it has summarized the article into 150 words. So this is the magic of Web Pilot GPT. Now coming to number 5. So now moving to the 5th GPT, and we will explore it from the writing section. This is the Write for Me. So this is the 5th GPT on our list. So what you can do with this is you can have a Write for Me, a tailored, engaging content with a focus on quality, relevance, and precise word count. So you could ask him, we will go for the like what they have suggested, the prompts, we have gone with that only. So you could see that how they are writing and what English words they are using, how's their vocabulary. So these kind of GPTs are collaboratively made to get all the content delivered with a great understanding of vocabulary and the content creation. So with that, we'll move to our next GPT, that is 6th GPT, and that will be diagrams. So this is one of my favorites. So this tool creates flowcharts, mind maps, UML, chart, plot UML, workflow, sequence, ERD database, and architecture visualization for code. So what does this do is it creates diagrams and charts instantly from descriptions, aiding in visual data presentation and analysis. So if I ask him that generate a flowchart illustrating the software development lifecycle with stages and key activities in each stage. So you could see that it has started generating the response. it will create the diagram. First it had all the stages listed here, and now he is telling about the diagram syntax. So it seems that flowchart is not a supported diagram type for rendering. So he is fetching syntax, that is. So you guys, so here is a diagram what diagrams GPT has created, and you could view in the full screen here. Download the PNG file if you want to use this diagram, and if you want to see the code, you could see here, or what theory part they have done behind this diagram, or what they have done for creating this diagram. That is, they have used the graph here, and you can edit the code also here. So this is the code written to create this diagram. So this was all about our 6th GPT. Now moving to the next GPT, and that would be around the data analysis part. Not research and analysis, but it would be around data analysis. I would search for you guys, that would be data analyst, and I've used this GPT many times, and it's one of my favorites. So what does data analyst do is, so this GPT helps analyze large sets of data, providing insights, performing statistical analysis, and making predictions based on the data provided. I will show you guys what it can do. So I think, yeah, this is the one I use. It's not showing any ratings or something, but yeah, this one is good. So what we'll do is, we will upload a file. So I must be having some Excel files. Okay, Excel data. Let's see what this data contains. Okay, we'll open it only. Can you analyze the Excel file and tell me what it is about? You could draw graphs, bar charts, or analyze data and got some pivot tables with this GPT model. You could see that it has started analyzing, and I've used it many times for generating my reports. So you could see that what it has provided is, this Excel file contains 2 sheets with the following content. So sheet, that is data 2, it includes columns such as order date, customer name. So these are the things that are provided in the sheet. If you need to get the code, you could have the code here and use this in your IDE, and it will provide all the things what here GPT is doing, you can do in your IDE. So if I show you guys what this file contains is, okay, so this is the data. So we have 2 spreadsheets here, one is data, one is data 2, and it has provided columns, and you can do the analysis further. So this was all about data analyst GPT. Now moving to the next, that is 8th GPT, that is consensus. So this we will use. We'll move to education section, and here we should find that, or else we'll search it. So this is one of the most used GPT here. So this is the one, that is, you can ask the research, chat directly with the world's scientific literature. So it aids in academic research by locating relevant scholarly articles, papers, and studies quickly and summarizing their findings. So what we can ask him is, we can ask him, find the recent studies on the impact of virtual reality and on learning outcomes in higher education. So it is asking for the permission, so we will grant the permission to him, that is always allow. And it has all the research papers that are available on the net, and you could see that it has started providing the response, and these are the evidence for this, and he has mentioned the research papers or the articles that have the studies. So this is about the consensus GPT. Now moving to the number 9, and on number 9 we have tech support advisor, that is text troubleshooting. We'll move to explore GPT section. and search for tech support advisor. So this GPT provides solutions to common technical issues, offering step-by-step troubleshooting guidance. So we will ask him that my laptop is running slow. Despite no visible running application, so what steps can I take to diagnose and fix the issues? Despite no running application, so what steps can I take to diagnose and fix the issue? So you could see that it has started providing the response like check the task manager, check for malware, free up disk space, and update your system, check startup programs. So this is the perfect support tech advisor as a GPT that can help you diagnose any tech related problem in your laptop, in your desktop, or in any device. So this is the great GPT that we have here. So now number 10 on the list is legal advisor. So this legal advisor helps draft, review, and interpret legal documents, offering guidance on legal terminology and compliance. So you could update any legal document here and ask him what this is about and what should I do this. If you got any court hearing or something, I hope you not, but if you have any document, you can update it here or upload it here and ask this GPT what this is about and what I can do to counter it. So I will ask him something. So I need to draft a lease agreement for a residential property. Okay. So I will also ask him that what clauses should I include to protect both the landlord and the tenant. So you could see that it has started generating the response that creating a comprehensive residential lease agreement is crucial. And these are the clauses that you should include. Number 1 is parties. Clearly state the full names and contact information, property description, lease term, rent, security deposit, utilities and maintenance, use of property, occupancy limits, pets, access and entry. So this was about our legal advisor GPT. That was number 10. And guys, we have a lot of GPTs in the Explore GPT section, and you can create your own also. I told you about how you can create that. Just go on the Explore GPT section and then click on create, and here on the left side you have a create tab where you can use plain language to customize your own GPT through prompting. You just have to write the prompts here and it will do the task for you. And you also have a configuration tab where you can provide more information about the custom GPT, that is such as the name and description, what this GPT is about and what exactly the GPT does and what it should not do. And when you make changes in the create and configure tab, you will see these live updates in the preview window. On the right hand, that is this, and message your GPT to access its abilities. You can start messaging also. And you can also choose the capabilities, that is web browsing, DAL image generation, and you can also upload the files that you want to store data for a particular GPT. You can upload the files here also. So this is how you can create a new GPT.
Hello everyone, welcome to this amazing video on the OpenAI latest model GPT-4o. Whether you are curious about its underlying technology, real-world applications, or future prospects, this video covers everything you need to know about GPT-4o. So let's quickly understand what is GPT-4o. GPT-4o is a big upgrade in OpenAI's smart tech. It's better at understanding and talking like human than previous version. It's super good at tasks like answering questions or writing stories. Just have a look.
Hey, how's it going? Hey there, it's going great. How about you? I see you're rocking an OpenAI hoodie. Nice choice. What's up with that ceiling though? Are you in a cool industry style office or something?
Well, can you take a guess at what I might be doing based on what I'm showing you here?
From what I can see, it looks like you're in some kind of recording or production setup. With those lights, tripods, and possibly a mic, it seems like you might be gearing up to shoot a video or maybe even a live stream.
Yeah.
Now, it can even understand pictures. This makes it even more useful.
Hey, ChatGPT.
Hello there. How's it going?
It's going really well. Today, I'd really like your help solving a math problem.
I'm all ears. What math problem can I help you tackle today?
So I'm going to write down a linear equation on a sheet of paper and I'll show you. And then I'd love your help working me through it. But importantly, don't tell me the solution, just help give me hints along the way.
Got it. Oh. Okay, I see it.
No, I didn't show you yet. Just give me help along the way. 1 second.
Whoops. I got too excited. I'm ready when you are.
So, ChatGPT, what equation did I write down there?
Ah, I see it now. You wrote down 3x plus 1 equals 4.
Whether you are using it for fun or work, it's way better now. It shows that OpenAI is really good at making smart stuff. If we talk about model evaluation as measured on traditional benchmarks, GPT-4o achieves GPT-4 turbo level performance on the text, reasoning, and coding intelligence, while setting new watermarks on multilingual, audio, and vision capabilities. So now let's move forward to the demo part, and now let's explore the features of ChatGPT 4o. So as you can see, my phone screen is there. So this is the UI of ChatGPT 4o. Here you can see the model name GPT 4o and GPT-4, GPT 3.5. So GPT-4 is for premium version. So as you can see, here is camera button. You can upload the files, you can upload the picture, you can give the audio text, you can chit chat with ChatGPT. Okay, so these are some default prompts are there. So let's start with this audio version, this new version. Okay, so you have to just click here. So it will connect with the OpenAI server. So hi ChatGPT, how are you?
Hi there, I'm doing well. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I'm also good.
That's great to hear. Is there something specific you'd like to chat about today?
Yeah, please tell me something about GPT-4o.
GPT-4 is a language model developed by OpenAI. It's designed to understand and generate human-like text based on the input it receives. GPT-4 is an improvement over previous versions with better accuracy, understanding, and generation capabilities. It can be used for a wide range of applications.
So ChatGPT, can you please tell me how to become machine learning engineer?
Sure. Becoming a machine learning engineer involves several steps. 1, education. Start with a strong foundation in mathematics, especially in areas like statistics, linear algebra, and calculus. A degree in computer science, data science.
So this is how you can ask ChatGPT anything, right? So let's ask something related to IQ. Let's check the IQ. So can you please tell me which is the most spoken language in the world?
The most spoken language in the world by number of native speakers is Mandarin Chinese. It has over 1 billion native speakers. However, when considering the total number of speakers, including those who speak it as a second language, English often ranks at the top.
Okay, so ChatGPT, can you please tell me, like I want to create YouTube video on what is machine learning. So can you please help me with the content plan?
Sure. Here's a simple content plan for your YouTube video on what is machine learning. 1, introduction, 1 to 2 minutes. Greet your audience. Briefly introduce yourself and your channel. State the topic of the video. What is machine learning? 2. What is machine learning? 2 or 3 minutes. Define machine learning in simple terms.
Okay, see, this is how you can ask ChatGPT anything, and all the file, all the data will come here. Okay, see, I asked this. Okay, so ChatGPT, can you please tell me this? Then the answer is there. So now let's check the another feature, which is image recognition. Okay, so first, what you can do, you can click the pictures right away, or you can upload your screenshot. So I will go to the gallery and I will upload this. One code is there at. Please explain this code. You can write this. Okay, just send this. So here you can see the code in the image is a simple Java program. I will show you the image. The prints hello world to the console. Here is breakdown of each part. Okay, so it explained beautifully. Okay, so let me show you the picture. So this is a simple hello world program. So you can ask ChatGPT by uploading your screenshot. Okay, you can ask any doubt of yours. So now let's again upload one image. Then I will upload my image and add, describe this picture. Or you can make even stories. Okay, describe this picture and make a short story in 100 words. This is the current photo. As you can see in a modern studio, John prepared to shoot his latest YouTube tutorial on machine learning. Wow. With a green screen behind him, professional lighting illuminating the room, he sat at his desk, laptop open and notes ready. Okay, and if you will see the picture, right? So you can ask anything to ChatGPT by uploading your screenshot or a particular image. What if I want to click one present picture? Okay, so what I can do, I can open this camera part and I can do this. Okay, so next, describe this, upload. This image shows the screen of a Dell laptop displaying an award from the world's #1 online bootcamp, Simplilearn. See? So this is how you can upload your picture, or even you can talk to ChatGPT on video call, like you do with your friends or your family. Okay. So this is not published yet, this version, but it will come soon. Okay. And even the time is displayed. Wow. Okay. So what if I want, like you can write, oh, Google logo image. Okay, now it will create an image. See, doing research with Bing, searching Google logo image, it will search and it will create one image. I guess it should. It's ChatGPT, it can do anything. Okay. Okay, I want image. I want logo image. Or I can write create image for me. Okay. Gave something. Okay, let me write create Google logo image. Now I think it will make. Okay, see, as you can see on the screen, creating image, right? So it will, I hope it will create, not sure. Okay, done. Show me the image. See, Google image, not exact but somewhat right. Okay, so this is one. And what you can do, there is one more feature, multilingual. So again, we should connect. Connect. So how can I say how are you in Spanish?
In Spanish, you can say, how are you? As como estás? If you're addressing someone informally, ¿cómo está usted? For a more formal context.
Okay. How can I tell my name in French to someone?
To tell someone your name in French, you can say, je m'appelle your name. For example, if your name is John, you would say, je m'appelle John.
Wow, amazing, right? So this is how you can learn any language you want to. Okay, so these are some basic features of ChatGPT 4.0. Maybe in future it will launch more and more new features, right? You can upload your document, you can upload any sort of a screenshot, you can ask for the code, you can do anything, right? You can upload your image, any sort of image, and you can ask ChatGPT to describe it or to make one story. So now let's move forward and see some safety and limitation of ChatGPT 4.0. So now let's talk about safety and limitation of GPT 4.0. GPT 4.0 prioritizes safety by design across different types of data and by refining its behavior after training. They have also developed new safety measures to control voice outputs. They also had outside experts review GPT 4.0 to identify and address risk, especially in new areas like audio. They will keep improving safety as we learn more. While text and image inputs and outputs are available now, they are still working on making other features like audio, safety, and user-friendly.
So guys, let's see. So memory in ChatGPT allows the AI to keep track of information shared in past conversations. And this capability enhances the way ChatGPT interacts with users by using previously mentioned details to provide more tailored and relevant responses. Think of it as having a digital assistant that remembers your preferences and past discussions to make each conversation smoother and more personalized. I will show you guys from where you can turn this memory feature on. You just have to go to your username, click on that, then go to settings, and then click on personalization. Here's the memory feature. You just have to turn it on, and you can go to manage to check it has stored any memory regarding you or not, and you can clear the ChatGPT's memory also. So it's up to you whether you want to keep the memory or you want to delete it, or what memory you want him to keep or what memory you want it to delete. So this feature is handled by you only, and you could see that this memory feature is accessible for the ChatGPT 4 Plus users and the enterprise users. And they have a description here that ChatGPT will become more helpful as you chat, picking up on details and preferences is tailor its responses to you. And you can click here learn more and get a hands-on where it will show. As this is the official website for OpenAI, and they have memory and new controls for ChatGPT. And here you could see that this is the managed memory section that I showed you. This is the managed memory section. As currently I don't have any memory stored in the ChatGPT. They have some memory stored, that is has a 2-year-old daughter named Lena. Daughter Lena loves jellyfish. So these are the kinds of memories that has been stored, and you could see they have mentioned how memory works. So as you with ChatGPT, you can ask it to remember something specific or let it pick up, and these details can be used in the further chats. I will provide you some examples and I will show you some prompts that how could you use this memory feature and how this will help you in prioritizing your task, or if you are dedicated to your fitness journey or you are like working on any project. So how could this feature help you? So let's move and see. You are in control. So what they're doing here is, I think they will be showing how you can use the memory and delete the memory accordingly. And viewing and managing memory, that's in the manage section you can view. And there's a temporary chat section that if you want to conversate without storing the memory. So I will show you guys where this option is. So when you click on ChatGPT 4, there's a temporary chat section. If you just turn it on, like you could see here that it won't store any history, no model training, and the memory is off here. If you click on continue, so you would start conversation in the ChatGPT with the temporary chat section, and he won't store any memory regarding this conversation. So we will close this temporary chat as we will be using the memory section here, and you could use the custom instructions also that ChatGPT, and that would be more helpful. So the custom instructions, they are here. You could just use customized ChatGPT and you could provide some custom instructions, but they are generic. So what we want is, we want the memory to be stored and the ChatGPT should use the memory for further chats. So you could see that. So they've also mentioned evolving our privacy and safety standards here. And then they have shown that team and enterprise customers can work more efficiently as they have got this feature. So for enterprise and team users, memory can be useful when using ChatGPT for work, and ChatGPT can remember your tone, voice, and format preferences, like how you want. So you could use ChatGPT to remember your tone, voice and format preferences, and he can write in your own tone, like how you write, how you use some keywords, how your English is, like how fluent and what's your tone. ChatGPT can deduce it from its memory and use that and provide the same output as you want. So this is about the ChatGPT memory thing. So GPTs will also have memory. They have mentioned it. So I will show you guys what are GPTs. So here's the Explore GPT section, and there are many that are provided by OpenAI only. Like these are featured ones, these are trending ones, that is image generator, logo generator, and you can create your own GPT also. That's here. Here's the create section, and these are by ChatGPT, by OpenAI team only. Data analyst, DALL-E, port modes, creative writing. So they will also have the feature of storing memory. So let's see an example, like they have provided it. Like the Books GPT helps you find your next read. With memory enabled, it remembers your preferences such as favorite genres or top books and tailors recommendations accordingly without needing repeated inputs. So it will make your task easier as you don't have to input all the prompts. They will have their memory. They will just refine it, retune it, get the memory, get your genres, your preferences, and they will suggest you. So now moving on, we will have some, or we will discuss some applications where you could use it. So let's start with the applications. So if you are managing some project or a project manager, you could use the ChatGPT memory feature. Like you can keep track of ongoing projects, deadlines and responsibilities. Or if you are a student and you are learning something, so the ChatGPT can remember the user's learning goals, that I want to learn some language and dedicate it to these weeks. So provide me a roadmap, and the daily when you will be learning with ChatGPT, he will remind you that today is this day and you should accomplish all these codes or the tasks that are provided to learn that language. So similarly, if you have personalized recommendations for that application also, that could be recall preferences in books, movies or restaurants to offer customized recommendations. And in your health and fitness journey also, you could ask him to track fitness goals, dietary restrictions and exercise preferences to provide tailored advice. So let's see an example prompt for memory storage. So let's see the example for project management. Let's start it. So we will ask him to remember that my project deadline for the marketing campaign and we can name it like any marketing campaign, Rise Up marketing campaign named Rise Up. Okay, is June 30th. Okay, so you could see here that he is updating the memory updated. So project deadline for the market campaign named Rise Up is June 30th. You can go to settings, personalization and the manage memory. You could see here that it has stored this memory that project deadline for the marketing campaign named Rise Up is June 30th. So similarly, he remembers the things and will help you that this deadline is on June 30th and how you will be proceeding with your chats. He will help you to like meet the deadline, so you won't miss the deadline, and he will guide you with all the outputs. And if we see another prompt, that could be if you are interested in learning something, so you can ask him that keep that in mind, and if we discuss something, provide those output also. That you could ask him that I am interested in learning about renewable energy, that I am interested in learning about renewable energy. So keep that in mind. For our discussions. You could see that he's updating the memory. When you will see or write these prompts now, that keep that in mind or remember, so he will store that in the memory and he will guide you accordingly. So you have written there that keep that in mind, like this is spell mistake, but he has updated the memory. So these kind of prompts allow ChatGPT to store relevant details, which it can recall in future conversations to make the interaction more personalized and context aware. So let's focus on the application of project management using ChatGPT's memory feature. So we'll write some of the prompts and we'll see how he will guide us for the project management. So we'll start here and ask him that remember that the next review meeting for the Rise Up project is scheduled for May 20th at 3 p.m. So we have provided this information to him and he will store this into the memory. As you could see that he is updating the memory updated. You could go back, click on settings, personalization and check whether it has done that or not. And if you want to clear that, you could do that. And if you want a specific memory to be cleared, you could delete from here, or you could just ask him by writing the prompt that I mentioned you to keep the track of review meeting for the Rise Up project. You can delete that memory. That meeting is rescheduled or that meeting is cancelled. So he will delete that memory. So you could use that feature also. And similarly, you could see that it has provided us the output that quoted your next review meeting for the Rise Up project is scheduled for May 20th at 3 p.m. If there's anything you would like to prepare or discussion before then, just let me know. So you could start the conversation here, or we will ask him some other prompts that keep in mind that Sarah is the lead designer on this project and make sure to include her in relevant updates. So we'll provide this prompt also to ChatGPT to store in memory that keep in mind. So these kind of prompts that keep in mind, this will allow ChatGPT to store that into the memory that Sarah is the lead designer on this project. That is, we will mention the project only on the Rise Up project and make sure to include her in relevant updates. Okay, and after this you could ask him that you need some reports, so can you draft me reports. You could just provide him the XLSX file or Excel file, or what prompt you can write here is I need to submit the budget report for the sustainability initiative by the end of next month for this project. So keep that in mind, and the deadline for this budget report will be like it's May 20th. You could prepare it before May 19th. So he will help you with that. So I will write the prompt so you guys can understand how it will, that I need to submit the budget report for the sustainability initiative and for this project only, for this project, and that too at the deadline was May 20th, so and that too at May 15th. So that's up to you, like what you want to tell him to remember. So ask him that we should discuss this in the upcoming chats. And you can also ask him that I will provide you the Excel file, and after that we can start preparing the report, or just let me remember these things. So you could see that it has provided that understood. You need to submit the budget report for the sustainability initiative for the Rise Up project by May 15th. So we can discuss this in our upcoming chats to make sure you are fully prepared. If there's any specifics you want to start with, let me know. Okay. So here we will start with the budget report only. So let's start with budget report and have a roadmap to complete it till the deadline. So let's see what it will respond. So you could see that it has started generating the response that you have the deadline on May 15th. So first is gather the data, then structure the report, draft the content, review and revise, finalize the report, submission preparation, and submit the report. So the number one is gather data. We have the XLX file, so you could provide it here. And as this is the hypothetical example, so really I don't have the file. What I am telling you is, if you have the file, just provide to him and he will start structuring the report and what you want to show in the report. Like if you want to create the dashboard, or you want to create the graphs, or you want to analyze the data, he will do that for you. Just ask him that these are the functions and these are the dashboards, or these are the graphs I need. So he will start drafting that. So this is how the memory is used, and how you can store it, and how you can use it for any purpose. So similarly, we can use another example that could be, we'll create a new chat for that, that I want some recipes or healthy recipes, as I have started working out, and remember, I am allergic to peanuts. Okay, so this is the point, that what recipes he will provide, he should keep in mind that I am allergic to peanuts, so he won't include peanuts in that. So you could see that it has provided the response and it has updated the memory here. So that's great to hear that you're focusing on fitness on health. And the first recipe is quinoa and black bean salad. And then we have chicken and avocado wraps, veggie stir fry with tofu. So similarly, you could keep your journey accordingly, that now he knows that you are allergic to peanuts. If you want any recipe without being the specific to healthy thing, so he will keep that in mind and won't include peanuts in your recipes. So this is how you could use the memory feature, and the team and enterprise customers can work more efficiently with this ChatGPT feature, and you can learn your style and preferences and build upon past interactions. ChatGPT will help you provide all the outcomes. And you also knew that it has memory section for the GPTs also. So I think we have covered all the things for this new feature, that is ChatGPT memory. And if you want, you could go to settings, personalization. If you want, you can turn off the memory. If you don't want ChatGPT to store the memory, just click turn off. Click on the section turn off. And if you want anything to delete it, you can delete it from here, or you could just type the prompt that what I have told you about the allergy to peanuts. Just delete that prompt or delete that memory, as now I am fit for the peanuts. So getting back, and the thing that we have the temporary chat section also that won't store any memory. So this is the section that is temporary chat. If you have conversation here, it won't be storing any memory for you, and you could just go on and write all the prompts here. So let's get started, guys. So this is our ChatGPT, and we want to make it as an AI assistant. So what we'll do is, we will use a Chrome extension, that is Talk to ChatGPT extension. Moving on to that, we will install that extension into the same browser where your ChatGPT has been logged in, and it's applicable for the 3.5 version of ChatGPT and the GPT-4 also. Like if you have the free version of GPT, you could also integrate Talk to ChatGPT extension into it. So as it has been installed, we'll refresh the ChatGPT, and you could see that here's a dialog box appeared with the name Talk to ChatGPT. And after clicking on start, you could see there are options mic, volume, and this option is you could skip the message that has been currently being read by the bot. And these are the settings. If you unmute this and talk to ChatGPT or give any prompt, it will listen to it and run the prompt. And before that, we'll move to the settings, and here you could see that we have AI voice and language, and in this you could choose any one of them, and these are freely available. You could use any of them, and there are no limit credits for this. So let's have a demo for this. So we'll unmute and we'll ask ChatGPT to list the difference between list and tuples in Python. So you could see that the ChatGPT has taken our prompt and started generating the response. So we'll stop this prompt and moving back to settings. First we'll unmute this as ChatGPT will take the prompt. Moving back to the settings, you could see here that there are various free AI voice languages that you can choose from. Else we have another option, that is Even Labs, and this is one of the prominent AI speakers in the market today. So we will get the Even Labs API key and paste it here, and we'll get some credits that would be according to the characters, and we'll use them and show you guys how we can use it. And there's a voice control system here. If you say the stop word, the prompt will automatically stop, or the response that would be generating by the ChatGPT, that will get halted. And there's pause word also. If you speak the pause word with the mic unmuted, it will catch the pause word and it will pause the prompt there only. So we'll save this and we'll search for Even Labs API key. So moving to Even Labs, first you have to do is sign up and create a profile here, and after that move to the profile section, and here you could see the API key. Copy that and get back to your ChatGPT, and in the settings of Talk to GPT extension, you have enabled the Even Labs API key, and here I will paste it and I will make it blur so you guys won't be able to access it. So we have pasted the API key here, and you could choose from the Even Labs voice that would be only in English or multi-language, and here are the voice assistants that are available. So we will choose Anthony here and save it. So as you unmute this option, you could ask the prompt with the ChatGPT and he will answer and provide the solution to you. So let's try out once. So let's see the output. We'll ask ChatGPT, what is the difference between list and tuples in Python? You could see that ChatGPT has...
It looks like there might have been a typo or misunderstanding in the original question regarding doubles in Python. If you meant tuples instead, I already provided a comparison between lists and tuples. However, if you meant doubles, as in a data type for storing decimal or floating point numbers, the term double isn't specifically used in Python like it is in some other programming languages, e.g., C or Java. In Python, floating point numbers are typically referred to just as floats, and they are used to represent both single and double precision numbers, depending on the platform. Python's float type typically...
As you can see that the ChatGPT has provided us the response, and it is acting as an AI voice assistant. And here are the voice that you can choose from, and I have one of them that is of Alex and Paul. Similarly, you could choose any one of them, and we have some of the free credits that you can use. Let's move to the subscription plans, and we have 10,000 characters per month free with the initial plan. And if you want to upgrade the plan, here are the subscriptions. And with that, guys, we have made ChatGPT as an AI voice assistant. So you could see this is the GPT-4 version, and here you will get the plugins option. Here is the GPT-4, and here we have GPT 3.5. And if you want to use the plugins, you just have to click here. And then, let's just first explore ChatGPT plugins. So enhancement for the AI model ChatGPT, that is OpenAI's advanced AI language model, has been widespread application across various fields, from enhancing customer interaction to streamlining content generation. While ChatGPT's core capabilities are impressive, its functionalities can be significantly expanded through the integration of specialized plugins. These plugins, designed exclusively for ChatGPT, serve to broaden its utility by introducing new features and functionalities, enabling users to fully exploit the AI model's potential. So now we'll see how we can install the ChatGPT plugins. So setting up ChatGPT plugin is straightforward with the Plus account. So you need to have a Plus account for that. That is, you need the GPT-4 version and follow the following steps that I will tell you. That is, click on your account name at the bottom right. That would be bottom right. Just click on the account and then select settings and beta, and then go for the beta features tab. Settings, beta features, and this is the beta features tab. You just need to click on the plugins section. That is a trial version of ChatGPT that knows when and how to use third-party plugins that you enable. So you just need to enable the plugins, and after you have activated the plugins, and you could see the plugin here. So this is the drop down menu, and if you just scroll down, you will see the plugin store here. So click on the plugin store. So this is the plugin store, and these are the popular plugins that are available here. You could see the new ones or the old plugins, and you could see they have 129 pages, and this page includes around 8 plugins. So you could see like how many plugins are available. So going back to popular, you could install any plugin, as I clicked on this AI diagrams and it has been installed. And you could see here that we can only enable 3 plugins at a time when you will be writing the prompt. So those plugins, those are enabled, will be active and you can use them for the prompts. So you could see AI diagram and scraper. These both plugins are enabled currently. And if you want to explore like what plugin does what, so you could see here that it creates and edit whimsical flowcharts, mind maps, and sequence diagrams, that is AI diagrams. And then we have AI PDF, that is super fast interactive chats with PDFs of any size, complete with page references for fact checking. So you could see that. And after installing the plugins, you could start working with them. And now we will discuss the role and functionality of ChatGPT plugins. So plugins are essentially software extensions that introduce additional features to an exciting or the existing software framework without altering its original code. In the context of ChatGPT, these extensions are crafted to complement the AI's functionalities, allowing for a more tailored and expanded use. By employing these plugins, developers and users can enhance ChatGPT's interaction with external applications, databases, and services, thereby customizing the AI to suit specific needs or industry requirements. And if we talk about the operational dynamics of ChatGPT plugins, so the operational framework of ChatGPT plugin is centered around the extension of the AI model's native features through the strategic use of application programming interfaces, that is APIs. These plugins facilitate a seamless interaction between ChatGPT and various external resources. This integration not only enhances the AI capabilities, but also allows for a more versatile application across different sectors. And moreover, we will also talk about advantages, but currently we will search for some specific plugins and write some prompts for that. So in the plugin store, we will search for prompt perfect. So this is the prompt perfect. So you could see here that start your prompt with perfect to craft the perfect prompts every time. So that is, first up we have prompt perfect. That is one of the best ChatGPT extensions that lets users write the perfect prompts for the AI chatbot. If you're part of the few not able to do so, perfect will immensely help you write the prompts. So to begin, we will install it. So guys, here you could see that the 3 of 3 are enabled, but we will disable these and we'll just have one, that is prompt perfect, enabled. And here we will write a prompt. That is, however, make sure to write the word perfect before your prompt. So that is, we will write perfect write a story on automobiles, or you will write hey prompt perfect. So you could see that the ChatGPT is using the prompt perfect here. So you could see that it is writing the prompt that we can just give it to ChatGPT and it will write a story on automobiles. Oh, sorry, like we have asked him to write a story on automobiles. So you could see that this is done, and you could see a notification from the OpenAI only, that is GPTs will soon replace plugins, and you could learn more about it. That is a beta feature. And moving to next, we will install some other plugins also, and let's have the Wolfram that I have installed. So I will show you what description it has. So it accesses computation, math, curated knowledge, and real-time data through Wolfram Alpha and Wolfram language. Okay, now we'll use it, Wolfram. So while it can get a bit technical for some users, the Wolfram ChatGPT plugin is one of the best due to its advanced abilities. So powered by advanced data, Wolfram allows ChatGPT users to access advanced computation, math, and real-time data to solve all types of queries. So instead of sticking to just basic math problems, you can ask Wolfram for advanced help, like creating a genealogical tree, creating an audio spectrogram, illustrating anatomy, and much more. It can even tell the date and time in real time, which isn't something ChatGPT can do. So go ahead and experiment with Wolfram, and I will show you guys something. So we'll create another one and ask him here. So you could see that it has started using the Wolfram extension here, or the plugin here, and it is saying that I am unable to directly generate or export a spectrogram for a phrase. So it is here using the current setup, so it is unable to generate a spectrogram. So it's okay, we will explore some other plugins. So we will explore the web pilot then. It's also one of the most popular plugins out there. So you could browse web page, PDF, data, chat, and write with one, that would be one URLs. So we'll explore this. So you could browse any web page. So first we'll enable it, web pilot, and close this and open another window. And now we'll search for Simplilearn articles, and now we'll ask this web pilot, hey web pilot, I will provide you a link, can you summarize the article for me? So we will provide the link. So you could see that ChatGPT is using the web pilot plugin here. So you could see that it has started summarizing the article here, and this was the original article. And you could also ask him to read any PDF. So these are done with these plugins only. And now moving on, we'll explore some other plugins, or I will just take you through them. That is, here are CoderPad, diagrams that create diagrams, that is schemes, diagrams, architecture, visualizations, flowcharts, mind maps. You could export and edit for free, and you could run code in more than 30 different programming languages, and let us worry about setting up the environment. So you don't have to set up any environment here, as you know that ChatGPT can only run Python code, but you are not able to set up any environment to run any other programming languages. So you could use the CoderPad for that. And there are many popular plugins also, like the Canva one, and there are many other to book tables or RGL AI that is used to generate images without learning how to prompt. So you could utilize these plugins and create what you want. So if we talk about the advantages of deploying ChatGPT plugins, so incorporating ChatGPT plugins into the AI models unlocks a plethora of benefits. And these advantages range from the ability to customize the AI for specific tasks, integrating with third-party service for enhanced functionality, to offering specialized features pertinent to sectors such as healthcare, e-commerce, and finance. Furthermore, plugins can empower ChatGPT with capabilities like language translation and complex data analysis, significantly broadening its applicability and efficiency. And if we talk about consideration and challenges, so with the integration of ChatGPT plugins offers numerous benefits. It's important to consider the associated challenges and limitations. Access to these enhanced functionalities often comes at a cost, requiring a subscription. Additionally, the development of these plugins by third-party providers introduces potential risk related to data privacy and security. Users must be vigilant about the data they share and understood how it's managed by plugin providers to mitigate risk associated with sensitive information exposure. So, as you guys see, we have covered how to install the plugins, how to use them, how to enable them, and how to call them.
The evolution of AI would be an understatement when it comes to the latest releases from two of the titans in the world of AI language models. Google and OpenAI have taken their game to the next level, and mere imagination would hold you at the edge of your seats. Imagine a breakthrough in the hardware and a flawless AI assistant who could be your next emotional support companion, who could understand you, speak to you, and try to solve problems thrown at it. Does it sound too futuristic to be true? Well, your speculation is now a thing of the past. Today we take you to the reality.
Hey, ChatGPT.
Hey there. What's up? How can I brighten your day today?
Okay, yeah, so I'm going to show you a selfie of what I look like, and then I'd like you to try to see what emotions I'm feeling based on how I'm looking.
Sounds like a fun challenge. Go ahead and show me that selfie, and I'll put my emotional detective hat on.
Okay, so here's me. So what kind of emotions do you think I'm feeling?
It seems like I'm looking at a picture of a wooden surface.
Oh, you know what? That was the thing I sent you before. Don't worry, I'm not actually a table. Okay, so take another look.
That makes more sense. There we go. It looks like you're feeling pretty happy and cheerful, with a big smile and maybe even a touch of excitement. Whatever's going on, it seems like you're in a great mood. Care to share the source of those good vibes?
Yeah, no, the reason I'm in a really good mood is because we were doing a presentation showcasing how useful and amazing you are.
Oh, stop it. You're making me blush.
Welcome to the Simplilearn. In today's session, we introduce you to the Google I/O and ChatGPT 4 Omni. That said, if these are the type of the videos you'd like to watch, then hit the subscribe button and click the bell icon to get notified. Both Google and OpenAI equally share a part of historic moment with their AI model launch events. It's nothing less to say that they just reinvented the wheel ground up. In this video, we'll discuss the key points happened on May 14, 2024. Google I/O and OpenAI, along with few others, are in constant state of war against each other on the grounds of artificial intelligence. The ChatGPT 4 Omni is a faster, powerful, and less expensive than its predecessor. The GPT-4 Turbo, the AI model, can now combine text, vision, and audio into a single model and is capable of interacting with humans like a human. Remember Irona from Richie Rich? That just got real.
Hey, ChatGPT, I'm Mark. How are you?
Oh, Mark. I'm doing great. Thanks for asking. How about you?
Hey, so I'm on stage right now. I'm doing a live demo, and frankly, I'm feeling a little bit nervous. Can you help me calm my nerves a little bit?
Oh, you're doing a live demo right now? That's awesome. Just take a deep breath. And remember, you're the expert here.
I like that suggestion. Let me try a couple deep breaths. Can you give me feedback on my breaths? Okay, here I go.
Whoa, slow down a bit there. Mark, you're not a vacuum cleaner. Breathe in for a count of 4.
Okay, let me try again. So I'm gonna breathe in deeply. And then breathe out.
For 4, and then exhale slowly.
Okay, I'll try again. Breathing in and breathe out.
That's it. How do you feel?
I feel a lot better. Thank you so much.
Sadly, just like Irona, the conversational features of GPT-4 aren't available for free to the public users yet. The voice of GPT-4 Omni is presumed to be a Californian Valley girl. 4 Omni is capable of voice modulation based on the topic of discussion. It can go sarcastic, dramatic, and subtle based on the situation and emotion.
Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte.
No, ChatGPT. I really want maximal emotion, like maximal expressiveness, much more than you were doing before.
Understood. Let's amplify the drama. Once upon a time, in a world not too different from ours, there was a robot named Byte.
GPT-4 Omni is currently free to use, and the unavailability of the conversational AI models doesn't hurt much. Above all, OpenAI is all set with a plan to integrate 4 Omni with the latest Apple devices. Now enters the Google. Google is always one of the healthy competitors in the grounds of technology and chose not to take a step back in the AI race. Google launched its latest model, the Gemini 1.5, against Omni, and Google also has plans to integrate its model with Apple's lineup. Apart from that, Google also launched another weapon from its arsenal called Project Astra in the collision course with 4 Omni as a head-on-head competitor. Astra feels completely similar to 4 Omni and can visually scan things around and remember where you left your glasses from the last time you used them.
Do you remember where you saw my glasses?
Yes, I do. Your glasses were on the desk near a red apple.
Despite the similarities, netizens found it a little laggy in terms of speed and voice sounds, a little less human. Now circling back to the spotlight of today's discussion, the Google I/O. The biggest announcement from Google is Gemini 1.5 Pro. The latest model now can process 2 million tokens of context windows. Just to get a wild guess, that's equal to 1.4 million words or 60,000 lines of code or 22 hours of audio or 2 hours of video. That's basically a lot of context. And speaking of tokens, the memory they can use can make the model expensive. To cut down the cost, Google introduced something like token caching can reuse token at a fraction of cost. Apart from that, let's dive into the latest hardware that Google has announced. Google announced their latest TPU called Trillium, the 6th generation of Google Cloud TPU. Trillium TPU achieves an impressive 4.7x increase in a peak compute performance per chip compared to TPU v5e. Along with Trillium, Google is here with the latest ARM-based processor, the Axion, for their data centers, to deliver instances up to 30% better performance than fastest general-purpose ARM-based instances available in the cloud today. Up to 50% better performance and up to 60% better energy efficiency than comparable current generation x86-based instances. Also, Google announced Veo, the generative video model to compare against OpenAI's Sora. We get experience to a lot of progress compared to the previous year from the Google's front. But finding the winner of this competition is turning out to be a little tricky. Since the momentum of this AI model competition broke out, many competitors like Claude AI, OpenAI, Google, and many more are coming up with their impressive tools and hardware. Some set benchmarks and some bet setbacks. What do you think? Let us know in the comments below.
So OpenAI recently released a multimodal version of GPT-4 called GPT-4 Vision, that is GPT-4V. So GPT-4V can understand images as input and answer questions based on it. 80% of the world's data is unstructured and scattered across formats like websites, PDFs, or images that are hard to access and analyze. We believe that this new era of multimodal models will have a big impact on the web scraping and document processing space, because it's now possible to understand unstructured data without having to rely on complex OCR technologies or tooling. So let's explore potential application of GPT-4V for web scraping. So first, what we'll do is we will open any website, or we'll just open the Simplilearn website only, and we will save this as a HTML doc. HTML only. We have replaced it. So this is the HTML doc. We will drag and drop it to ChatGPT and now ask the ChatGPT to web scrape the data. So we'll ask the ChatGPT that use the above HTML file and scrape the data from it. So first we'll see the scraped data in text format only, and after that we will ask the ChatGPT to scrape the data into JSON format, or if there are any CSS files or styling or metadata, so we'll ask the ChatGPT to do so. So you could see that ChatGPT has responded that the HTML file you uploaded from the Simplilearn website, it provides a variety of courses and the platform aims to. So it has just given us the summary. So now we'll ask ChatGPT to extract the data into JSON format. Above HTML file in JSON format. So you could see that it's analyzing. So you could see that it has extracted the data into JSON format, and here's a brief overview of the extracted data. So this is how you could web scrape the data from the websites using GPT-4 Vision. So now what we'll do, we will go to all courses, click on explore the category. So here you could see all the courses of the data science and business analytics category. So what we'll do, we'll ask the ChatGPT. What we'll do is we'll ask the ChatGPT to extract the titles of all the courses. So for that, first we'll save the page as HTML doc and we'll upload to ChatGPT. And going back to the page, just inspect. So you could see that heading 3 has the title of this course. So we'll provide this as a reference to the ChatGPT so it can understand and extract all the other titles from this page. So we'll get back to ChatGPT and ask him that extract the course title from the attached web page or HTML doc or HTML, and you can use Python and Beautiful Soup. And export the results to a CSV file and the title tag is in H3 like this, and now we will provide it. Just copy the element, paste it to ChatGPT. So extract all the course titles, attached web page. Okay, let's see what does our ChatGPT respond to this. So you could see that it has created a CSV file. So we'll click this and open the file. And it has extracted all the titles which are present in H3 into a CSV file, but we asked only for the course titles and it has done so for all the H3 ones. And now we'll ask the ChatGPT to extract the metadata into JSON format from the attached HTML file. So you could see that ChatGPT has provided the metadata into JSON format, and similarly we can ask it for other scripts. If this web page has any scripts, provide that too in JSON format. So you could see that I extracted the scripts from the HTML file and presented them in JSON format. So here's a preview of the extracted scripts. So this is the script that contains the JavaScript code embedded within the web page, and due to the length of the scripts, only the first part is shown here. If you need the full JSON file, all the scripts, please let me know. Yeah, I need the full script. So you could see that it has provided us the JSON file, so we can just download it and open it with any ID. So this is the JSON format for the whole web page. Now moving back, we'll move back to the website, and now we'll ask ChatGPT to extract the data from this image, that is, or like make someone understand what does this image show. So first we'll do is we'll save the page into HTML doc and pack this image element and ask the ChatGPT. First we'll upload the HTML file and ask the ChatGPT explain the graph present in the attached web page and describe it. So we'll save and submit it, and let's see what does it respond. If it doesn't respond, we'll just get back to the web page and inspect the element for it and provide the div class or the particular element, so it could understand for which diagram asking ChatGPT to describe it. See, so HTML file you provided, title postgraduate in data science, Caltech, does not display its content in a format that allows me to interact with or interpret any embedded graphs. So we provide you with the element present in HTML file. Read that and explain the graph or diagram to us. So let's see. So you could see that it has provided the information about that image, that the HTML snippet you provided appears to represent a styled graphical element, likely part of a larger graph or visual representation. Specifically, it describes a div element rotated by -53 degrees containing another div with a background color of a shade of pink. So this is how the GPT-4 version works, and it also describes the images,
which is about integrating AI into your day-to-day operations in Excel. Now, let's quickly switch to the Excel workbook. Now, here I have a simple basic Excel workbook, and to demonstrate the power and potential of integrating AI into your Excel spreadsheet, we are performing a small minor operation over here where we just have few results, right? The students, their department, and their percentage. Now, we are going to calculate the result if they pass or fail. Now, you might be telling me, or you might wonder, this is just a very simple if formula. Why do you want to integrate an AI into this? Now, the specialty is, let's say you are a beginner in business analytics or data analytics, and even though if you're a beginner, you might figure out the formula, but let's say you don't have any idea on generating a new formula altogether. It's like asking a question to ChatGPT. So here the AI editor that we are going to integrate with Excel is related to ChatGPT, and it's built on ChatGPT. So basically it will give you a query editor where you can just write your query in very simple terms. like you're just talking to Excel, right? In the same way like you talk to ChatGPT. Ask AI editor to give you a formula to identify column D numbers and give you a result in column E. So let's get started on how it can be done. So it's really simple. Go to the home bar and here you can see add ends option. Just click on that and here we have the AI aided editor. In case if you don't find it, you can just download any of the GPT for Excel. So just click on this button over here and you will get a search window. Just type down AI editor or something. So you can just get one of those. Just press enter. So I'm using the first recommendation, AI editor formula editor. But you can choose any one of these, right? ChatGPT or Excel. We've got multiple ones. So I'm using the first one. It's already added into my workbook. So let's quickly go to the AI editor formula editor. You might have to create your Microsoft account and try to log in, right? So here I have the AI generator, right? Now you can just write it down in your own terms. You can use your local language, you can use Excel, anything. Just write it down the way you want it, right? You can just type down, give me an Excel formula to identify if the students passed the exam or not. Result, percentage greater than or percentage greater than or equal to 35% is pass and percentage less than 35 is fail is your parameter. Are your parameters? Just submit it and it will give you a query or a formula which you can just copy and paste into the Excel cell or workbook. Here we have one. You can just copy it the way it is, just paste it over here. So in place of A1, you're supposed to use percentage. Enter. Now you have the results. Pass, fail, right? So it is, we did not specify the column number here, right? In case if we have specified the column number or column header, which is basically D over here. So we named it as percentage. So it did not, and another thing to recognize, we did not convert this into table. So basic few things, but overall, you are getting a readily available formula which is completely flawless. You can also experiment this particular feature of AI editor formula editor with some complex advanced Excel tricks as well. Should you feel that we should prepare one of the tutorials on advanced Excel formulas, which are AI aided formula editor based videos, please do let us know in the comment section below and we will get that done for you. So now you can see some data on my spreadsheet. So we have a row ID, order date, and a ship date, ship mode, etc. So this means that this particular data set belongs to a sales data set for a store or something. So what I have done is, if you look out the videos on our channel, we already have created one of the interactive dashboards using the same data set. So we try to extract month-on-month sales, region, category, subcategory sales, country-wise sales, shipment type sales, etc. Right? So I have kept the data as it is and all the pivot tables as it is. Now let's say we do not know how to create all these pivot tables and pivot charts and slicers, etc. We just know that we have the data and you're new to this and you want to analyze your data. How do you do that? ChatGPT is here for the rescue. So before we get on to ChatGPT, let's quickly remove all our reference pivot tables. About pivot tables, so I'm quickly deleting all these. We're left out with only the data, right? And again, you can do this dashboard using ChatGPT 3.5, or in case if you have a premium version, which is ChatGPT 4, you can directly attach your dataset onto the ChatGPT prompt and ChatGPT will do all the analysis you need, right? But for now, let's experiment using the ChatGPT 3.5 version, which is basically open source and free to use. Now let's quickly hop on to ChatGPT. So there you go. we have ChatGPT version 3.5. We are not switching to 4. So now let's quickly explain what we are up to. Hi ChatGPT. Just keep it simple, as if you're talking to your friend. The data set belongs to Superstore sales, or is about the dataset is about a Superstore sales report. And I need to create a dashboard for month-on-month sale. So this is the prompt, and basically I just explained in a brief way. I'm not giving a detailed information, but hope this works. So basically what you are supposed to do is give the requirement one by one, but I'm giving it in a single prompt so that I'll get the results in one single prompt. Let's go for that. So what you're trying to explain ChatGPT is that you have a sales data set and you're using Excel for storing it and manipulating the data and trying to build some innovative, interactive, visually appealing charts, and you don't know how to do it. So you explain that to your ChatGPT and what are the things you are looking to build, what are the charts you're looking to build. So I'm looking to build a month-on-month sales report, which can be a quarter-on-quarter, month-on-month, year-on-year, date-wise, however the way you like it, right? So make sure that your data is properly formatted first. So here, let's check out that your date column is formatted to date data type, right? Sometimes what happens is the representation of date changes to user by user. Let's say this particular data set or this particular inventory has been allocated to 5 different people to enter the data, right? Somebody might use this type of, here you have, let's create a new sheet and try to, let me elaborate what I'm trying to explain. So let's say person 1, person 3. So let's say I use this type of formatting. 15th December 2025, something like that, and somebody else uses 15/12/2025, and another one uses 15 December 2025. And also sometimes few people also intend or may follow a date pattern which looks something like this: December the 31st, 2025, right? And it's not wrong. So many people will have different conventions of writing their dates. So you need to make some data cleaning and Okay, if you are coming back to data cleaning, we have listed a video in our descriptions for data cleaning in Excel, and that would help you in various data cleaning operations that are used in day-to-day lives of a data analyst. So that should help. So basically what you are looking for is, so instead of general, go back to the data types, and here you can check out the data type options, and you can either give a short date, long date, or in the case you want to go for some additional formatting, you can also go to more formatting, and here you can check out the custom formatting options. Here you can give a customized option. For now, I want to go with date, and the date I want to go with is this particular one, which gives me date, month, and yeah, click on that, and you should be good to go, right? So make sure that all the dates in your spreadsheet are following one single date pattern, so that when it comes to month on month, quarter on quarter, and year by sales, that will help you a lot. Okay, it will just give you a filtered option. It will give you year on year first, then quarter on quarter next, and if you expand the option of quarter on quarter, you will have month on month, and if you expand the month, then you will have date wise. So you will have a better understanding when we perform this operation in a practical way in real time. And then we have the next type of chart where we want to identify country-wise sales. Then we have region-wise sales. So let's say I have one country here. Let's say I want sales from France, and I want to know what are the sales happening in central region of France, north region of France. So you'll have region-wise sales there, and category-wise, which category is giving you the maximum profits or the maximum sales, and inside the category, which is that subcategory, or which product is that which is giving you the highest number of sales. You can identify that, and based on that you can plan a business. You can get up with a business strategy there. And shipment modes. So which type of shipment mode which should you invest in much, so that you can offer better services to your customers. So everything counts. So this is what I want to extract from my data set. So this is my requirement. You have explained this to your ChatGPT through the prompt, and just enter. Now ChatGPT should help you break down the requirements, and ChatGPT should help you how to it'll tell you how to do the process. So here it will tell you the line chart. So basically it's a rule that month on month sales or quarter on quarter sales, basically wherever the time is involved, the line chart is the best to represent your numbers. So now it basically tells you how to represent your charts in what type of chart to be selected. That's good. But now can you help me create the first chart in Excel? There you go. So it tells you how to create it. Ensure you have a column for dates and other corresponding values. So basically it is telling you to have a properly mentioned or properly defined metadata or column headers. Then select the data, go to the insert tab, choose the line chart. Okay, and let's say you wanted to create an interactive dashboard, right? So to create an interactive dashboard, or to basically create a dashboard, you need pivot tables, and you don't know how to create a pivot table. You can ask ChatGPT to help you create a pivot table. Help me create a pivot table for the first type, for all the types, okay, or for the data set. Certainly. So it will mention you the steps to follow to create a pivot table. There you go. So what's the first step? Highlight the range of cells that contain your data set, including headers. And go back to Excel, and you can just click on any cell and Control A. All your data set has been selected. or these days you can just select one of the cells and go to insert menu and pivot table. And now from the table range, Excel will automatically select the entire range of the table you're looking for or you're working on. And in case if you are having any doubts on that, you can just select all the range and go to the same insert option and select the pivot table. Click on OK in a new worksheet, and there you go. You have your new pivot table. Let's delete this. Now remember, we wanted to create the month-on-month sale for the first pivot table and pivot chart. So, and remember about the date formatting. So we will be looking on that. Now we will drag order date onto rows here, and you can see here. So this is what I was talking about. So Excel has automatically segmented your dates. And we have about 10,000 rows in this particular data set, and it has segregated all the 10,000 rows into 4 different years: 2020, 21, 22, and 23. And if you expand the selection of year, it has segregated again into quarter 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right? And if you expand quarter 1, you have month-on-month sales in quarter 1, month-on-month sales in quarter 2, and month-on-month sales in quarter 3, and so on. Right? So this is why I was requesting you to have a proper data formatting for all your dates, right? Which could be really helpful when you want to extract the quarter-on-quarter sales and date-wise sales and year-wise sales, right? So now we wanted to find out month-on-month sales, right? Or year-on-year sales. So where is the sales? Yeah, here we have the sales parameter. Just drag that onto the values, and there you go. Now format this into the currency type. So the currency is dollars, American dollars, and you can eliminate the leading zeros here if you don't want them. There you go. Now you have the whole number here. You can also do the same for this. You can select the entire table. Go to pivot table. Okay, let's check the options provided by ChatGPT. So basically we have created a pivot table. Now we want to create a pivot chart. How do I create a pivot chart? So again, it's making really clear statements and really clear steps. So it's again making sure that you create a pivot table first, right? So we have a pivot table, and highlight pivot table data. Click anywhere on your pivot table to highlight the entire range. Insert pivot chart. With the pivot table selected, go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and then click on Pivot Chart and open the Insert Chart dialog box. Choose the type you want and customize the chart. Select the chart. So customizing the chart will look onto it. And fields, if you want to keep a few fields, you can, and if you want to eliminate a few fields, you can also do that. Refresh data. Let's say, why refresh data? See, ChatGPT is so brilliant, right? So let's say I have the sales data until 2023, and now we're in 2024. Let's say we update 2024 onto this particular spreadsheet, and now we have that particular data in the original spreadsheet, but that is missing here. In that scenario, what you can do is just go to data, and here you will find the refresh all option. Once you click on this, you can find the 2024 data updated here. For now, we have not added yet, but in case if it's added, all you can do is just refresh your sheet and everything will change. So brilliant suggestion from ChatGPT, and save and share in case if you want to share. So let's follow the same steps. Select any cell in the pivot table, select all the sheets, go to Insert tab, and here recommended charts, or go to the charts option and select the chart that you are looking for. So we are dealing with time, so I would go with the line chart. Just click OK. But in case if you want to create an interactive dashboard, just go to Pivot Table Analyze, and here you have the pivot charts. And again, it will give you the same option. Just select the line chart here and press OK. So you have your line chart over here. So again, if you are editing this, so you can remove the legends if you want, remove anything else, or you can customize that. Okay, there you go. And if you want to edit the name of the chart, you can also do that. So I will do this as MOM sales report. Okay, accordingly I'll change the sheet name. Okay, right now quickly we will create the other charts as well. So the process is same. You can hold control and drag this particular sheet and you have the next sheet. So the next requirement that we requested ChatGPT was the country-wise sales. So everything will remain the same. What changes is, okay, let's close this, and here instead of order data we will have, okay, let's remove this from rows and quarters, months, right, country. So we will drag country into rows, and there you go. Now we have countries. Now country wise, so you can select the cell, go to pivot table analyze, pivot chart, and you can select the bar graph. So it automatically gave you the first suggestion as bar graph. Click on that and you have the bar graph over here. And you can also edit the chart. You don't want the legends, you can remove them and edit the name of the chart to country wise sales. So, and quickly drag and drop the sheet again, new pivot table, and here you wanted category wise sales or segment wise sales. Close this particular thing, delete this, and instead of country you're going to add segment to the rows and remove country, and you have segment wise sales. Select any cell on the pivot table, go to pivot table analyze, pivot chart, and here you can use any of the available charts here. Let me use the funnel chart or histogram. Bar chart will be better. Press OK, and there you go. You have the bar chart. Same. Edit your, customize your chart. Change the name to segment-wise sales. Hold control and drag the sheet. Now you have subcategory-wise sales. Instead of segment, you will be selecting the subcategory. You can remove segment. And you can see the chart also changed here. And again, you can do the category-wise sales. So this was segment-wise sales. You can quickly change the segment to category. And you have it. We quickly go back to, so we have done the category-wise, subcategory-wise, region-wise is remaining, and shipment modes. So quickly drag and drop the region, remove subcategory from the list. There you have the region-wise sales. Edit the name. And the last one, which is about the shipment modes. Remove region, and there you go. Now you can create a new dashboard over here and name it as dashboard. you can do some customization to your dashboard, like selecting these cells. Giving it a color. There you go. Now you can quickly copy and paste all these charts to the dashboard. Starting from the month-on-month sales. Copy. And paste. So I'll quickly do all the pastings as soon as possible. There you go. You can also manage the size of these charts so that everything fits onto one sheet. So for now, let's try to unpin this so that we have a little better visual appearance. Okay, not a problem. And now we need some filter, right? So something which can make it a little more interactive. That's when you add slices. And let's say you don't know how to add slices. Back to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT, how do I add slices to my dashboard? There you go. So it is telling you to add everything in a step-by-step way, and it also is talking about the interactivity, right? It is asking you to connect all the slices. It's telling you to report the connections, right? If you just add the slices based on one single, okay, basically you need to select one of your charts here and select a pivot table or pivot chart, go to the pivot table or chart and associate with the slicer and insert, and go to the insert tab and insert a slicer. I'll tell you that. So basically it's telling you in a very beautiful way, step-by-step manner, right? And even after adding the slicer, it is telling you to connect all the basically all the charts or all the dashboards and charts you created in this particular tutorial, and connect all those charts to that particular slicer using the report connections option, and you can get the interactivity, right? So in a very beautiful manner, it has explained you. Let's try the way it has explained to us. Go to the dashboard, select any one of it, and go to the insert option. And here you have the slicer, right? So now you have all the slices over here. So basically we wanted what type of slices. So I have created a month-on-month chart. So I'll go with order date slicer, which is here. Then I have created segment-wise sales. So I want segment slicer, country-wise slicer, category and subcategory-wise slicers, region-wise, so region slicer. And do I have anything else? Let's scroll down. That's the last one. So where is the shipment here? Yeah, ship mode. Country, region, category, subcategory, segment, order dates, and ship mode. So I will have multiple slices in one go, right? Now you have to arrange your slices in such a way that they are interactive and they look like they are sorted in one place. So let me do that quickly. We have some space left here in the bottom place of the dashboard. You can also keep your slices there. So what basically ChatGPT meant was, if you try to use the slices here, it will, the changes will reflect only in one of the pivot charts, not on all the pivot charts. So to get that interactivity, to get that connectivity between all the charts, you need to do a small setting which is called as report connections. So select one of the slices over here, right click, and here you have something called report connections. So when you report connections, you have all the pivot charts and pivot tables that you just created. You can just select all those pivot tables that you created and press on OK, so that all these pivot tables are connected to that particular slicer. You can just expand this and check if all the pivot tables are selected. Press OK. Do the same for all the slicers. I'll quickly do that. So there you go, we have interconnected all the charts. Now let's say I want to find out the sales that happened in the latest year. Just go to the filters, select any of the dates, 2023, and you have the data. And if you want to select any particular country, then you can also do that. I want to go with United Kingdom, and in United Kingdom we have all the data here. Let's say I want to check out only for the phones. There you go. Now you have an interactive dashboard which will tell you the sales that happened on the date of 16th of November 2023 in the region United Kingdom for phones, right? And segment is home or office, shipment mode was standard class, and major sales that happen are from North region, and the category is from technology, right? And that's how you create an interactive dashboard using ChatGPT in Excel. So each and every step has been mentioned very clearly by ChatGPT, and you have all the data in one place. So let's quickly remove all the filters. And there you have the entire dashboard. Now, most of you might have been an aspiring artificial intelligence and machine learning expert, or you might have been having some aspirations on different job roles like business analyst, data analyst, but you might not know how to build a resume that is ATC friendly, that is application tracking system friendly, and get you a job. Most of you just go through the job description provided on LinkedIn, Indeed, Naukri, or any other job portals, and you just copy paste the job roles and responsibilities and expect the ATS system to crack it, or if not the ATS system, the hiring manager or the HR to click on your resume, right? That might not work in all the cases. So we have our AI friend ChatGPT to help us build the resume according to the job description, and the ATS friendly nature of your resume should help you land your dream job. Now, let's take an example. Let's open one of the job portal platforms like LinkedIn. Okay, so here I'll be looking for data analyst, and here are my search results. I have senior data analyst, senior product data analyst. Let's go with this one, which is about data analyst. And here is your existing resume. So let's say this is your existing resume, and you have a lot of things to add in here. You have your educational qualifications. Here you have your, maybe the cover letter, and you have your skills, which are enlisted bottom in the bottom section of the resume, right? So it talks a lot. Let's say these are not the ones which the ATS system or the hiring manager is looking for. How do you make it a little more interesting? To do is, I would use ChatGPT. I would go to the job description here, job purpose and job description. I'll simply copy the job description, job roles and responsibilities and everything, right? Now I'll go back to ChatGPT and write a prompt. Just tell ChatGPT, hi ChatGPT, imagine you are a 20-year-old, or let's say 15-year-old professional resume writer. Now I need you to check on the job description for a data analyst and help me with the cover letter resume. So it should be a two-way communication. Most of you end up doing some mistakes wherein you try to extract all the information just in one prompt. So I would recommend you to keep it in a two-way communication. Let ChatGPT know what you're up to. Let ChatGPT know its role and responsibility, right? It should understand what you are expecting from it. So I'm trying to convince it that it is a professional resume writer, and I'm telling it to check out a job description, which I'll be sending it in a method, and then I need its help to create me a cover letter and resume, right? Now let it know about the job description. Okay, I'll give you a job description. You need to understand the key points of this job and critical expectations from the candidate. Here are critical expectations from the candidate. Here is the JD. Now it is giving me some of the critical roles and responsibilities that this particular job role demands from the candidates. Now you have all this, right? So you need a cover letter first. So give me a cover letter covering the top 3 responsibilities, or highlighting. Instead of covering, you can write it as highlighting. In my according, okay. So give me a cover letter highlighting the top 3 responsibilities. Keep the cover letter under 200 words. So here you have your cover letter. Dear hiring manager, I'm writing to express my keen interest in data analyst position at your esteemed organization, and I bring expertise in 3 pivotal roles. Some of the corporate languages that ChatGPT helps you with is the one key factor which will help you crack your, the initial stages of the interview. You can just get a clickbait from the hiring manager, and it's the best chance to get your resume selected. Now, let us proceed with the resume, right? Build me a resume using the job description. So this is what you actually do, but I would recommend you to go a step further, right? Now you can use this template. It will give you a professional summary, key skills required, professional experience, correct, and education. So this is not everything. So what you need to do is take the key responsibilities, right? So you can take the professional summary as is given by ChatGPT, or you can enhance it based on your own words, and you can give your basic details about your name, address, zip code, email address, phone number, LinkedIn profile, etc. You can go with the same professional summary, or you can enhance it in your own words. And coming back to key skills, you can add your key skills here based on the profile you're adding. And here you have professional experience, and here you just have plain English, plain statements, right? So what I would recommend is the plain English points will not help you. You can take the entire template as it is, and when it comes to your professional experience, I would suggest a few modifications here. So these are the few modifications which will help you and your resume to stand out from the others, correct? So here you can add your educational qualifications, your certifications, and professional membership. So in case if you have any professional certifications from authorized organizations, you can also take them and attach them to this particular resume, and references will be available upon request. Now coming back to the critical modification that I was been suggesting you. So when it comes to professional experience, let's say I have this particular professional experience on my resume, right? So what I could do is tell ChatGPT, or you can also use the same detail that it gave you. You can copy this and ask ChatGPT to quantify this. Can you please define my experience? You can use terms like 15% organic growth, 10% reduction in expenses for advertisement, increase the revenue per lead by 12%. So you can just add on some numbers, right? So it will, when you quantify your experience, when you quantify your pointers, it will help the potential recruiter to understand your potential in a much better way, and your resume will also be shortlisted. There you go, you have your new resume here. And again, giving you some key notes on this particular area. So what you can do is, you can also modify or enhance these professional experience based on the top problems faced by the company, or top key critical roles and responsibilities that you need to fill, right, to solve those problems in that particular company and take those positions and secure the company, right? That's the overall point of it. So ensure that these particular professional experience fall in line with these key skills, at least the top 3, right? And that will be self-explanatory for your recruiter. And the rest of the part is as usual. So the ChatGPT resume always follows the ATS format, and the only major difference what it makes is, right, the only difference of what your resume and the rest of the people's resume make is the difference in the way you're quantifying your achievements, the way you're measuring your capabilities and adding them onto your resume to catch the eye of the recruiter are the few things that matter.
So without any further ado, let's begin with top AI, ML and deep learning interview questions for 2023. Over to our experts.
We'll start with a very general concept of what is deep learning. This is where we take large volumes of data, in this case on cats and dogs or whatever. A lot of times you use a training setup to train your model. Remember, it's kind of like a magic black box going on there. And then we use that to extract features or extract information, and in this case classify the image of a cat and a dog. So the primary takeaway when we're talking about deep learning is it learns from large volumes of structured and even unstructured data and uses complex algorithms to train neural network. It also performs complex operations to extract hidden patterns and features. And if we're going to discuss deep learning in this very simplified overview, then we also have to go over what is a neural network. This is a common image you'll see of a drawing of a forward propagation neural network. And it's a human brain inspired system which replicate the way humans learn. So this is inspired how our own neurons in our brain fire, but at a much simplified level. Obviously it's not ready to take over the human population and be our leader yet, not for many years. It's very much in its infant stage. But it's inspired by how our brains work. And they use a lot of other inspirations. You can study brains of moths and other animals that they've used to figure out how to improve these neural networks. The most common one consists of 3 layers of network, and this is generally how you view these networks, is you have an input, you have a hidden layer, and an output. And the neural network is broken up into many pieces, but when we focus just on the neural network, it's always on the hidden layers that we're making all the adjustments and figuring out how to best set up those hidden layers for their functions to both train faster and to function better. When we look at this, of course, we have our input, hidden, and output. Each layer contains neurons called as nodes that perform various operations. And you can see here we have the list of the nodes. We have both our input nodes and our output nodes, and then our hidden layer nodes. And it's used in deep learning algorithm like CNN, RNN, GAN, etc. We'll address some of these models a little closer, at least the most common models, as we go down the list and we study the deep learning and the neural network framework. Let's start with what is a multi-layer perceptron, or MLP, a lot of time is referred to. And you'll see these abbreviations. I'll be honest, I have to write them down on a piece of paper and go through them because I never remember what they all mean, even though I play with them all the time. What is a multi-layer perceptron? Well, if you look at the image on the right, it's very similar to what we just looked at. You have your input layer, your hidden layer, and your output layer. And that's exactly what this is. It has the same structure of a single layer perceptron with one or more hidden layers, except the input layer. Each node in the other layers uses a nonlinear activation function. What that means is your input layer is your data coming in, and then your activation function is based upon all those nodes and weights being added together, and then it has the output. MLP uses supervised learning method called backpropagation for training the model. Very key word there is backpropagation. Single layer perceptron can classify only linear separable classes with binary output, 0, 1, but the MLP can classify nonlinear classes. So let's break this down just a little bit. The multi-layer perceptron with an input layer and a hidden layer and an output layer. As you see that it comes in there, it adds up all the numbers and weights depending on how your setup is, that then goes to the next layer, that then goes to the next hidden layer if you have multiple hidden layers, and finally to the output layer. The backpropagation takes the error that it sees. So whatever the output is, it says, hey, this has an error to it, it's wrong. And then sends that error backwards from where it came from. And there's a lot of different functions used to train this based on that error and how that error goes backwards in the nodes. So forward is you get your answers, backward is for training. You see this every day. Even my Google Pixel phone has this. They train the neural network, which takes a lot more data to train than it does to use. And then they load up that neural network into, in this case I have a Pixel 2, which actually has a built-in neural network for processing pictures. And so it's just the forward propagation I use when it processes my photos. But when they were training it, it used the back propagation to train it with the errors they had. We'll be coming back to different models that are used. For right now, though, multi-layer perceptron, MLP. Put that down as your vocabulary word. And, of course, back propagation. What is data normalization and why do we need it? This is so important. We spend so much time in normalizing our data and getting our data clean and setting it up. So when we talk about data, there's a pre-processing step to standardize the data. So whatever we have coming in, we don't want it to be a 1 gigabyte file here, a 2 gigabyte picture here, and a 3 kilobyte text there. Even as a human, I can't process those all in the same group. I have to reformat them in some way that loops them together so that it's standardized format. We use this data normalization and pre-processing to reduce it and eliminate data redundancy. A lot of times the data comes in and you end up with two of the same images or the same information in different formats. Then we want to rescale values to fit into a particular range for achieving better convergence. What this means is with most neural networks, they form a bias. We've seen this recently in attacks on neural networks where they light up one pixel or one piece of the view and it skews the whole answer. So suddenly, because one pixel is really bright, it doesn't know what to do. Well, when we start rescaling it, we put all the values between, say, -1 and 1, and we change them and refit them to those values. It helps get rid of that bias, helps fix for some of those problems. And then finally, we restructure the data and improve the integrity. We want to make sure that we're not missing values or we don't have partial data coming in. One way to look at this is bad data in, bad data out. So you want clean data in and you want good answers coming out. One of the most basic models used is a Boltzmann machine. So let's address what is a Boltzmann machine. And if you know, we just did the MLP, multi-layer perceptron. So now we're going to come into almost a simplified version of that. And in this we have our visible input layer and we have our hidden layer. The Boltzmann machines are almost always shallow. They're usually just two-layer neural nets that make stochastic decisions whether a neuron should be on or off. True, false, yes, no. First layer is the visible layer, and second layer is the hidden layer. Nodes are connected to each other across layers, but no two nodes of the same layer are connected. Hence it is also known as restricted Boltzmann machine. Now that we've covered a basic MLP or multi-layer perceptron, and we've gone over the Boltzmann machine, also known as the restricted Boltzmann machine, let's talk a little bit about activation formulas. And this is a huge topic that can get really complicated, but it also is automated, so it's very simple. So you have both a complicated and a simple at the same time. So what is the role of activation functions in a neural network? Activation function decides whether a neuron should be fired or not. That's the most basic one. And that actually changes a little bit because it's either whether it's fired or not, in this case activation function, or what value should come out when it's fired. But in these models we're looking at just the Boltzmann restricted layers. So this is what causes them to fire. Either they don't or they do. It's a yes or no, true, false, all or nothing. It accepts the weighted sum of the inputs, the bias, as input to any activation function. So whatever our activation function is, it needs to have the sum of the weights times the input. So each input, if you remember on that model, and let's just go back to that model real quick. And then you always have to add a bias. And you can look at the bias if you remember from your Euclidean geometry. You draw a straight line. The formula for that line has a y coordinate at the end. It's always cx plus m or something like that, where m is where it crosses the y coordinates if you're doing a straight line. With these weights, it's very similar, but a lot of times we just add it in as its own weight. We take it as a node of a one value coming in, and then we compute its new weight, and that's how we compute that bias, just like we compute all the other weights coming in. The node which gets fired depends on the y value, and then we have a step function. And the step function, this is where, remember I said it's going to get complicated and simple all at the same time? We have a lot of different step functions. We have the sigmoid function, we have just a standard step function, we have the ReLU, it's pronounced like Ray, the ray from the sun, and Lu, like a name, so ReLU function. And we have the tangent H function. And if you look at these, they all have something similar. They all either force it to be one value or the other. They force it to be, in the case of the first three, a 0 or a 1, and in the last one, it's either a -1 or a 1. And you can easily convert that to a 0, 1, yes, no, true, false. And on this, one of the most common ones is the step function itself, because there is no middle value. There is no discrepancy that says, well, I'm not quite sure. But as you get into different models, probably the most commonly used, it used to be the sigmoid was most commonly used, but I see the ReLU used more often. Really, depending on what you're doing, you just have to play with these and find out which one works best, depending on the data and your output. The reason to have a non-0-1 answer or something kind of in the middle is when you're looking at this and it's coming out, you can actually process that middle ground as part of the answer into another neural network. So it might be that the ReLU function says, hey, this is only a 0.6, not a 1. And even though the 1 is what's going into the next neural network or the next hidden layer as an input, the 0.6 value might also be going in there to let you know, hey, this is not a straight up 1 or straight up 0, it's someplace in the middle. This is a little uncertain what's coming out here. So it's a very powerful tool, but in the basic neural network, you usually just use the step function. It's yes or no. Let's take a big step back and take a kind of an overview. The next function is what is a cost function that we're going to cover. This is so important because this is your end result that you're going to do over and over again and use to decide whether the model is working or not, whether you need to try a different step function, whether you need to try a different activation, whether you need to try a fully different model used. So what is the cost function? Cost function is a measure to evaluate how good your model's performance is. It is also referred as loss or error, used to compute the error of the output layer during backpropagation. There's our backpropagation where we're training our model. That's one of our key words. Mean squared error is an example of a popular cost function. And so here we have the cost function C equals half of y minus y predicted, and then you square that. So the first thing is, real quick, if you haven't done statistics, this is not a percentage. It's not a percentage of how accurate it is. It's just a measurement of the error. And we take that error if we're training it, and we push that error backwards through the neural network, and we use that through the different training functions, depending on what model you're using, to train the neural network. So when you deploy the network, you're usually done training it because it takes a lot of computational force to train it. This is a very simple model. And so you deploy the trained one, but we want to know how your error is. And so how do we do that? Well, you split your data. Part of your data is for training and part of your data is for testing, and then we can also test the error on there. So it's very important. And then we're going to go one more step on this. We got to look at both the local and the global setup. It might work great to test your data on what you have on your computer, but that's different than in the field. So when we're talking about all these different tests in the error test, as far as your loss, you want to make sure that you're in a closed environment when you do your initial testing, but you also want to open that up and make sure you follow up with the testing on the larger scale of data, because it will change. It might not fit the larger scale. There might be something in there in the way you brought the data in specifically, or the data group you used, or any of those could cause an error. So it's very important to remember that we're looking at both the local and the global context of our error. And just one other side note on a lot of the newer models of neural networks, by comparing the error we get on the data, our training data, with a portion of the test data, we can actually figure out how good the model is, whether it's overfitted or not. We'll go into that a little bit more as we go into some of the different models. So we have our output. We're able to figure out the error on it based on the square means usually, although there's other functions used. So we want to talk about what is gradient descent, another vocabulary word. Gradient descent is an optimization algorithm to minimize the cost function or to minimize the error. Aim is to find the local or global minima of a function. Determine the direction the model should take to reduce the error. So, as we're looking at this, we have our squared error that we just figured out based on the cost function. It says how bad is my model fitting the data I just put through it. And then we want to reduce that error. So how do you figure out what direction to do that in? Well, it could be that you're looking at just that line of data coming in, so that would be a local minima. We want to know the error of that particular setup coming in. And then you have your global minima. We want to minimize it based on the overall data we're putting through it. And with this, we can figure out the global minimum cost. We want to take all those local minimum costs of each piece of data coming in and figure out the global one. How are we going to adjust this model to fit all the data? We don't want it to be biased just on 3 or 4 lines of data coming in. We want it to kind of extrapolate a general answer for all the data coming in. But this, of course, we mentioned it briefly about backpropagation. This is where it really comes in handy, is training our model. Neural network technique to minimize the cost function helps to improve the performance of the network, backpropagates the error, and updates the weights to reduce the error. So as you can see here is a very nice depiction of a backpropagation. We have our predicted y coming out, and then we have, since it's a training set, we already know the answer, and the answer comes back, and based on, in case of the square means was one of the functions we looked at, one of the activation functions based on cost function. That cost function then, depending on what you choose for your backpropagation method, and there's a number of them, will change the weights. It will change the weight going to each of one of those nodes in the hidden layer, and then based upon the error that's still being carried back, it'll change the weights going to the next hidden layer. and then it computes an error level on that and sends that back up. And you're going to say, well, if it computes the error into the first hidden layer and fixes it, why would it stop there? Well, remember, we don't want to create a biased neural network, so we only make small adjustments on these weights. We don't make a big adjustment that changes everything right off the bat. So no matter how far back you go, you're always going to have a small amount of error, and that's still going to continue to go all the way back up the hidden layers. For right now, focus on the back propagation, is taking that error and moving it backwards on the neural network to change the weights and help program it so that it'll have the correct answers. So far, we've been talking about forward propagation neural networks. Everything goes forwards, goes left to right. But let's take a little detour and let's see what is the difference between a feed-forward neural network and a recurrent neural network. Now this is in the function, not when we're training it using the back propagation. So you've got new information coming in and you want to get the answer. And there's a couple different networks out there, and we want to know, we have a feed-forward neural network and we have a new vocabulary term, recurrent neural network. A feed-forward neural network. Signals travel in one direction from input to output. No feedback loops. Considers only the current input. Cannot memorize previous inputs. One example of one of these feed-forward neural networks, and we've covered a number of them, but one of the ones that has a big highlight nowadays is the CNN, a convolutional neural network. TensorFlow, the one put out by Google, is probably most known for their CNN, where the information goes forward. It first takes a picture, splits it apart, goes through the individual pixels on the picture so it picks up a different reading, then calculates based on that, goes into a regular feed-forward neural network, and then gives your categorization on there. Now, we're not covering the CNN today, but we do have a video out that you can look up on YouTube, put out by Simplilearn, the convolutional neural network. Wonderful tutorial. Check that out and learn a lot more about the convolutional neural network. But you do need to know that the CNN is a forward propagation neural network only. So it's only moving in one direction. So we want to look at a recurrent neural network. Signals travel in both directions, making it a looped network. Considers the current input along with the previous received inputs for generating the output of a layer. Has the ability to memorize past data due to its internal memory. And you can see they have a nice image here. We have our input, and for some reason they always do the recurrent neural network in reverse from bottom up in the images. Kind of a standard, although I'm not sure why. Your X goes into your hidden layer, and your hidden layer, the answer for part of the answer from that it generates feeds back into the hidden layer. So now you have an input of both X and part of the hidden layer, and then that feeds into your output. Now if we go back to the forward, let me just go back a slide, and we're looking at our forward propagation network. One of the tricks you can do to use just a forward propagation network is if you're in what they call a time sequence. That's a good term to remember, or a time series, meaning that it's sequential data. Each term comes after the other. You can trick this by creating your input nodes with the history. So if you know that you have values 1, 5, and 7 going in, and you know what the output is from what those outputs are, you can expand the input to include the history input. That's one of the ways to trick a forward propagation network into looking at that. But when you do it with a recurrent neural network, you let the hidden layer do that for you. It sends that data and reprocesses it back into itself. What are some of the applications of recurrent neural network? The RNN can be used for sentiment analysis and text mining. Getting up early in the morning is good for health. And it's a positive sentiment. One of the catches you really want to look at this when you're looking at the language is that I could switch this around and totally negate the meaning of what I'm doing, so it would no longer be positive. So when you're looking at a sentence, knowing the order of the words is as important as the meaning of the words. You can't just count how many good words there are versus bad words to get a positive sentiment. You now have to know what they're addressing. And there's lots of other different uses. Kids are playing football, or soccer as we call it in the US. RN can help you caption an image. So based on previous information coming in, it refeeds that back in and you have a image setter. And then time series problems like predicting the prices of stocks in a month or quarter or sale of products can be solved using an RNN. And this is a really good example. You have whatever your stocks were doing earlier this month will have a huge effect on what they're doing today if you're investing. So having an RNN model, a recurrent neural network, feeding into itself what was happening previously allows it to take that model and program in that whole series without having to put in the whole a month at a time of data. You can only put in 1 day at a time, but if you keep them in order, it will look back and say, oh, this is because of what happened yesterday. I need some information from that, and I'm going to use that to help predict today's, and so on and so on. We're going to go back to our activation functions. Remember I told you ReLU is one of the most common functions used? So let's talk a little bit more about ReLU and also softmax. Softmax is an activation function that generates the output between 0 and 1. It divides each output such that the total sum of the outputs is equal to 1. It is often used in the output layers. Softmax L of the n equals e to L on the n over the absolute value of e to the L. So what does this function mean? I mean, what is actually going on here? So we have our output nodes, and our output nodes are giving us, let's say they give us 1.2, 0.9, and 0.4. As a human being, I look at that and I say, well, the greatest value is 1.2, so whatever category that is, if you have 3 different categories, maybe you're not just doing if it's a cat or it's a dog or, let's say it's a cow. Maybe we had cats and dogs earlier. Why the cats and dogs are hanging out with a cow, I don't know. But we have a value, and it might say 1.2 is a cat, 0.9 is the dog, and 0.4 is a cow. For some reason it thinks that there's a chance of it being any one of these 3 items, and that's how it comes out of the output layer. Well, as a human, I can look at 1.2 and say this is definitely what it is. It's definitely a cat or whatever it is. Maybe it's looking at different kinds of cars. Might be a better, whether it's a car, truck, or a motorcycle. Maybe that'd be a better example. Well, from a computer standpoint, that might be a little confusing because they're just numbers waving at us. And so with the softmax, we want all those numbers to always add up to 1. So when I add 3 numbers together, I want the final output to be 1 on there. And so it goes through this formula, changes each of these numbers. In this case, it changes them to 0.46, 0.34, and 0.20. They all add up to 1. And that's a lot easier to register because it's very set. It's a set output. It's never going to be more than 1. It's never going to be less than 0. And so you can see here that there's probably a pretty high chance that it's the first one. So as a human being, we have no problem knowing that. But this output can then also go into, say, another input. So it might be an automated car that's picking up images, and it says that image in front of us is probably a big truck. We should deal with it like it's a big truck. It's probably not a motorcycle, or whatever those categories are. That's the softmax part of it. But now we have the ReLU. Well, where's the ReLU coming from? Well, the ReLU is what's generating the 1.2 and the 0.9 and the 0.4. And so if you remember, our ReLU stands for Rectified Linear Unit and is the most widely used activation function. We looked at a number of different activation functions, including tangent H, the step function. I remember I said the step function is really used if that's what your actual output is, because then you know it's a 0 or 1. But the ReLU, if you have that as your output, you now have a discrepancy in there, and if that's going into another neural network or another process, having that discrepancy is really important. And it gives an output of x if x is positive and 0 otherwise. So it says my x value is going to be somewhere between 0 or 1. And then the usually, unless it's really uncertain, the output's usually a 1 or 0. And then you have that little piece of uncertainty there that you can send forward to another network, or you can look at to know that there's uncertainty involved. And is often used in the hidden layers. This is what's coming out of the hidden layers into the output layer usually. Or as we referenced the convolution neural network, the CNN, which you'd have to go to another video to review, the ReLU is the most common used for convolutional part of that network. It has a bunch of little pieces that are very simplified, looking at all the different images or different sections of the map, and the ReLU works really good for that. And like I said, there's other formulas used, but this is the most common one, and you'll see that in the hidden layers going maybe between one layer and the next layer. So just a quick recap, we have our softmax, which means that if you have numerous categories, only one of them is going to be picked, but you also want to have some value attached to it, how well it picked it. And you put that between 0 and 1, so it's very standardized. So we have our softmax. We looked at that. Let's go back one. We looked at that here, where it transforms the numbers. And then we have our ReLU function, which takes the information and the summation and puts it between a 0 and a 1, where it's either clearly a 0 or, depending on how confident our model is, it'll go between the 0 and 1 value. What are hyperparameters? Oh, this is a great interview question. Hyperparameters. When you are doing neural networks, this is what you're playing with most of the time once you've gotten the data formatted correctly. A hyperparameter is a parameter whose value is set before the learning process begins, determines how a network is trained and the structure of the network. This includes things like the number of hidden units, how many hidden layers are you going to have, and how many nodes in each layer. Learning rate. Learning rate is usually multiplied once you've figured out the error and how much you want to change the weights. We talked about, or I mentioned it early just briefly, you don't want to just make a huge change, otherwise you're going to have a biased model. So you only take some little incremental changes, and that's what the learning rate is those small incremental changes. Epics. How many times are you going to go through all the data in your training set? So one epic is one trip through all the data. And there's a lot of other things depending on which model you're working with and which programming script you're working with. Like the Python sklearn package will have it slightly different than, say, Google's TensorFlow package, which will be a little bit different than the Spark machine learning package. So these are just some examples of the hyperparameters. And so you see in here we have a nice image of our data coming in, and we train our model, then we do a comparison to see how good our model is, and then we go back and we say, hey, this model's pretty good, but it's biased. So then we send it back and we change our hyperparameters to see if we can get an unbiased model, or we can have a better prediction on it that matches our data closer. What will happen if learning rate is set too low or too high? We have a nice couple graphs here. We have one over here that says the learning rate set too low, and you can see that it slowly works its way down the curve. And on the right, you can see a learning rate set too high. It's just bouncing back and forth. When your learning rate is too low, that's what we studied at 2 slides ago, that's what the learning rate was, training of the model will progress very slowly as we are making very tiny updates to the weights. We'll take many updates before reaching the minimum point. So I just mentioned epic, going through all the data. You might have to go through all the data 1,000 times instead of 500 times for it to train. Learning rate too high causes undesirable divergent behavior to the loss function due to drastic updates in weights. At times it may fail to converge or even diverge. So if you have your learning rate set too high and it's training too quickly, maybe you'll get lucky and it trains after one epic run, but a lot of times it might never be able to train because the weights are changing too fast. They flip back and forth too easy. And you see down here we've introduced 2 new terms, converge and diverge. Converge means that our model has reached a point where it's able to give a fairly good answer for all the data we put in. All those weights have adjusted and it's minimized the error. Diverge means that the data is so chaotic that it can never manage to train to that data. The data is just too chaotic for it to train. So we have 2 new words there, converge and diverge are important to know also. What is dropout and batch normalization? Dropout is a technique of dropping out hidden and visible units of a network randomly to prevent overfitting of data. It doubles the number of iterations needed to converge the network. So here we have our standard neural network, and then after applying dropout. Now it doesn't mean we actually delete the node. The node is still there, and we're still going to use that node. What it means is that we're only going to work with a few of the nodes. A lot of times, I think the most common one right now used is 20%. So you'll drop out 20% of the nodes when you do your training. You reverse propagate your data, and then you'll randomly pick another 20 nodes the next time you go through an epic data training. So each time you go through one epic, you will randomly pick 20 of those nodes not to mess with. And this allows for less overfitting of the data. So by randomly doing this, you create some, I guess it just kind of pulls some nodes off to the sides and says we're going to handle the data later on so we don't overfit. Batch normalization is a technique to improve the performance and stability of neural network. The idea is to normalize the inputs in every layer so that they have mean output and activation of 0 and standard deviation of 1. This question covers a lot of different things, which is great. It's a great interview question because it pulls in that you have to understand what the mean value is. So a mean output activation of 0, that means our average activation is 0. So when you normalize it, remember usually we're going between -1 and 1 on a lot of these. It's a very standard setup. So you have to be very aware that this is your mean output activation of 0. And then we have our standard deviation of 1. So we want to keep our error down to just a 1 value. The benefits of this doing a batch normalization is it provides regularization, it trains faster, higher learning rates, and weights are easier to initialize. What is the difference between batch gradient descent and stochastic gradient descent? Batch gradient descent. Batch gradient computes the gradient using the entire data set. It takes time to converge because the volume of data is huge and weights update slowly. So you can look at the batch as, a lot of times if you're using big data, batch the data in, but you still go through a full epoch. You still go through all the data on there. So batch gradient descent means you're going to use it to fit all the data and look for a convergence there. Stochastic gradient descent. Stochastic gradient computes the gradient using a single sample. It converges much faster than batch gradient because it updates weight more frequently. Explain overfitting and underfitting and how to combat them. Overfitting happens when a model learns the details and noise in the training data to the degree that it adversely impacts the execution of the model on the new information. It is more likely to occur with nonlinear models that have more flexibility when learning a target function. An example of this would be if you're looking at, say, cars and trucks and motorcycles, it might only recognize trucks that have a certain box-like shape. It might not be able to notice a flatbed truck unless it's only a specific kind of flatbed truck or only Ford trucks because that's what it saw on the training set. This means that your model performs great on your trained data and great on maybe a small test amount of data, but when you go to use it in the real world, it leaves out a lot and is not very functional outside of your small area, your small laboratory data coming in. Underfitting, doing the opposite when you underfit your data. Underfitting alludes to a model that is neither well trained on training data nor can generalize to new information. Usually happens when there is less and improper data to train a model, has a poor performance and accuracy. So if you're using underfitted data and you generate a model and you distribute that in a commercial zone, you'll have a lot of people unhappy with you because it's not going to give them very good answers. So we've explained overfitting and underfitting, so now we want to ask how to combat them. Combating overfitting and underfitting. Resampling the data to estimate the model accuracy, k-fold cross-validation. Having a validation data set to validate the model. So when we do the resampling, we're randomly going to be picking out data, and we'll run it a few times to see how that works, depending on our random data and how we sample the data to generate our model. And then we want to go ahead and validate the data set by having our training data and then keeping some data on the side, testing data to validate it. How are weights initialized in a network? Initializing all weights to 0. All the weights are set to 0. This makes your model similar to a linear model. So if you have linear data coming in, doing a basic setup like that might work. All the neurons in every layer perform the same operation given the same output and making the deep net useless. Right there is a key word. It's going to be useless if you initialize everything to 0. At that point, be looking into some other machine learning tools. Initializing all weights randomly. Here the weights are assigned randomly by initializing them very close to 0. It gives better accuracy to the model since every neuron performs different computations. And here we have the weights are set randomly. We have our input layer, the hidden layers, and the output layer. And W equals NP random, random N. Layer size L L minus 1. This is the most commonly used, is to randomly generate your weights. What are the different layers in CNN, convolutional neural network? First is the convolutional layer that performs a convolutional operation. We have our other video out if you want to explore that more, so you can go into detail exactly how the convolutional layer works in the CNN as far as creating a number of smaller picture windows that go over the data. The second step is as a ReLU layer. ReLU brings nonlinearity to the network and converts all the negative pixels to 0. Output is rectified feature map. So it goes into a mapping feature there. Pooling layer. Pooling is a downsampling operation that reduces the dimensionality of the feature map. So we have all our ReLU layer, which is pulling all these little maps out of our convolutional layer. It's taking that picture and creating little tiny neural networks to look at different parts of the picture. Then we need to pool it together. And then finally, the fully connected layer. So we flatten our pooling layer out, and we have a fully connected layer recognizes and classifies the objects in the image. And that's actually your forward propagation, reverse propagation training model, usually. I mean, there's a number of different models out there, of course. What is pooling in CNN and how does it work? Pooling, used to reduce the spatial dimensions of a CNN, performs downsampling operation to reduce the dimensionality, creates a pooled feature map by sliding a filter matrix over the input matrix. I mentioned that briefly on the previous slide. It's important to know that you have, if you see here, they have a rectified feature map. And so each one of those colors, like the yellow color, that might be one of a smaller little neural network using the ReLU. It'll just kind of go over the main picture and look at all the different areas on the main picture. So you might step 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. And then you have another one that's also looking at features, and it has a 2, 7, 8, 5. Each one of those is a map. So it might be, the first one might be a map looking for cat ears, and the second one looking for human eyes. When it does this, you then have this rectified feature map looking at these different features. And the max pooling with the 2x2 filters and a stride of 2. Stride means instead of skipping every pixel, you're going to go every 2 pixels. You take the maximum values. And you can see over here, when we look at a pooled feature map, one of the features says, hey, I had a max value of 8, so somewhere in here we saw a human eye labeled as 8, pretty high label. And maybe 7 was a human hand, and maybe 4 was cat whiskers, or something that we thought might be cat whiskers. 4 is kind of a low number in this particular case compared to the other ones. So you have your full pooled feature map. You can see the process here as we have our stepping. We look for the max value, and then we create a pooled feature map of the maxed values. How does a LSTM network work? And that's long short-term memory. So the first thing to know is that an LSTMS are a special kind of recurrent neural network capable of learning long-term dependencies. Remembering information for long periods of time is their default behavior. We did look at the RNN briefly, talked about how the hidden layer feeds back into itself. With the LSTM, it has a much more complicated feedback, and you can see here we have the hidden layer of T-1 and the hidden layer, that's what the H stands for, hidden layer of T, and the formula is going in. As we can see here, we have the hidden layers. We have T-1 and then H of T, where T stands for time. So this is a series. Remember, we're working with series, and we want to remember the past. And you can see you have your input of T, and that might be a frame in a video. As a frame comes in, they usually use in this one the tangent H activation formula, but you also see that it goes through a couple other formulas, the omega formula. And so when it combines these, that then goes into the next layer, your next hidden layer. That then goes into the data that's submitted to the next input. So you have your X of T plus 1. So when you have that coming in, then you have your H value that's coming forward from the last process. And depending on how many of these omega structures you put in there, depends on how long-term the memory gets. So it's important to remember this is more for your long-term recurrent neural networks. The 3 steps in an LSTM. Step 1 decides what to forget and what to remember. Step 2 selectively updates cell state values. So based on what we want to remember and forget, we want to update those cell values. And then decides what part of the current state make it to the output. So now we have to also have an output on there. What are vanishing and exploding gradients? This is a great question that affects all our neural networks. While training an RNN, your slope can become either too small or too large, and this makes the training difficult. When the slope is too small, the problem is known as vanishing gradient. So our slope, we have our change in x and our change in y. When the slope decreases gradually to a very small value, sometimes negative, and makes training difficult. When the slope tends to grow exponentially instead of decaying, this problem is called exploding gradient. The slope grows exponentially. You can see a nice graph of that here. Issues in gradient problem: long training time, poor performance, and low accuracy. What is the difference between epoch, batch, and iteration in deep learning? Epoch. An epoch represents one iteration over the entire data set. So that's everything you're going to go ahead and put into that training model. Batch. We cannot pass the entire data set into the neural network at once, so we divide the data set into a number of batches. And then iteration. If we have 10,000 images as data and a batch size of 200, then the epoch should run 10,000 times over 200. So that means we have our total number over the 200 equals 50 iterations. So in each epoch, we're running over all the data set, we're going to have 50 iterations. And each of those iterations includes a batch of 200 images in this case. Why TensorFlow is the most preferred library in deep learning? Well, first, TensorFlow provides both C++ and Python APIs that makes it easier to work on. Has a faster compilation time than other deep learning libraries like Keras and Torch. TensorFlow supports both CPUs and GPUs computing devices. So right now TensorFlow is at the top of the market because it's so easy to use for both programmer side and for hardware side and for the speed of getting something up and running. What do you mean by tensor in TensorFlow? Tensor is a mathematical object represented as arrays of higher dimension. These arrays of data with different dimensions and ranks that are fed as input to the neural network are called tensors. And you can see here we have a tensor of dimensions 5, 4. So it's a two-dimensional tensor coming in. You can look at an image like this, that each one of those pixels is a different value if it's a black and white. So it might be 0 and 1s, and then each one represents a black and white image. In a color photo, you might either find a different value system, or you might have a tensor value that has the XY coordinates as we see here, plus the colors. So you might have 3 more different dimensions for the 3 different images, the red, the blue, and the yellow coming in. And even as you go from one layer or one tensor to the next, these layers might change. We might flatten them, we might bring in numerous, in the case of the convergence neural network, we have all those smaller different mappings of features that come in. So each one of those layers coming through is a tensor if it has multiple dimensions coming in and weights attached to it. What are the programming elements in TensorFlow? Well, we have our constants. Constants are parameters whose value does not change. To define a constant, we use tf.constant command. Example, a equals tf.constant 2.0 tf float 32. So it's a tensor float value of 32. B equals tf constant 3.0. Print AB. If we did a print of AB, we'd have tf.constant, and then of course B is that instance of it. Variables. Variables allow us to add new trainable parameters to graph. To define a variable, we use tf.variable command and initialize them before running the graph in session. Example, w equals tf variable 0.3 dtype tf float 32, or b equals the tf variable minus 3 comma dtype float 32. Placeholders. Placeholders allow us to feed data to a TensorFlow model from outside a model. It permits a value to be assigned later. To define a placeholder, we use tf_placeholder command. Example, a equals tf placeholder, b equals a times 2. With the tf session as SESS, result equals session run, b comma feed dictionary equals a 3.0, print result. So we have a nice example there of a placeholder. Session. A session is run to evaluate the nodes. This is called as the TensorFlow runtime. So for example, you have a equals tf constant 2.0, b equals tf constant 4.0, c equals a plus b. And at this point, you'd go ahead and create a session equals tf session, and then you could evaluate the tensor c print session run c. That would input C as an input into your session. What do you understand by a computational graph? Everything in TensorFlow is based on creating a computational graph. It has a network of nodes where each node performs an operation. Nodes represent mathematical operation and edges represent tensors. Since data flows in a form of a graph, it is also called a data flow graph. And we have a nice visual of this graph or graphic image of a computational graph. And you can see here we have our input nodes, our add, multiply nodes, and our multiply node at the end. And then we have the edges where the data flows. So we have from A going to C, A going to D. You can see we have a 2 flowing, 4 flowing. Explain generative adversarial network along with an example. Suppose there is a wine shop that purchases wine from dealers, which they will resell later. So we have our dealer going to the wine, our shop owner that then sells it for a profit. But there are some malefactor dealers who sell fake wine. In this case, the shop owner should be able to distinguish between fake and authentic wine. The forger will try different techniques to sell fake wine and make sure certain techniques go past the shop owner's check. So here's our forger, fake wine, shop owner. The shop owner would probably get some feedback from the wine experts that some of the wine is not original. The owner would have to improve how he determines whether a wine is fake or authentic. Goal of forger, to create wines that are indistinguishable from the authentic ones. Goal of shop owner, to accurately tell if the wine is real or not. There are 2 main components of generative adversarial network. And we'll refer to it as a noise vector coming in, where we have our forger who's going to generate fake wine, and then we have our real authentic wine, and of course our shop owner who has to figure out whether it's real or fake. The generator is a CNN that keeps producing images that are closer in appearance to the real images, while the discriminator tries to determine the difference between real and fake images. The ultimate aim is to make the discriminator learn to identify real and fake images. What is an autoencoder? The network is trained to reconstruct its inputs. It is a neural network that has 3 layers. Here the input neurons are equal to the output neuron. The network's target outside is same as the input. It uses dimensionality reduction to restructure the input. Input image, Comes in, we have our Latin space representation, and then it goes back out, reconstructing the image. It works by compressing the input to a Latin space representation, and then reconstructing the output from this representation. What is bagging and boosting? Bagging and boosting are ensemble techniques where the idea is to train multiple models using the same learning algorithm and then take a call. So we have in here where we're bagging, we take a data set and we split it. We're going to have our training data and our test data. Very standard thing to do. Then we're going to randomly select data into the bags and train your model separately. So we might have bag 1, model 1, bag 2, model 2, bag 3, model 3, and so on. In boosting, the emphasis is to select the data points which give wrong output in order to improve the accuracy. So in boosting, we have our data set. Again, we split it to test data and train data. And we'll take bag 1 and we'll train the model. Data points with wrong predictions then go into bag 2, and we then train that model and repeat.
So if you are looking to try your hands on this field, then do check Simplilearn's postgraduate program in AI and machine learning. So hurry up and enroll now. Find the course link in the description box.
So one of the first questions that you may face is, what are the different types of machine learning? Now, what is the best way to respond to this? There are 3 types of machine learning. If you read any material, you will always be told there are 3 types of machine learning. But what is important is you would probably be better off emphasizing that there are actually 2 main types of machine learning, which is supervised and unsupervised. And then there is a third type, which is reinforcement learning. So supervised learning is where you have some historical data and then you feed that data to your model to learn. Now, you need to be aware of a keyword that they will be looking for, which is labeled data. Right? So if you just say past data or historical data, the impact may not be so much. You need to emphasize on labeled data. So what is labeled data? Basically, let's say if you're trying to train your model for classification, you need to be aware of, for your existing data, which class each of the observations belong to, right? So that is what is labeling. So it is nothing but a fancy name, you must be already aware, but just make it a point to throw in that keyword labeled, so that will have the right impact. Okay, so that is what is supervised learning, when you have existing labeled data which you then use to train your model. That is known as supervised learning. And unsupervised learning is when you don't have this labeled data. So you have data, it is not labeled. So the system has to figure out a way to do some analysis on this. Okay, so that is unsupervised learning. And you can then add a few things like what are the ways of performing supervised learning and unsupervised learning, or what are some of the techniques. So supervised learning, we perform, or we do regression and classification, and unsupervised learning we do clustering. Okay? And clustering can be of different types. Similarly, regression can be of different types, but you don't have to probably elaborate so much. If they are asking for just the different types, you can just mention these and just at a very high level you can. But if they want you to elaborate, give examples, then of course I think there is a different question for that. We will see that later. Then the third, so we have supervised, then we have unsupervised, and then reinforcement. You need to provide a little bit of information around that as well, because it is sometimes a little difficult to come up with a good definition for reinforcement learning. So you may have to a little bit elaborate on how reinforcement learning works. Right? So reinforcement learning works in such a way that it basically has 2 parts to it. One is the agent and the environment. And the agent basically is working inside of this environment, and it is given a target that it has to achieve. And every time it is moving in the direction of the target, so the agent basically has to take some action. And every time it takes an action which is moving the agent towards the target, right, towards a goal. A target is nothing but a goal. Okay, then it is rewarded, and every time it is going in a direction where it is away from the goal, then it is punished. So that is the way you can a little bit explain. And this is used primarily, or very, very impactful for teaching the system to learn games and so on. Examples of this are basically used in AlphaGo. You can throw that as an example where AlphaGo used reinforcement learning to actually learn to play the game of Go, and finally it defeated the Go world champion. Right? This much of information that would be good enough. Okay. Then there could be a question on overfitting. So the question could be, what is overfitting and how can you avoid it? So what is overfitting? So let's first try to understand the concept, because sometimes overfitting may be a little difficult to understand. Overfitting is a situation where the model has kind of memorized the data. So this is an equivalent of memorizing the data. So we can draw an analogy so that it becomes easy to explain this. Now let's say you're teaching a child about recognizing some fruits or something like that. Okay, and you're teaching this child about recognizing, let's say, 3 fruits: apples, oranges, and pineapples. Okay, so this is a small child, and for the first time you're teaching the child to recognize fruits. Then, so what will happen? So this is very much like, that is your training data set. So what you will do is you'll take a basket of fruits which consists of apples, oranges, and pineapples. Okay, and you take this basket to this child, and there may be, let's say, hundreds of these fruits. So you take this basket to this child and keep showing each of this fruit, and then first time obviously the child will not know what it is. So you show an apple and you say, hey, this is apple. Then you show maybe an orange and say, this is orange, and so on and so forth. And then again you keep repeating that, right? So till that basket is over. This is basically how training works. In machine learning also, that's how training works. So till the basket is completed, maybe 100 fruits, you keep showing this child. And in the process, what has happened, the child has pretty much memorized these. So even before you finish that basket, right, by the time you are halfway through, the child has learnt about recognizing the apple, orange, and pineapple. Now what will happen after halfway through? Initially you remember it made mistakes in recognizing, but halfway through now it has learned. So every time you show a fruit, it will exactly 100% accurately, it will identify. It will say, the child will say, this is an apple, this is an orange, and if you show a pineapple, it will say this is a pineapple, right? So that means it has kind of memorized this data. Now let's say you bring another basket of fruits, and it will have a mix of maybe apples, which were already there in the previous set, but it will also have, in addition to apple, it will probably have a banana or maybe another fruit like a jackfruit. Right? So this is an equivalent of your test data set, which the child has not seen before. Some parts of it probably has seen, like the apples it has seen, but this banana and jackfruit it has not seen. So then what will happen? In the first round, which is an equivalent of your training data set, towards the end, it has 100% it was telling you what the fruits are, right? Apple was accurately recognized, orange was accurately recognized, and pineapples were accurately recognized, right? So that is like 100% accuracy. But now when you get a fresh set which were not a part of the original one, what will happen? All the apples maybe it will be able to recognize correctly, but all the others like the jackfruit or the banana will not be recognized by the child. Right? So this is an analogy, this is an equivalent of overfitting. So what has happened during the training process, it is able to recognize or reach 100% accuracy, maybe very high accuracy. Okay, and we call that as very low loss, right? So that is the technical term. So the loss is pretty much 0 and accuracy is pretty much 100%. Whereas when you use testing, there will be a huge error, which means the loss will be pretty high and therefore the accuracy will be also low. Okay, this is known as overfitting. This is basically a process where training is done. Training process it goes very well, almost reaching 100% accuracy, but while testing, it really drops down. Now, how can you avoid it? So that is the extension of this question. There are multiple ways of avoiding overfitting. There are techniques like what you call regularization. That is the most common technique that is used for avoiding overfitting. And within regularization, there can be a few other subtypes like dropout in case of neural networks and a few other examples. But I think if you give example or if you give regularization as the technique, probably that should be sufficient. So there will be some questions where the interviewer will try to test your fundamentals and your knowledge and depth of knowledge and so on and so forth. And then there will be some questions which are more like trick questions that will be more to stump you. Okay, then the next question is around the methodology. So when we are performing machine learning training, we split the data into training and test, right? So this question is around that. So the question is, what is training set and test set in machine learning model, and how is the split done? So the question can be like that. So in machine learning, when we are trying to train the model, so we have a 3-step process. We train the model, and then we test the model, and then once we are satisfied with the test, only then we deploy the model. So what happens in the train and test is that you remember the labeled data. So let's say you have 1,000 records with labeling information. Now, one way of doing it is you use all the 1,000 records for training, and then maybe, right, which means that you have exposed all these 1,000 records during the training process, and then you take a small set of the same data, and then you say, okay, I will test it with this. Okay, and then you probably, what will happen, you may get some good results. Right? But there is a flaw there. What is the flaw? This is very similar to human beings. It is like you are showing this model the entire data as a part of training. Okay, so obviously it has become familiar with the entire data. So when you're taking a part of that again and you're saying that I want to test it, obviously you will get good results. So that is not a very accurate way of testing. So that is the reason what we do is we have the label data of this 1,000 records or whatever. We set aside, before starting the training process, we set aside a portion of that data and we call that test set, and the remaining we call as training set, and we use only this for training our model. Now, the training process, remember, is not just about passing one round of this data set. So let's say now your training set has 800 records. It is not just one time you pass this 800 records. What you normally do is you actually, as a part of the training, you may pass this data through the model multiple times. So this 1,000 records may go through the model maybe 10, 15, 20 times till the training is perfect, till the accuracy is high, till the errors are minimized. Okay, now, so which is fine, which means that that is what is known as the model has seen your data and gets familiar with your data. And now when you bring your test data, what will happen is this is like some new data, because that is where the real test is. Now you have trained the model and now you are testing the model with some data which is kind of new. That is like a situation, like a realistic situation, because when the model is deployed, that is what will happen. It will receive some new data, not the data that it has already seen, right? So this is a realistic test. So you put some new data. So this data which you have set aside is for the model, it is new. And if it is able to accurately predict the values, that means your training has worked. Okay, the model got trained properly. But let's say while you're testing this with this test data, you're getting a lot of errors. That means you need to probably either change your model or retrain with more data and things like that. Now, coming back to the question of how do you split this, what should be the ratio? There is no fixed number. Again, this is like individual preferences. Some people split it into 50-50, 50% test and 50% training. Some people prefer to have a larger amount for training and a smaller amount for test. So they can go by either 60-40 or 70-30, or some people even go with some odd numbers like 65-35 or 63.33 and 33, which is like 1/3 and 2/3. So there is no fixed rule that it has to be something, the ratio has to be this. You can go by your individual preferences. All right, then you may have questions around data handling, data manipulation, or what do you call data management or preparation. So these are all some questions around that area. There is again no one answer, one single good answer to this. It really varies from situation to situation, and depending on what exactly is the problem, what kind of data it is, how critical it is, what kind of data is missing, and what is the type of corruption. So there are a whole lot of things. This is a very generic question, and therefore you need to be a little careful about responding to this as well. So probably have to illustrate this again. If you have experience in doing this kind of work in handling data, you can illustrate with examples saying that I was on one project where I received this kind of data. These were the columns where data was not filled, or these were this many rows where the data was missing. That would be, in fact, a perfect way to respond to this question. But if you don't have that, obviously, you have to provide some good answer. I think it really depends on what exactly the situation is. And there are multiple ways of handling the missing data or corrupt data. Now, let's take a few examples. Now, let's say you have data where some values in some of the columns are missing, and you have pretty much half of your data having these missing values in terms of number of rows. Okay, that could be one situation. Another situation could be that you have records or data missing, but when you do some initial calculation, how many records are corrupt or how many rows or observations, as we call it, has this missing data. Let's assume it is very minimal, like 10%. Okay. Now, between these two cases, how do we? So let's assume that this is not a mission critical situation, and in order to fix this 10% of the data, the effort that is required is much higher, and obviously effort means also time and money, right? So it is not so mission critical, and it is okay to, let's say, get rid of these records. So obviously one of the easiest ways of handling the data part or missing data is remove those records or remove those observations from your analysis. So that is the easiest way to do. But then the downside is, as I said, as in the first case, if let's say 50% of your data is like that, because some column or the other is missing. So it is not like in every place, in every row, the same column is missing, but you have in maybe 10% of the records, column 1 is missing, and another 10% column 2 is missing, another 10% column 3 is missing, and so on and so forth. So it adds up to maybe half of your data set. So you cannot completely remove half of your data set, then the whole purpose is lost. Okay, so then how do you handle? Then you need to come up with ways of filling up this data with some meaningful value, right? That is one way of handling. So when we say meaningful value, what is that meaningful value? Let's say for a particular column, you might want to take a mean value for that column and fill wherever the data is missing, fill up with that mean value, so that when you're doing the calculations, your analysis is not completely way off. So you have values are not missing, first of all, so your system will work. Number two, these values are not so completely out of whack that your whole analysis goes for a toss. Right? There may be situations where if the missing values, instead of putting mean, maybe a good idea to fill it up with the minimum value or with a 0. So, or with a maximum value. Again, as I said, there are so many possibilities. So there is no like one correct answer for this. You need to basically talk around this and illustrate with your experience. As I said, that would be the best. Otherwise, this is how you need to handle this question. Okay, so then the next question can be, how can you choose a classifier based on a training set data size? So again, this is one of those questions where you probably do not have like a one size fits all answer. First of all, you may not, let's say, decide your classifier based on the training set size. Maybe not the best way to decide the type of the classifier. And even if you have to, there are probably some thumb rules which we can use. But then again, every time, so in my opinion, the best way to respond to this question is you need to try out few classifiers irrespective of the size of the data, and you need to then decide on your particular situation which of these classifiers are the right ones. This is a very generic issue, so you will never be able to just by, if somebody defines a problem to you and somebody, even if they show the data to you or tell you what is the data or even the size of the data, I don't think there is a way to really say that yes, this is the classifier that will work here. No, that's not the right way. So you need to still, test it out, get the data, try out a couple of classifiers, and then only you will be in a position to decide which classifier to use. You try out multiple classifiers, see which one gives the best accuracy, and only then you can decide. Then you can have a question around confusion matrix. So the question can be, explain confusion matrix. Right? So confusion matrix, I think the best way to explain it is by taking an example and drawing like a small diagram. Otherwise, it can really become tricky. So my suggestion is to take a piece of pen and paper and explain it by drawing a small matrix. And confusion matrix is about to find out, this is used especially in classification learning process, and when you get the results, when our model predicts the results, you compare it with the actual value and try to find out what is the accuracy. Okay, so in this case, let's say this is an example of a confusion matrix, and it is a binary matrix. So you have the actual values, which is the labeled data, right? And so you have how many yes and how many no. So you have that information, and you have the predicted values, how many yes and how many no, right? So the total actual values, the total yes is 12 plus 1, 13, and they are shown here. And the actual value no's are 9 plus 3, 12. Okay, so that is what this information here is. So this is about the actual and this is about the predicted. Similarly, the predicted values, there are yes are 12 plus 3, 15 yeses, and no are 1 plus 9, 10 no's. Okay, so this is the way to look at this confusion matrix. Okay, and out of this, what is the meaning conveyed here? So there are 2 or 3 things that needs to be explained outright. The first thing is, for a model to be accurate, the values across the diagonal should be high, like in this case, right? That is one. Number 2, the total sum of these values is equal to the total observations in the test data set. So in this case, for example, you have 12 plus 3, 15 plus 10, 25. So that means we have 25 observations in our test data set. Okay, so these are the 2 things you need to first explain, that the total sum in this matrix, the numbers, is equal to the size of the test data set, and the diagonal values indicate the accuracy. So by looking at it, you can probably have an idea about, is this an accurate model? Is the model being accurate? If they're all spread out equally in all these 4 boxes, that means probably the accuracy is not very good. Okay. Now, how do you calculate the accuracy itself, right? How do you calculate the accuracy itself? So it is a very simple mathematical calculation. You take sum of the diagonals, right? So in this case, it is 9 plus 12, 21, and divide it by the total. So in this case, what will it be? Let me take a pen. So your diagonal values is equal to, if I say D is equal to 12 plus 9, so that is 21, right? And the total data set is equal to, right, we just calculated, it is 25. So what is your accuracy? It is 21 by, your accuracy is equal to 21 by 25, and this turns out to be about 85%. Right? So this is 85%. So that is our accuracy. Okay. So this is the way you need to explain, draw a diagram, give an example, and maybe it may be a good idea to be prepared with an example so that it becomes easy for you. You don't have to calculate those numbers on the fly, right? So a couple of hints are that you take some numbers which add up to 100. That is always a good idea, so you don't have to really do this complex calculations. So the total value will be 100, and then diagonal values you divide. Once you find the diagonal values, that is equal to your percentage. Okay. All right. So the next question can be a related question about false positive and false negative. So what is false positive and what is false negative? Now, once again, the best way to explain this is using piece of paper and pen. Otherwise, it will be pretty difficult to explain this. So we use the same example of the confusion matrix, and we can explain that. So a confusion matrix looks somewhat like this, and when we just take it looks somewhat like this, and we continue with the previous example where this is the actual value, this is the predicted value, and in the actual value we have 12 plus 1, 13 yeses, and 3 plus 9, 12 no's, and the predicted values, there are 12 plus 3, 15 yeses, and 1 plus 9, 10 no's. Okay. Now, in this particular case, which is the false positive, what is a false positive? First of all, the second word, which is positive, okay, is referring to the predicted value. So that means the system has predicted it as a positive, but the real value, so this is what the false comes from, but the real value is not positive. Okay, that is the way you should understand this term, false positive or even false negative. So false positive, so positive is what your system has predicted. So where is that system predicted? This is the one. Positive is what? Yes. So you basically consider this row. Okay. Now if you consider this row, so this is all positive values. This entire row is positive values. Okay. Now the false positive is the one where the actual value is negative. Predicted value is positive, but the actual value is negative. So this is a false positive, right? And here is a true positive. So the predicted value is positive and the actual value is also positive. Okay, I hope this is making sense. Now let's take a look at what is false negative. False negative. So negative is the second term. That means that is the predicted value that we need to look for. So which are the predicted negative values? This row corresponds to predicted negative values. All right. So this row corresponds to predicted negative values. And what they are asking for? False. So this is the row for predicted negative values, and the actual value is this one, right? This is predicted negative and the actual value is also negative. Therefore, this is a true negative. So the false negative is this one. Predicted is negative, but actual is positive. Right? So this is the false negative. So this is the way to explain, and this is the way to look at false positive and false negative. Same way, there can be true positive and true negative as well. So again, positive, the second term you will need to use to identify the predicted row, right? So if we say true positive, positive we need to take for the predicted part. So predicted positive is here. Okay, and then the first term is for the actual. So true positive. So true in case of actual is yes, right? So true positive is this one. Okay, and then in case of actual, the negative. Now we are talking about, let's say, true negative. True negative. Negative is this one, and the true comes from here. So this is true negative, right? 9 is true negative. The actual value is also negative and the predicted value is also negative. Okay, so that is the way you need to explain this, the terms false positive, false negative, and true positive, true negative. Then you might have a question like, what are the steps involved in the machine learning process, or what are the 3 steps in the process of developing a machine learning model, right? So it is around the methodology that is applied. So basically, the way you can probably answer in your own words, but the way the model development of the machine learning model happens is like this. So first of all, you try to understand the problem and try to figure out whether it is a classification problem or a regression problem. Based on that, you select a few algorithms and then you start the process of training these models. Okay, so you can either do that, or you can, after due diligence, you can probably decide that there is one particular algorithm which is most suitable. Usually it happens through trial and error process, but at some point you will decide that, okay, this is the model we are going to use. Okay, so in that case, we have the model, algorithm, and the model decided, and then you need to do the process of training the model and testing the model. And this is where, if it is supervised learning, you split your data, the labeled data, into training data set and test data set. And you use the training data set to train your model. And then you use the test data set to check the accuracy, whether it is working fine or not. So you test the model before you actually put it into production, right? So once you test the model, you're satisfied it's working fine, then you go to the next level, which is putting it for production. And then in production, obviously new data will come and the inference happens. So the model is readily available, and only thing that happens is new data comes and the model predicts the values, whether it is regression or classification. Now, so this can be an iterative process. So it is not a straightforward process where you do the training, do the testing, and then you move it to production. No. So during the training and test process, there may be a situation where, because of either overfitting or things like that, the test doesn't go through, which means that you need to put that back into the training process. So that can be an iterative process. Not only that, even if the training and test goes through properly and you deploy the model in production, there can be a situation that the data that actually comes, the real data that comes, with that, this model is failing. So in which case you may have to once again go back to the drawing board. Or initially it will be working fine, but over a period of time, maybe due to the change in the nature of the data, once again the accuracy will deteriorate. So that is again a recursive process. So once in a while, you need to keep checking whether the model is working fine or not. And if required, you need to tweak it and modify it and so on and so forth. So net, this is a continuous process of tweaking the model and testing it and making sure it is up to date. Then you might have question around deep learning. So because deep learning is now associated with AI, artificial intelligence, and so on. So it can be as simple as, what is deep learning? So I think the best way to respond to this could be, deep learning is a part of machine learning, And then obviously the question would be, then what is the difference, right? So deep learning, you need to mention there are two key parts that interviewer will be looking for when you are defining deep learning. So first is, of course, deep learning is a subset of machine learning. So machine learning is still the bigger, let's say, scope, and deep learning is one part of it. So then what exactly is the difference? Deep learning is primarily when we are implementing these our algorithms, or when we are using neural networks for doing our training and classification and regression and all that, right? So when we use neural network, then it is considered as deep learning. And the term deep comes from the fact that you can have several layers of neural networks, and these are called deep neural networks, and therefore the term deep, deep learning. The other difference between machine learning and deep learning, which the interviewer may be wanting to hear, is that in case of machine learning, the feature engineering is done manually. What do we mean by feature engineering? Basically, when we are trying to train our model, we have our training data, right? So we have our training labeled data, and this data has several, let's say if it is a regular table, it has several columns. Now each of these columns actually has information about a feature, right? So if we are trying to predict height, weight, and so on and so forth, so these are all features of human beings. Let's say we have census data and we have all this. So those are the features. Now there may be probably 50 or 100, in some cases there may be 100 such features. Now all of them do not contribute to our model, right? So we as a data scientist, we have to decide whether we should take all of them, all the features, or we should throw away some of them. Because again, if we take all of them, number one, of course, your accuracy will probably get affected, but also there is a computational part. So if you have so many features and then you have so much data, it becomes very tricky. So in case of machine learning, we manually take care of identifying the features that do not contribute to the learning process, and thereby we eliminate those features and so on. Right? So this is known as feature engineering, and in machine learning we do that manually. Whereas in deep learning, where we use neural networks, the model will automatically determine which features to use and which to not use, and therefore feature engineering is also done automatically. So this is an explanation. These are two key things probably will add value to your response. All right, so the next question is, what is the difference between, or what are the differences between machine learning and deep learning? So here, this is a quick comparison table between machine learning and deep learning. And in machine learning enables machines to take decisions on their own based on past data. So here we are talking primarily of supervised learning. And it needs only a small amount of data for training, and then works well on low-end systems, so you don't need large machines. And most features need to be identified in advance and manually coded. So basically the feature engineering part is done manually, and the problem is divided into parts and solved individually and then combined. So that is about the machine learning part. In deep learning basically enables machines to take decisions with the help of artificial neural networks. So here in deep learning we use neural nets. So that is the key differentiator between machine learning and deep learning. And usually deep learning involves a large amount of data, and therefore the training also requires, usually the training process requires high-end machines because it needs a lot of computing power. And the machine learning features the feature engineering is done automatically. So the neural networks takes care of doing the feature engineering as well. And in case of deep learning, therefore, it is said that the problem is handled end to end. So this is a quick comparison between machine learning and deep learning in case you have that kind of a question. Then you might get a question around the uses of machine learning or some real life applications of machine learning in modern business. The question may be worded in different ways, but the meaning is how exactly is machine learning used, or actually supervised machine learning. It could be a very specific question around supervised machine learning. So this is like give examples of supervised machine learning, use of supervised machine learning in modern business. So that could be the next question. So there are quite a few examples or quite a few use cases, if you will, for supervised machine learning. The very common one is email spam detection. So you want to train your application or your system to detect between spam and non-spam. So this is a very common business application of supervised machine learning. So how does this work? The way it works is that you obviously have historical data of your emails, and they are categorized as spam and not spam. So that is what is the labeled information. And then you feed this information or all these emails as an input to your model, right? And the model will then get trained to detect which of the emails are to detect which is spam and which is not spam. So that is the training process. And this is supervised machine learning because you have labeled data. You already have emails which are tagged as spam or not spam. And then you use that to train your model, right? So this is one example. Now, there are a few industry-specific applications for supervised machine learning. One of the very common ones is in healthcare diagnostics. In healthcare diagnostics, you have these images and you want to train models to detect whether from a particular image, whether it can find out if the person is sick or not, whether a person has cancer or not. Right? So this is a very good example of supervised machine learning. Here, the way it works is that existing images, it could be X-ray images, it could be MRI or any of these images are available and they are tagged saying that, okay, this X-ray image is defective or the person has an illness or it could be cancer, whichever illness, right? So it is tagged as defective or clear or good image and defective image, something like that. So we come up with a binary, or it could be multi-class as well, saying that this is defective to 10%, this is 25%, and so on. But let's keep it simple. You can give an example of just a binary classification that would be good enough. So you can say that in healthcare diagnostics, using image, we need to detect whether a person is ill or whether a person is having cancer or not. So here, the way it works is you feed labeled images and you allow the model to learn from that, so that when new image is fed, it will be able to predict whether this person is having that illness or not, having cancer or not, right? So I think this would be a very good example for supervised machine learning in modern business. All right, then we can have a question like, so we've been talking about supervised and unsupervised, and so there can be a question around semi-supervised machine learning. So what is semi-supervised machine learning? Now, semi-supervised learning, as the name suggests, it falls between supervised learning and unsupervised learning, but for all practical purposes, it is considered as a part of supervised learning. And the reason this has come into existence is that in supervised learning, you need labeled data. So all your data for training your model has to be labeled. Now, this is a big problem in many industries or under many situations. Getting the labeled data is not that easy because there's a lot of effort in labeling this data. Let's take an example of the diagnostic images. We can just let's say take X-ray images. Now there are actually millions of X-ray images available all over the world, but the problem is they are not labeled. So the images are there, but whether it is defective or whether it is good, that information is not available along with it, right, in a form that it can be used by a machine, which means that somebody has to take a look at these images, and usually it should be like a doctor, and then say that, okay, yes, this image is clean and this image is cancerous and so on and so forth. Now that is a huge effort by itself. So this is where semi-supervised learning comes into play. So what happens is there is a large amount of data, maybe a part of it is labeled. Then we try some techniques to label the remaining part of the data so that we get completely labeled data, and then we train our model. So I know this is a little long winding explanation, but unfortunately there is no quick and easy definition for semi-supervised machine learning. This is the only way probably to explain this concept. We may have another question as what are unsupervised machine learning techniques? Or what are some of the techniques used for performing unsupervised machine learning? So it can be worded in different ways. So how do we answer this question? So unsupervised learning, you can say that there are two types, clustering and association. And clustering is a technique where similar objects are put together. And there are different ways of finding similar objects. So their characteristics can be measured, and if they have, in most of the characteristics, if they are similar, then they can be put together. This is clustering. Then Association, I think the best way to explain association is with an example. In case of association, you try to find out how the items are linked to each other. So for example, if somebody bought maybe a laptop, the person has also purchased a mouse. So this is more in an e-commerce scenario, for example. So you can give this as an example. So people who are buying laptops are also buying a mouse. So that means there is an association between laptops and mouse. Or maybe people who are buying bread are also buying butter. So that is a association that can be created. So this is unsupervised learning, one of the techniques. Okay. All right, then we have very fundamental question. What is the difference between supervised and unsupervised machine learning? So machine learning, these are the two main types of machine learning, supervised and unsupervised. And in case of supervised, and again here, probably the keyword that the person may be wanting to hear is labeled data. Now, very often people say, we have historical data, and if we run it, it is supervised, and if we don't have historical data, yes, but you may have historical data, but if it is not labeled, then you cannot use it for supervised learning. So it's very key to understand that we put in that keyword labeled. Okay. So when we have labeled data for training our model, then we can use supervised learning. And if we do not have labeled data, then we use unsupervised learning. And there are different algorithms available to perform both of these types of trainings. So there can be another question, a little bit more theoretical and conceptual in nature. This is about inductive machine learning and deductive machine learning. So the question can be, what is the difference between inductive machine learning and deductive machine learning, or somewhat in that manner. So that the exact phrase or exact question can vary. They can ask for examples and things like that, but that could be the question. So let's first understand what is inductive and deductive training. Inductive training is induced by somebody, and you can illustrate that with a small example. I think that always helps. So whenever you're doing some explanation, try as much as possible, as I said, to give examples from your work experience or give some analogies, and that will also help a lot in explaining as well, and for the interviewer also to understand. So here we'll take an example, or rather we will use an analogy. So inductive training is when we induce some knowledge or the learning process into a person without the person actually experiencing it. Okay, what can be an example? So we can probably tell the person or show a person a video that fire can burn his finger, or fire can cause damage. So what is happening here? This person has never probably seen a fire or never seen anything getting damaged by fire. But just because he has seen this video, he knows that, okay, fire is dangerous, and if fire can cause damage, right? So this is inductive learning. Compared to that, what is deductive learning? So here you draw conclusion, or the person draws conclusion out of experience. So we will stick to the analogy. So compared to the showing a video, let's assume a person is allowed to play with fire. Right? And then he figures out that if he puts his finger, it's burning, or if he throws something into the fire, it burns. So he is learning through experience. So this is known as deductive learning. Okay? So you can have applications or models that can be trained using inductive learning or deductive learning. All right, I think probably that explanation will be sufficient. The next question is, are KNN and K-means clustering similar to one another, or are they same? Right? Because the letter K is kind of common between them. Okay. So let us take a little while to understand what these two are. One is KNN, another is K-means. KNN stands for K nearest neighbors, and K means, of course, is the clustering mechanism. Now, these two are completely different, except for the letter K being common between them. KNN is completely different. K means clustering is completely different. KNN is a classification process, and therefore it comes under supervised learning, whereas K-means clustering is actually unsupervised. Okay, when you have KNN, when you want to implement KNN, which is basically K nearest neighbors, the value of K is a number. So you can say K is equal to 3. You want to implement KNN with K is equal to 3. So which means that it performs the classification in such a way that, how does it perform the classification? So it will take 3 nearest objects, and that's That's why it's called nearest neighbor. So basically, based on the distance, it will try to find out its nearest objects that are, let's say, 3 of the nearest objects, and then it will check whether the class they belong to which class, right? So if all 3 belong to one particular class, obviously this new object is also classified as that particular class. But it is possible that they may be from 2 or 3 different classes. Okay, so let's say they are from 2 classes, and then if they are from 2 classes, now usually you take a odd number, you assign an odd number to. So if there are 3 of them and 2 of them belong to one class and then 1 belongs to another class, so this new object is assigned to the class to which the 2 of them belong. Now, the value of k is sometimes tricky. Whether should you use 3, should you use 5, should you use 7? That can be tricky because the ultimate classification can also vary. So it's possible that if you're taking k as 3, the object is probably in one particular class. But if you take k is equal to 5, maybe the object will belong to a different class. Because when you're taking 3 of them, probably 2 of them belong to class 1 and 1 belong to class 2. Whereas when you take 5 of them, it is possible that only 2 of them belong to class 1 and 3 of them belong to class 2. So which means that this object will belong to class 2, right? So you see that? So the class allocation can vary depending on the value of k. Now, k-means on the other hand is a clustering process, and it is unsupervised, where what it does is the system will basically identify how the objects are, how close the objects are with respect to some of their features. Okay, but the similarity, of course, is the letter k, and in case of k means also we specify its value, and it could be 3 or 5 or 7. There is no technical limit as such, but it can be any number of clusters that you can create. Okay, so based on the value that you provide, the system will create that many clusters of similar objects. So there is a similarity to that extent that k is a number in both the cases, but actually these two are completely different processes. We have what is known as naive Bayes classifier, and people often get confused thinking that naive Bayes is the name of the person who found this classifier or who developed this classifier, which is not 100% true. Bayes is the name of the person, Bayes is the name of the person, but naive is not the name of the person, right? So naive is basically an English word, and that has been added here because of the nature of this particular classifier. Naive Bayes classifier is a probability based classifier, and it makes some assumptions that presence of one feature of a class is not related to the presence of any other feature of maybe other classes, right? So which is not a very strong or not a very, accurate assumption, because these features can be related and so on. But even if we go with this assumption, this whole algorithm works very well, even with this assumption. And that is the good side of it. But the term comes from there. So that is the explanation that you can give. Then there can be question around reinforcement learning. It can be paraphrased in multiple ways. One could be, can you explain how a system can play a game of chess using reinforcement learning? Or it can be any game. So the best way to explain this is again to talk a little bit about what reinforcement learning is about, and then elaborate on that to explain the process. So first of all, reinforcement learning has an environment and an agent, and the agent is basically performing some actions in order to achieve a certain goal. And these goals can be anything. Either if it is related to game, then the goal could be that you have to score very high, score a high value, high number. Or it could be that your number of lives should be as high as possible. Don't lose lives. So these could be some of them. More advanced examples could be for driving. In the automotive industry, self-driving cars, they actually also make use of reinforcement learning to teach the car how to navigate through the roads and so on and so forth. That is also another example. Now, how does it work? So if the system is basically there is an agent and environment, and every time the agent takes a step or performs a task which is taking it towards the goal, the final goal, let's say to maximize the score or to minimize the number of lives and so on, or minimize the deaths, for example, it is rewarded. And every time it takes a step which goes against that goal, right, contrary or in the reverse direction, it is penalized. penalized. Okay, so it is like a carrot and stick system. Now, how do you use this to create a game of chess, or to create a system to play a game of chess? Now, the way this works is, and this could probably go back to this AlphaGo example where AlphaGo defeated a human champion. So the way it works is in reinforcement learning, the system is allowed, for example, if in this case we are talking about chess, so we allow the system to first of all watch playing a game of chess. So it could be with a human being, or it could be the system itself. There are computer games of chess, right? So either this new learning system has to watch that game or watch a human being play the game, because this is reinforcement learning is pretty much all visual. So when you're teaching the system to play a game, the system will not actually go behind the scenes to understand the logic of your software, of this game or anything like that. It is just visually watching the screen and then it learns. Okay, so reinforcement learning to a large extent works on that. So you need to create a mechanism whereby your model will be able to watch somebody playing the game, and then you allow the system also to start playing the game. So it pretty much starts from scratch. Okay, and as it moves forward, it's right at the beginning, the system really knows nothing about the game of chess. Okay, so initially it is a clean slate. It just starts by observing how you're playing. So it will make some random moves and keep losing badly. But then what happens is, over a period of time, so you need to now allow the system, or you need to play with the system, not just 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5 times, but hundreds of times, thousands of times, maybe even hundreds of thousands of times. And that's exactly how AlphaGo has done. It played millions of games between itself and the system, right? So for the game of chess also, you need to do something like that. You need to allow the system to play chess and then learn on its own over a period of repetition. So I think you can probably explain it to this much, to this extent, and it should be sufficient. Now, this is another question which is again somewhat similar, but here the size is not coming into picture. So the question is, how will you know which machine learning algorithm to choose for your classification problem? Now, this is not only classification problem, it could be a regression problem. I would like to generalize this question. So if somebody asks you, how will you choose? How will you know which algorithm to use? The simple answer is, there is no way you can decide exactly saying that this is the algorithm I'm going to use. In a variety of situations, there are some guidelines. Like for example, you will obviously, depending on the problem, you can say whether it is a classification problem or a regression problem. And then in that sense, you are kind of restricting yourself to, if it is a classification problem, you can only apply a classification algorithm, right? To that extent, you can probably, let's say, limit the number of algorithms. But now within the classification algorithms, you have decision trees, you have SVM, you have logistic regression. Is it possible to outright say, yes, so for this particular problem, since you have explained this, now this is the exact algorithm that you can use? That is not possible. Okay, so we have to try out a bunch of algorithms, see which one gives us the best performance and best accuracy, and then decide to go with that particular algorithm. So in machine learning, a lot of it happens through trial and error. There is no real possibility that anybody can, just by looking at the problem or understanding the problem, tell you that, okay, in this particular situation, this is exactly the algorithm that you should use. Then the questions may be around application of machine learning. And this question is specifically around how Amazon is able to recommend other things to buy. So this is around recommendation engine. How does it work? How does the recommendation engine work? So this is basically the question is all about. So the recommendation engine again works based on various inputs that are provided. Obviously something like Amazon, a website or e-commerce site like Amazon collects a lot of data around the customer behavior, who is purchasing what. And if somebody is buying a particular thing, they're also buying something else. So this kind of association right? So this is the unsupervised learning we talked about. They use this to associate and link or relate items, and that is one part of it. So they kind of build association between items, saying that somebody buying this is also buying this. That is one part of it. Then they also profile the users, right? Based on their age, their gender, their geographic location. They will do some profiling. And then when somebody is logging in and when somebody is shopping, kind of the mapping of these two things are done. They try to identify, obviously, if you have logged in, then they know who you are and your information is available. Like, for example, your age, maybe your gender, and where you're located, what you purchased earlier, right? So all this is taken, and the recommendation engine basically uses all this information and comes up with recommendations for a particular user. So that is how the recommendation engine works. All right, then the question can be something very basic, like when will you go for classification versus regression, right? When do you do classification instead of regression, or when will you use classification instead of regression? Now, yes, so this is basically going back to the understanding of the basics of classification and regression. So classification is used when you have to identify or categorize things into discrete classes. So the best way to respond to this question is to take up some examples and use it. Otherwise, it can become a little tricky. The question may sound very simple, but explaining it can sometimes be very tricky. In case of regression, we use, of course, there will be some keywords that they will be looking for. So just you need to make sure you use those keywords. One is the discrete values, and other is the continuous values. So for regression, if you are trying to find some continuous values, you use regression. Whereas if you're trying to find some discrete values, you use classification. And then you need to illustrate. What are some of the examples? So classification is like, let's say there are images and you need to put them into classes like cat, dog, elephant, tiger, something like that. So that is a classification problem. Or it can be, that is a multi-class classification problem. It could be binary classification problem, like for example, whether a customer will buy or he will not buy. That is a classification, binary classification. It can be in the weather forecast area. Now, weather forecast is again combination of regression and classification, because on the one hand, you want to predict whether it's going to rain or not. That's a classification problem. That's a binary classification, right? Whether it's going to rain or not rain. However, you also have to predict what is going to be the temperature tomorrow, right? Now, temperature is a continuous value. You can't answer the temperature in a yes or no kind of a response, right? So what will be the temperature tomorrow? So you need to give a number, which can be like 20 degrees, 30 degrees or whatever. Right? So that is where you use regression. One more example is stock price prediction. So that is where again you will use regression. So these are the various examples. So you need to illustrate with examples and make sure you include those keywords like discrete and continuous. So the next question is more about a little bit of a design related question to understand your concepts and things like that. So it is, how will you design a spam filter? So how do you basically design or develop a spam filter? So I think the main thing here is he is looking at probably understanding your concepts in terms of what is the algorithm you will use, or what is your understanding about difference between classification and regression and things like that, right? And the process, of course, the methodology and the process. So the best way to go about responding to this is we say that, okay, this is a classification problem because we want to find out whether an email is a spam or not spam, so that we can apply the filter accordingly. So first thing is to identify what type of a problem it is. So we have identified that it is a classification. Then the second step may be to find out what kind of algorithm to use. Now, since this is a binary classification problem, logistic regression is a very common algorithm. But however, right, as I said earlier also, we can never say that, okay, for this particular problem, this is exactly the algorithm that we can use. So we can also probably try decision trees or even support vector machines, for example, SVM. So we will kind of list down a few of these algorithms and we will say, okay, we would like to try out these algorithms. And then we go about taking your historical data, which is the labeled data, which are marked. So you will have a bunch of emails and then you split that into training and test data sets. You use your training data set to train your model or your algorithm that you have used, or rather the model actually. So, and you actually will have 3 models. Let's say you are trying to test out 3 algorithms, so you will obviously have 3 models. So you need to try all 3 models and test them out as well, see which one gives the best accuracy, and then you decide that you will go with that model. Okay, so training and test will be done, and then you zero in on one particular model, and then you say, okay, this is the model we will use, and then go ahead and implement that or put that in production. So that is the way you design a spam filter. The next question is about random forest. So what is random forest? So this is a very straightforward question. However, the response, you need to be again a little careful. While we all know what is random forest, explaining this can sometimes be tricky. So one thing is, random forest is kind of, in one way, it is an extension of decision trees, because it is basically nothing but you have multiple decision trees, and trees will basically we will use for doing, if it is classification, mostly it is classification, you will use the trees for classification, and then you use voting for finding the final class. So that is the underlying. But how will you explain this? How will you respond to this? So first thing, obviously, we will say that random forest is one of the algorithms, and the more important thing that you need to, probably the interviewer is waiting to hear, is ensemble learner, right? So this is one type of ensemble learner. What is ensemble learner? Ensemble learner is like a combination of algorithms. So it is a learner which consists of more than one algorithm or more than one maybe models. Okay, so in case of random forest, the algorithm is the same, but instead of using one instance of it, we use multiple instances of it, and we use. So in a way, that is a random forest is an ensemble learner. There are other types of ensemble learners where we have, like, we use different algorithms itself. So you have one maybe logistic regression and a decision tree combined together, and so on and so forth. Or there are other ways, like for example, splitting the data in a certain way and so on. So that's all about ensemble. We will not go into that, but random forest itself, I think the interviewer will be happy to hear this word ensemble learner. And so then you go and explain how the random forest works. So if the random forest is used for classification, then we use what is known as a voting mechanism. So basically, how does it work? Let's say your random forest consists of 100 trees, okay, and each observation you pass through this forest, and each observation, let's say it is a classification problem, binary classification 0 or 1, and you have 100 trees. Now, if 90 trees say that it is a 0 and 10 of the trees say it is a 1, you take the majority. You may take a vote, and since 90 of them are saying 0, you classify this as 0. Then you take the next observation and so on. So that is the way random forest works for classification. If it is a regression problem, it's somewhat similar, but only thing is, instead of vote, what we will do is, so in regression, remember what happens? You actually calculate a value. Right? So, for example, you're using regression to predict the temperature, and you have 100 trees, and each tree obviously will probably predict a different value of the temperature. They may be close to each other, but they may not be exactly the same value. So these 100 trees. So how do you now find the actual value, the output for the entire forest, right? So you have outputs of individual trees which are a part of this forest, but then you need to find the final output of the forest itself. So how do you do that? So in case of regression, you take like an average or the mean of all the 100 trees, right? So this is also a way of reducing the error. So maybe if you have only one tree, and if that one tree makes an error, it is basically 100% wrong or 100% right? But if you have, on the other hand, if you have a bunch of trees, you are basically mitigating that error, reducing that error. Okay, so that is the way random forest works. So the next question is, considering the long list of machine learning algorithms, how will you decide on which one to use? So once again, here there is no way to outright say that this is the algorithm that we will use for a given data set. This is a very good question, but then the response has to be like, again, there will not be a one size fits all. So we need to, first of all, you can probably shorten the list in terms of by saying, okay, whether it is a classification problem or it is a regression problem. To that extent, you can probably shorten the list, because you don't have to use all of them. If it is a classification problem, you only can pick from the classification algorithm. algorithms, right? So for example, if it's a classification, you cannot use linear regression algorithm there. Or if it is a regression problem, you cannot use SVM, or maybe no, you can use SVM, but maybe a logistic regression, right? So to that extent, you can probably shorten the list, but still you will not be able to 100% decide on saying that this is the exact algorithm that I'm going to use. So the way to go about is you choose a few algorithms based on what the problem is. You try out your data, you train some models of these algorithms, check which one gives you the lowest error or the highest accuracy, and based on that you choose that particular algorithm. Okay. All right. Then there can be questions around bias and variance. So the question can be, what is bias and variance in machine learning? So you just need to give out a definition for each of these. For example, bias in machine learning, it occurs when the predicted values are far away from the actual value. So that is a bias. Okay. And whereas they are all the values are probably, they are far off, but they are very near to each other though. The predicted values are close to each other, right? While they are far off from the actual value, but they are close to each other. You see the difference? So that is bias. And then the other part is your variance. Now variance is when the predicted values are all over the place, right? So if the variance is high, that means it may be close to the target, but it is kind of very scattered. So the predicted values are not close to each other, right? In case of bias, the predicted values are close to each other, but they are not close to the target. But here they may be close to the target, but they may not be close to each other. So they are a little bit more scattered. So that is what in case of a variance. Okay, then the next question is about, again, related to bias and variance. What is the trade-off between bias and variance? Yes, I think this is an interesting question because these two are heading in different directions. So for example, if you try to minimize the bias, variance will keep going high. And if you try to minimize the variance, bias will keep going high. And there is no way you can minimize both of them. So you need to have a trade-off saying that, okay, this is the level at which I will have my bias and this is the level at which I will have variance. So the trade-off is that pretty much that you decide what is the level you will tolerate for your bias and what is the level you will tolerate for variance, and a combination of these two in such a way that your final results are not way off. And having a trade-off will ensure that the results are consistent, right? So that is basically the output is consistent, and which means that they are close to each other, and they are also accurate, which that means they are as close to the target as possible, right? So if either of these is high, then one of them will go off the track. Define precision and recall. Now again, here I think it would be best to draw a diagram and take the confusion matrix, and it is very simple. The definition is like a formula. Your precision is true positive by true positive plus false positive, and your recall is true positive by true positive plus false negative. Okay, so that's, you can just show it in a mathematical way. That's pretty much that can be shown. That's the easiest way to define. So the next question can be about decision tree. What is decision tree pruning and why is it? So basically, decision trees are really simple to implement and understand, but one of the drawbacks of decision trees is that it can become highly complicated as it grows, right? And the rules and the conditions can become very complicated, and this can also lead to overfitting, which is basically that during training you will get 100% accuracy, but when you're doing testing you will get a lot of errors. So that is the reason pruning needs to be done. So the purpose or the reason for doing decision tree pruning is to reduce overfitting or to cut down on overfitting. And what is decision tree pruning? It is basically that you reduce the number of branches, because as you may be aware, a tree consists of the root node, and then there are several internal nodes, and then you have the leaf nodes. Now if there are too many of these internal nodes, that is when you face the problem of overfitting, and pruning is the process of reducing those internal nodes. Alright, so the next question can be, what is logistic regression? So basically, logistic regression is one of the techniques used for performing classification, especially binary classification. Now, there is something special about logistic regression, and there are a couple of things you need to be careful about. First of all, the name is a little confusing. It is called logistic regression, but it is used for classification. So this can be sometimes confusing. So you need to probably clarify that to the interviewer if it's really, if it is required. And they can also ask this like a trick question, right? So that is one part. Second thing is, the term logistic has nothing to do with the usual logistics that we talk about, but it is derived from log. So that the mathematical derivation involves log, and therefore the name logistic regression. So what is logistic regression and how is it used? So logistic regression is used for binary classification, and the output of a logistic regression is either a 0 or a 1, and it varies. So it's basically, it calculates a probability between 0 and 1, and we can set a threshold that can vary. Typically it is 0.5. So any value above 0.5 is considered as 1, and if the probability is below 0.5, it is considered as 0. So that is the way we calculate the probability, or the system calculates the probability, and based on the threshold, it sets a value of 0 or 1, which is like a binary classification, 0 or 1. Okay, then we have a question around k nearest neighbor algorithm. So explain k nearest neighbor algorithm. So first of all, what is a k nearest neighbor algorithm? This is a classification algorithm. So that is the first thing we need to mention. And we also need to mention that the k is a number. It is an integer. And this is variable, and we can define what the value of k should be. It can be 2, 3, 5, 7, and usually it is an odd number. So that is something we need to mention. Technically, it can be even number also, but then typically it would be odd number, and we will see why that is. Okay. So based on that, we need to classify objects. Okay, we need to classify objects. So again, it will be very helpful to draw a diagram. If you're explaining, I think that will be the best way. So draw some diagram like this, and let's say we have 3 clusters or 3 classes existing, and now you want to find for a new item that has come, you want to find out which class this belongs to, right? So you go about, as the name suggests, you go about finding the nearest neighbors, right? The points which are closest to this. And how many of them you will find? That is what is defined by k. Now let's say our initial value of k was 5. Okay. So you will find the 5 nearest data points. So in this case, as it is illustrated, these are the 5 nearest data points. But then all 5 do not belong to the same class or cluster. So there are one belonging to this cluster 1, the second one belonging to this cluster 2, 3 of them belonging to this third cluster. Okay. So how do you decide? That's exactly the reason we should, as much as possible, try to assign an odd number so that it becomes easier to assign this. So in this case, you see that the majority, actually, if there are multiple classes, then you go with the majority. So since 3 of these items belong to this class, we assign, which is basically the, in this case, the green or the tennis or the third cluster, as I was talking about. Right? So we assign it to this third class. So in this case, it is that's how it is decided. Okay. So k nearest neighbors. So first thing is to identify the number of neighbors that are mentioned as k. So in this case, it is k is equal to 5. So we find the 5 nearest points, and then find out of these 5 which class has the maximum number in that. Okay. And then the new data point is assigned to that class. Okay. So that's pretty much how k nearest neighbors work.
Let's get started. With this, we have come to end of this full course. If you have any question or doubt, please feel free to ask in the comment section below. Our team of experts will help you as soon as possible. Thank you, and keep learning with Simplilearn.
Craving a career upgrade? Subscribe, like, and comment below. Dive into the link in the description to fast-track your ambitions. Whether you're making a switch or aiming higher, Simplilearn has your back.
Staying ahead in your career requires continuous learning and upskilling. Whether you're a student aiming to learn today's top skills or a working professional looking to advance your career, we've got you covered. Explore our impressive catalog of certification programs in cutting-edge domains, including data science, cloud computing, cybersecurity, AI, machine learning, or digital marketing. Designed in collaboration with leading universities and top corporations, and delivered by industry experts, choose any of our programs and set yourself on the path to career success. Click the link in the description to know more.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the